Blue star evolution triggers B2. Endgame continues to evolve into A2. Victory ending. Beginning to introduce higher dimensional interference. The global game is about to begin. Body data conversion in progress. Matching with Blue Star Entertainment works. Global game officially starts. No special environment for Week 1 yet. In-game status for Week 1, peaceful development. Killing other players won't yield any rewards. Week 1 monsters, goblins deployed. Killing monsters increases your level. Receive rewards. Improve yourself. Only by seizing every challenge can you rewrite your fate. Endgame area and communication hall are now open. Please check your system panel. Select your hex within 10 minutes. Hex effects activate weekly. Options refresh every week. A cold mechanical voice exploded in my mind. Just a moment ago, I was still in my dorm checking my email, seeing if I received any offers. The next second, Earth Online updated its version. The screen in front of me still showed a newly received email, saying that I don't match the job requirements, adding you to the company's talent pool. Screams and chaos echoed from outside my window, accompanied by sounds of smashing and destruction. I hurriedly pulled the dorm curtains shut, peeking outside through the gap. Each one short, with dark green skin, creatures with pointed ears and fangs, staggering out of a pitch-black portal. They really are goblins. Some of them carry wooden sticks. Some have curved knives. Some are carrying bows. Some even have baskets of stones on their backs. Some people already failed to dodge in time. Knocked down with a club. Life or death unknown. What the hell is this? They're killing people, run! Where are the police? There's fresh blood on the ground. People keep collapsing. This proves it's no joke. Goblins keep spawning endlessly, destroying everything they see. Quick, deadbolt the dorm door. Push the table in the middle of the room over. Block the door for double security. After finishing all this, I finally opened up a translucent system panel appearing on his retina. Name, Dusted. Level LV0, Experience 0. Strength 5, Constitution 5, Agility 5, Spirit 6. Note: Age 18. Healthy human. All base stats set to 5. HP 50, MP 60. Note: HP limit equals Constitution x 10. MP limit equals Spirit by 10. Attack, none. Defense, none. Attribute resistance. Oh. Note: these 3 stats are determined by equipment, skills, class, and various other factors. No equipment. Note: equipment includes top, bottom, shoes, belt, headgear, weapon, necklace, ring. Forge. Equipment ranks: white, blue, purple, gold. Epic, supreme. Special green equipment can form sets. No skills. Forge. Skill slots are divided into active skills, passive skills, basic skills. Among them, there's an initial cap of 3 for active and passive skills combined. No limit for basic skills. No class, no contracts, no title, no storage, no snacks. Only materials obtained from the game system may be placed into storage. 3 bronze squares on the right of the panel glow faintly. David's belt, +1 constitution, bronze. Digestion speed increased. Eating after being full will slowly recover HP. Run faster, +1 agility, bronze. Running speed increases by 5%. Inventory expansion. Bronze inventory permanently adds 5 slots. Next to the question mark button, I found the probability rate for this round's hex. Bronze, 85%, silver, 14%, gold, 0.8%, diamond, 0.19%, chroma, 0.01%. At a 0.01% chance, there should be one top lucky winner out of every 10,000 people. For now, my 3 hex options are honestly pretty bad. I wasn't in a hurry to choose. Instead, I opened the regional chat panel below. Staying calm is just my usual mode. After all, Dad died in a car accident, Mom ran off and disappeared. Grandpa and Grandma passed away one after another. In my 22 years of life, the deepest lesson I ever learned is to keep calm. Complaining is pointless. Please create a username for chatting. I typed in Climber and entered the chat room. Yingshan District 3, S City. Population, 4,996,550,000. Messages flying by at hundreds per second. Can anyone tell me what happened? I'm pooping in the bathroom right now. I chose strongman. Got 1 extra strength point. Is everyone only getting bronze hexes? Any higher tier stuff out there? Can anyone help me? There are monsters everywhere outside. My pupils darted back and forth. He picked out keywords from the flood of info. Hexes are roughly split into 5 types. Gold, attributes, XP, gear, functionality. David's belt and run faster both count as attribute hexes. Inventory expansion is a functional hex. For most people, starter hex choices are just bronze and silver. Many people picked quickly and showed off their choices. By comparison, among attribute hexes, bronze gives 1 attribute point. Silver hex gives 2 attribute points. So basically, a silver hex is worth about twice a bronze. Until a user named Zhao Gongzi posted a screenshot and sparked a wave of envy. Stimulant, gold. After being injured, all attributes temporarily +3 for 5 minutes. Attributes return to normal after 20 to 30 minutes, side effects gone. Side effects disappear 20 to 30 minutes later. A gold hex is worth 12 attribute points. How lucky is a gold tier drop? I witnessed him walk out of the dev room, clutching his ass. Damn it. Why did I get crappy laborer abilities? Laborer, huh? Bronze, +1 constitution, carry weight +5%. I rolled this talent before. Same as my own starter. Pretty mediocre. Chat is still pretty friendly so far. Even a bit silly and lighthearted. Once everyone faces the monsters, they'll realize this game is deadly serious. My phone kept ringing non-stop. I didn't even have time to look. I just calmly kept scrolling chat, absorbing information, and taking notes on rare hexes. Apprentice, silver. Each monster kill gives 1 extra XP. Gain 1 bonus XP per monster. Free silver. Instantly receive 20 gold coins. Equipment supply, silver. Obtain a random white quality equipment. When 5 minutes were left on the countdown, the second lucky winner, named Longman Swag, showed off his gold hex. Bodybuilder, gold. Instantly get 1 strength and 1 constitution. For the next 6 days, gain 1 random strength or constitution point each day. This gives slightly less than stimulant, but it's more stable. Based on this, gold hexes should be worth about 4 times silver hexes, 8 times bronze. Looking at my 3 bronze options, I can only shake my head. Who says luck isn't a talent? But I haven't seen any diamond or prismatic lucky ones showing off their grand prize. I paused to think for a moment. I've gathered enough information, getting ready to choose run fast. This Hextech gear doesn't have a single item right now. Storing it would just be a waste. David belt requires extra food to use. It's not suitable either. Run fast is definitely the safest overall choice. Even if I can't beat the monsters, I can run. Right before I make my choice, I suddenly notice his Hextech interface. It seems a bit special. Below the 3 Hextech options, there's a refresh button. I try to reach out and tap it lightly. The 3rd warehouse capacity expanded. The refresh button below is trash bronze level. For the next 3 days, you can't gain any experience or rewards from monsters. No experience points or rewards earned. On the 4th day, you automatically get 20 gold coins. After refreshing, the button below is still lit up. Excitement ignites inside me. I swallow hard. I tentatively tap the first David below. The refresh button gives off a flash of light. Tit for tat 2 silver level. When you take damage, reflect 20% HP loss back to the attacker. The refresh button stays lit. No resource deduction notice. No insufficient balance warning pops up. Unlimited refresh. My finger freezes in midair. My brain starts working at an unprecedented speed. No one mentioned having a chance to refresh. This unlimited refresh Hextech ability is probably his unique talent. Others play a random draw card game. For me, it's like a buffet. Opportunities are game-changing. The chance to change my fate is finally here. Hextech selection countdown. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left. A cold red countdown flashes in the upper right corner of my retina. No time to hesitate. My finger turns into a blur aiming at run. Fast. The refresh button below starts. Rapid tapping. Muscle enhancement 1 bronze. Precision shot 1 bronze. Lumberjack 2 silver. Beams of light flash before my eyes. My gaze becomes sharper. I don't even bother looking at the content on the Hextech. I only checked the color of the border. Diamond Hextech has a 0.19% chance. Prismatic Hextech has a 0.01% chance. My minimum goal is to get at least one Diamond Hextech at the start. That way, I can get a huge early advantage in this shuffle. Get a massive starting advantage. Simple math calculation. With a 0.19% chance, the expected number of refreshes for Diamond Hextech is 526. For Prismatic Hextech, it's 10,000 refreshes. Countdown 3 minutes. Countdown 2 minutes. A dazzling white light appears. Level up. Diamond. Extra 30% monster experience gain. Maximum experience per level permanently reduced by 10%. A Diamond Hextech appeared. But there's still time. I keep refreshing, starting with the leftmost. Tit for tat. Refresh for 2. Still refreshing. I wish my hand was the legendary Golden Finger. Why is my tapping so slow? Hextech selection countdown. 1 minute. If you don't pick in time, a random selection will be made from your current options. Countdown 30 seconds. Countdown 10 seconds. I stare at the countdown and keep tapping refresh. I've already hit Phantom 765. Suddenly, a piercing, almost blinding 7-colored light explodes on the panel. I don't have time to check the details. I just picked this hard-won prismatic. Hextech selection successful. War chest 4 prismatic. For each kill, 40% chance to get an extra loot reward. When you don't get an extra loot after a kill, the quality of the next extra loot goes up. Hextech selection for this week is over. Looking at this prismatic level Hextech, I take a deep breath. This must be an extremely up, but also extremely dangerous talent. I know the DJ Hextech effect that comes with it too. War chest Eye Silver. For every kill, 2.5% chance to get an extra loot. Honestly, if I had to choose, I definitely wouldn't pick this silver Hextech. On average, you'd have to kill 40 monsters to get one unknown loot. Pure Poison Dog Hextech. But the prismatic war chest gives a 40% chance. With every 5 monsters killed, in theory, you can get 2 extra loot rewards, plus a guarantee feature for upgrading loot quality. The drawback is, this Hextech means I can't just hide in the dorm and wait. If I don't hunt, my Hextech is basically useless. A hint of fierceness and determination flashes in my eyes. The bigger the waves, the pricier the fish. Take initiative, who's afraid? I quickly scan the small dorm room and start gathering everything useful. Coincidentally, today I'm the only one here. The other 5 roommates are out interning, or studying for grad school, or dating after scavenging around. Not many weapons available. A ceramic fruit knife that's normally used to cut watermelon, about as long as my forearm. The blade is pretty sharp. A stainless steel clothes drying rod could be used for cosplay. As a long-handled weapon, probably can't take too many hits. A 4-legged wooden stool that can be thrown or smashed. Too bad it's not a folding stool. That would be easier to grab. My dorm is on the 3rd floor, just as I'm thinking about tying the fruit knife's handle to my wrist, so it doesn't slip when things start. Suddenly, from the hallway outside, comes a rush of hurried, chaotic footsteps. They're here. I hold my breath, quietly press against the door, and observe through the peephole. A glaring trail of blood wends its way up the stairs. The chaotic footsteps continue. 3 goblins holding short sticks and curved knives, screeching and howling, follow the blood trail, excitedly chasing up to the 4th floor. And after these 3 goblins vanish around the stair corner, a heavy and slow set of footsteps comes up from the 2nd floor. Heavy panting. A goblin noticeably plumper than the others, dragging a broken wooden stick, breathing rough and loud, wobbling its way up to the 3rd floor corridor. Clearly, it's lagging behind due to lack of stamina. Squinting slightly, taking on 3 at once is impossible. But this lone one is obviously weaker. A perfect first kill, courtesy of fate. My mind quickly calmed down. I instantly came up with a plan to hunt him. I saw that he was also about to head to the 4th floor. I deliberately made a noise. Anyone who's lived here knows how flimsy the dorm doors are. The doorknob has been loose for ages. It made a loud clicking sound. Sure enough, it caught the attention of this chubby goblin. He turned his ugly head, suspiciously stared at my dorm room door. Right after that, he dragged his wooden club and slowly stepped closer. He He got closer and closer until the doorknob was right at the height of the goblin's head, with just a door panel between us. I could even clearly hear some heavy, foul breathing. Now's the time. All the muscles in my body instantly tensed up. I pressed my shoulder firmly against the door, channeling power through my legs, and without hesitation gave a hard shove forward. Then the doorknob slammed right into the fat goblin's face. He didn't even have time to scream. He was knocked straight to the ground by the sudden force. Strike while the iron's hot. I immediately grabbed a stool and smashed it at his head with all my strength. Strike while the iron's hot. I immediately grabbed a stool and smashed it at his head with all my strength. 6 HP crunch. The wooden stool instantly broke one of its legs, and one of the goblin's eye sockets was smashed into a bloody mess. Green blood splattered everywhere. I changed my angle and smashed down again. 5 HP, 6 HP. 5 HP, a string of damage numbers popped up. This goblin's head was already a mess of blood and flesh. Completely lost the ability to resist. The stool was now wobbly and unsteady, basically falling apart. I grabbed the fruit knife and stabbed it straight into the goblin's heart. 9 HP. The goblin, with its HP at 0, stopped moving. 2 egg-sized orbs appeared on the corpse. They looked a bit like glass. A faint gray and gold glow shone inside. Killed a regular goblin. 100% contribution. Gained 4 experience points. Dropped 1 gray magic orb. War treasure triggered. Additionally dropped 1 golden magic orb. After picking up the orbs, a prompt instantly popped up on my menu asking whether to open them. Open now. Open the gray magic orb. Received 1 gold coin. Open the golden magic orb. Received green equipment. Goblin chestplate. Made from goblin leather. Top tier green leather armor. Plus 9 defense. Plus 4 attribute resistance. Durability 20/20ths. Equipment level requirement. LV0. Extra attribute. Plus 2 strength. Plus 2 constitution. Eating meat recovers stamina faster. 10% chance goblin set. 3/5 pieces equipped. Set bonus can be triggered. Note: smelling the fur on this armor, I'm pretty sure you don't want to know what kind of hide it's made from. I equipped it immediately, seeing my stats skyrocket. I couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. No wonder it's a prismatic Hextech. For comparison, a silver Hextech would only give you 1 random white item with just 1 orb. You're at least matching the reward of a gold tier Hextech. Goblin pay equipment. Detected that this item has an external appearance display. Hide it? Hide, I silently said in my mind. On his body, he was still wearing that original t-shirt bought for $9.90, including shipping off PDD. But the system gear was protecting him invisibly. Meanwhile, footsteps upstairs were steadily moving towards the stairs in unison. The noise I made just now wasn't small. It's totally normal for the goblins upstairs to be drawn over, listening to their bloodthirsty roars getting closer and closer. I wasn't panicking at all. The reason I dared to make a move was because I already had my strategy planned out. There were 2 fire extinguishers sitting in the hallway's firebox. I took 2 big strides over and grabbed one of the canisters. The heavy red steel canister was labeled carbon dioxide. Pulled out the safety pin. Held the nozzle with my left hand. Right hand ready to squeeze the handle. The next second, 3 goblins emerged from the corner, waving scimitars and maces. Eyes bloodshot, charging right at me, less than 3 meters away. Let me cool you guys off. I pressed the handle down without hesitation. 3 goblins wielding scimitars and clubs charged out from around the corner with bloodshot eyes, less than 3 meters away. Let me cool you down a bit. I pressed the lever without hesitation. A loud burst of high-pressure airflow echoed through the hallway. A white jet of gas surged out. Carbon dioxide. The working principle of a fire extinguisher is cutting off oxygen. The expelled carbon dioxide quickly vaporized, absorbing heat. The instant low temperature can reach as cold as -78 degrees Celsius. The 3 goblins let out shrill wails of pain. They were only wrapped in a few scraps of rag. Their rough skin was largely exposed. Instantly, it turned black with a reddish hue from the freezing cold. But the eyes were even more vulnerable, with the frigid gas hitting them directly. Their corneas froze in an instant. They could only clutch their faces in agony stumbling blindly through the white mist. The targets were frostbitten. Their vision was severely impaired. Their movement slowed down. The fire extinguisher only lasted 5 seconds. Then its gas cloud was depleted. But the effect was already more than enough. I grabbed the heavy metal canister with both hands, aimed for the goblin in front, and smashed it right onto the screaming goblin clutching its face. With a dull thud, the goblin was knocked straight to the ground. Then I hurled the canister with all my strength, blocking the other 2 goblins, creating a brief one-on-one situation. Without any wasteful moves, I stabbed my blade straight into its chest. Splat, splat, splat. 10 HP. 11 HP. Killing a regular goblin gives 60% contribution. Gain 2 experience points. No loot. War treasure did not trigger. Drop rate accumulating. By the 3rd stab, the goblin was already dead. Because of the fire extinguisher, they had already taken some damage, so they weren't at full health. But on my 3rd strike, as I pulled the blade out, there was a sharp snap. The blade broke right under pressure from the rib bones. I froze for a moment in surprise. Another goblin charged at me, following the sound, and swung its club at my left ribs. A deep thudding sound. I was struck so hard my blood felt like it boiled. Took 5 HP from blunt weapon attack. If this were an ordinary person's body, taking a hit like that, at least 2 ribs would have snapped. But right now my defense compared to the start had already increased to 16 points. So it was just a flesh wound. Lost a little blood. After all, my current HP cap is 70 points. Nothing to worry about. With just that much strength, I clenched my teeth, quickly pulled back to create distance. The remaining 2 goblins had impaired vision and frostbitten skin. As long as I didn't make any noise to attract them, they could only rage helplessly in place. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted the remains of a broken wooden bench and the fire extinguisher canister. An idea came to me. With a clang, I kicked the bench leg across the floor. The wooden piece hit the wall with a loud noise. Immediately, both goblins turned their attention that way. They instinctively swung their weapons toward the sound. Now's my chance. Moving like a leopard, I lunged out with a powerful front kick, slamming it hard into the goblin with the scimitar, knocking it to the ground. Then I grabbed the canister and smashed it right at its head. 10 HP, 13 HP. Took another 5 HP from blunt weapon attack, taking hits from the other goblin's club, risking losing another 5 HP, but managed to finish off another goblin. Killed a regular goblin. War treasure has triggered. Additionally dropped a gray magic orb. I successfully broke a 1v3 into 3. 1v1s. The last goblin lost track of its target and could only rage helplessly, swinging its club around blindly. I finished in the same way as before, making noise to draw its attention, then kicking it to the ground, followed by pressing the attack and ending its life. Killed a regular goblin, 61% contribution. Gained 2 experience points. War treasure did not trigger. Drop rate accumulating. A warm golden light surged from inside my body. Current level, LV1. HP cap increased by 10. Current HP, 71/80ths. Strength increased by 1. Received free attribute. Point, 1. Next level EXP, 0/50ths. All that remained in the hallway was my heavy breathing. I wiped the sweat and blood from my face, let out a long, heavy breath, scooped up the 2 gray orbs into my pocket, picked up the goblin's club and scimitar. I quickly retreated to my own dorm room, closed the door, and started sorting my loot. Open gray magic orb by 2. Gained 2 gold coins. Received 1 white food voucher. White food voucher can be used to exchange for any combination of foods, totaling less than 5 kilograms. Anytime, anywhere. Reading this, my eyes lit up. I had been worried that with the coming of the game, order outside would collapse, and food and water would be hard to come by. Now I can get supplies just by killing monsters. As a solo player, my room for activity just got way bigger. After sending the voucher to the warehouse, I opened up my status panel. HP is now back to 72/80ths. Leveled up, gaining 10 HP. Equipment adds another 2 points. Physique boosts max HP by 20. It seems equipment provides a much stronger early game advantage than attributes. But once everyone gets equipment, the gap won't be as large. permanent stat points are a bit more valuable. Looking at the extra free stat point, I thought quickly, then decisively put it into strength. A faint warmth swept through my arms and torso muscles. I could clearly feel my muscle fibers becoming denser and fuller, counting the automatic one from leveling up. My strength is now 80% higher than an ordinary person, almost doubled. By now, as the adrenaline wore off, a deep exhaustion started welling up. While resting, I reviewed the battle just now. 60% contribution. 2 experience points. When I soloed the first goblin, I didn't use the fire extinguisher. The other 3 all took damage from the fire extinguisher, so my contribution dropped. Only got half the experience. Looks like the game rules encourage human effort, not monsters. I took a bite of beef jerky, then a bite of Snickers, trying to recover my energy quickly. Suddenly, I heard a knock at the door. Knock, knock. The act of chewing beef jerky stopped abruptly. I quickly stuffed the rest of the beef jerky into my mouth, grabbed the scimitar with my right hand, quieted my steps, and pressed my back to the door. Who's there? Chun Feng. It's me from 308. Lin Yu and Zhang Wei are here too. Are you okay? A familiar male voice came from outside the door. My mind quickly recalled information about the two. 308 is just diagonally across from me. We usually just say hi in passing. Occasionally exchanged a few words over student council matters. Looks like the commotion I made killing the monsters just now. Let the two of them see me through the glass above the dorm door. They saw me. Alright, so what's this about? I had no intention of opening the door. Chun Feng, I'll be direct with you. We want to team up with you. You can see the situation now. Even though you killed 4 goblins, you got hurt too. If we work together, we can kill monsters more efficiently. The main thing is safety, right? The sound of rain came through the door. Their tone was very sincere. I slightly raised my eyebrows. If the terms are right, I could work with them. I opened the door. The smell of blood and bodies immediately rushed in. Through the crack in the door, I glanced down the hallway. The goblin's body was still lying there. It hadn't disappeared like in a real game. Worth mentioning, the only fire extinguisher left on this floor is now gone. Outside were Lin Yu and Zhang Wei, whom I know. Lin Yu is tall and thin. He wears rimless glasses. Zhang Wei is more muscular. His upper body muscles are clearly defined, holding a grip strengthener in his hand. So how exactly do you want to cooperate? I spoke indifferently. Lin Yu was happy when I responded, quickly laid out his proposal. You probably noticed too. Experience for kills is distributed by contribution. If the 3 of us form a party, we lure the monsters. You ambush them. After subduing the monster, we all participate. Everyone gets their share of XP. That was within my expectations. There are 50,000 people in the chat channel. Not to mention, the internet isn't down yet. It's normal that others killed monsters before I did and bragged about it. It's a common tactic. Sure. I looked into Lin Yu's eyes. How do we split the loot? Lin Yu had clearly anticipated this question. Immediately gave a plan. We'll take turns. If nothing drops, then nothing is given. First drop goes to you. Second to me. Third to Zhang Wei. And so on in order. Totally fair. How about that? I almost laughed out loud. Fair? Seriously? Bro, are you kidding me? If you had the skills, why didn't you step up earlier? Now you're here talking about fairness. Do I look like I'm easy to take advantage of? No way, I shook my head. I'm on a fence. I want half, and all loot of gray or higher quality is mine. As long as I participate in killing monsters for wartime loot, there's a chance to trigger an extra orb drop. If something good does drop, there's no way I'd share it at such a critical point in the game. Not happening. As soon as I said that, Zhang Wei, who was already impatient, exploded. Screw you.
Fuck.
You sure have some nerve. Zhang Wei stepped forward. He couldn't control his voice. It got a lot louder. Who do you think you are? Luring monsters is risking your life out there, while you just hide and ambush, and you expect half the loot. I couldn't be bothered to respond. Just looked at Lin Yu. Zhang Wei only got more worked up, starting to lose his temper. Don't think you were super lucky just now. Killing one monster doesn't make you hot shit. I'm on the school athletics team. You as the vice president of the student council. We're reaching out to team up with you. That's already doing you a favor. Don't push your luck. Lin Yu quickly held Zhang Wei back. With a look of 3 parts apology, 7 parts magnanimity. Zhang Wei, say no more. Sorry about this, Changfeng. Zhang Wei has a short fuse. But his point is valid. Luring monsters is the riskiest job. You just finish them and we split the loot by turn.
It's all luck.
This is honestly the best offer I can make. One plays the good cop, the other the bad cop. They're very coordinated. If I were still that ordinary college student, maybe I'd have given in to social pressure and gone along. But now the athletics team and student council are nothing compared to even a bronze Hextech. Honestly, without me, they lure a monster each. Getting hit once apiece would be the best outcome. If it's that risky, go find someone else. I didn't even bother to argue. Still completely unruffled. See yourselves out. After that, I grabbed the door handle to close the door. Bastard, you've got some nerve. Zhang Wei, seeing how little respect I had for them, became absolutely furious. He grabbed the door frame, tried to wedge his body inside. No way you're closing this door today. Before Zhang Wei could finish, his expression changed dramatically. I didn't waste any words. Put all my strength into my shoulder behind the door and shoved Zhang Wei right out, then slammed the door shut. If Zhang Wei hadn't moved quickly, he would have been hurt. 1.8 times the normal human strength. 1.8. That's the kind of power I have. With a click, I closed the dorm door expressionlessly and locked it with a turn. Outside, Zhang Wei was holding his sore shoulder, staring at the tightly closed wooden door in disbelief. I bet he's got strength above 8. That's a lot of force. It's all right. I'd guess his Hextech level starts at gold. The two of us are just unlucky. Just bronze. Barely any improvement. Otherwise, we'd be grinding monsters already. Lin Yu's face stayed calm, but a trace of jealousy and resentment flashed in his eyes. After that brief interruption, I went back to my seat and resumed, looking for more high-calorie food. After regaining my stamina, I planned to capitalize on my early advantage and start snowballing. Keep looking for opportunities to kill monsters. On the communication platform, the number of users has hit 4,732,650,000. That means over 2,000 people are dead already. That's a death rate above 3%. Keep in mind, even in world wars, death rates rarely exceed 3%. Check the chat for a bit. A few lucky people had already gotten gear, but all the shared items were white, common gear. Barely any stats. No bonus attributes. Opened my phone. First thing that popped up was the carrier's info. An official announcement.
Global Game Survival Guide for Civilians, Early Phase.
Pushed to everyone. 1. Space Safety Principle. After initial tests, monsters mainly show up in open areas and places with big entrances and exits, like streets, plazas, large malls, and rooftops. So far, sealed indoor spaces with closed doors and windows have had monsters spawn. 2. Shelter instructions. You're advised to hide in safe, sealed indoor spaces. Don't make loud noises or release strong odors. You'll attract monsters' attention. If the building you're in has weak defenses or is at risk of being exposed, it's recommended to transfer to an official safe zone after making sure the surrounding area is relatively safe. Currently, large air raid shelters. Police stations and military bases have started establishing safe zones. The following are some emergency guidelines, as well as data on goblins. For example, their HP ranges from 40 to 60. Attack power is around 8 to 12, and so on. I've already looked over these stats. A group chat notification pops up in the dormitory group. Third bro, damn. Guys, are you all okay? Third bro, I'm in the library. A lot of people died here. Third bro, there's a massive black-skinned goblin here. Looks like they're building defenses in the library. I'm looking at the photo of the black-skinned goblin on the screen. My eyes flicker slightly. His muscles are extremely obvious. In the video, he's even directing his underlings. Seems like this is the goblin boss. Which makes sense. I'm the eldest among them, with someone I've known for 4 years. Of course I won't hold back any info.
Hey third bro, don't panic yet.
You must have seen the response guide. You're just unlucky right now. The boss spawned near you. If you have a choice, Move to the middle floors as soon as possible.
If.
The boss plans to turn the place into a base. The lower floors are bound to be cleared out sooner or later. Don't go to the top floor either. Monsters spawn on the roof too. The boss might even break through from the roof to the lower floors. After sending this, another message pops up in the group. Fifth bro. Damn. Things are that wild where you are. It's pretty safe on my end. Not many goblins downstairs here either. Fifth bro sends a video. Jokai, aka Fifth bro, is a true gamer. He usually lives in an apartment complex off campus. Barely ever seen in his rented place. If he's not gaming, he's ordering takeout. Song Ziming, aka Third Bro, is a grad school nerd. He's in the library all day every day. From the video, there are a lot fewer monsters spawning in Jokai's apartment complex. There's probably some special mechanism involved. From the video, there are a lot fewer monsters spawning in Jokai's apartment complex. There's probably some special mechanism involved. I haven't figured it out yet. Third bro, be careful. Fifth bro, if you have a chance, try to kill a monster or two, as long as it's absolutely safe. Early game experience is super valuable. If you fall behind now, you'll always be behind.
Each goblin gives 4 EXP.
Just kill 3 and you level up. Fifth bro gives a wry smile. Fifth bro, big bro. You know me. Fifth bro, I only have 3 strength and 3 constitution. I picked HP boost. Got an extra 15 max HP. So now my HP cap is just 45. Fifth bro, what did you guys pick?
Hex third bro. I chose the sneak.
1 skill gives scabby skin. And quieter footsteps. Footstep sound reduced by 5%. I thought about it, said Mine's a supply item. 3 gold. Got a piece of equipment between blue and gold tier. I didn't mean to brag, but I'm mainly worried about info leaks. Since the global game just started, no one knows how this will play out. Both their hexes are bronze tier, not much help for starting out. With Fifth Bro's weak stats from lack of exercise. If he doesn't get good stat points and fights head on, he'll probably get one-shotted. Fifth Bro, you'd better stay inside. Hunker down, and if you find reliable allies, you could try cooperating. Third Bro, you have to move to the middle floors. Run if you get the chance. I made a rational judgment. No one else replied. All I can do is wish them well. Turned off my phone. I took a deep breath. The high-calorie food is already being converted into energy. My stamina has almost recovered. HP is back to full too. It's still too early to worry about the library boss. You eat a meal 1 bite at a time, and fight monsters 1 by 1. The most important thing right now, while everyone else is still afraid, shaking with fear, is to get as much experience as possible, and snowball your advantage. I tighten my blood-stained machete, and quietly twist open the dorm door. One listen closely. I hear chaotic goblin footsteps downstairs, and sounds of things being smashed. It's a bit far off. Looks like a few goblins wandered in on the first floor. I could probably fight these goblins, but if more rush in from outside, it'll be trouble. I quickly recall the structure of this dorm building. 6 floors in total. The top floor has a metal door leading to the rooftop. Time to do the opposite. I don't go downstairs. Instead, I tread lightly and head upstairs along the stairway. Just as I reach the corner on the 4th floor, I come to a halt. In front of room 402's tightly closed door lies a broken corpse. His throat was slashed by a sharp weapon. Blood pooled all over the floor, probably from the goblin machete in my hand. That's what caused the wound. He'd just escaped back here and got 4 goblins chasing after him. In a way, he's sort of my angel. He helped lure the monsters for me. I walk over and close his eyes. I don't know if there's anyone in that room. All I can do is calmly look at this scene. Survival of the fittest. Only the strong survive. The bloody law of the jungle has never been far from humanity. I kept going up, all the way to the 6th floor. Every fire extinguisher along the way was gone. Not sure if Lin Yu and the others took them all. As soon as I got close to the stairs leading to the rooftop, a burst of noisy, chaotic chattering came through the iron door. I pressed my ear against the door to listen. There were quite a few of them, and they sounded extremely agitated. Clearly, they just randomly respawned on the rooftop. But this rooftop iron door is usually locked by the dorm manager, so they were trapped up there and could only pace around in circles. Honestly, that's pretty nice. I felt a surge of joy. I took a few steps back, glancing down the sixth floor corridor. Luck was on my side. One dorm room door was wide open. There was no one inside. I went in and took the standard issue student desk, then dragged it to the rooftop stairwell, wedging it in front of the door. Hearing the commotion at the door, the goblins on the rooftop got even more restless. They all crowded over. The nearest goblin was already pounding on the door with a weapon. The iron door crackled and banged, but it definitely wouldn't break down for now. I brought over a few more stools and put them on the floor to pin the desk in place. The staircase wasn't wide to begin with the desk blocking it. Even if the iron door was pushed open, it could only make an opening big enough for one person. The key point is, the goblins aren't tall enough. Standing behind the desk, my attack range was right at the goblins' heads, while those dummies could only swing upwards. This is a real classic battlefield choke point strategy right from the game. With everything set up, I stood behind the desk and took a deep breath. Clang, clang, clang. I smashed the door lock hard with the hilt of my curved blade. The chaos outside went silent for a moment, and then came furious scratching and excited screeches. The flimsy sliding bolt was instantly kicked to pieces by me. Bang, the iron door was kicked open. The goblin behind it got knocked to the ground. The excited goblins behind him immediately trampled over him. But what they faced was just a desktop. Ugly green faces looked completely blank. As one of them lifted his head, I brought my blade down on his head with all my strength. 1 HP, green blood splattered everywhere. The goblin let out a piercing scream. Instinctively, it tried to swing its club in retaliation. I stepped back and slashed again, another 1 HP. The goblin in front was left dizzy and dazed from the blows. It tried to back away, but the goblins behind pressed in tight. To go forward, they had to push through my blade and overturn the desk. Retreating was simply impossible. This was a perfect natural EV terrain kill setup. I'm not going easy on any goblins. Time for the slaughter. I cut down 4 goblins in a row, but didn't trigger any war loot so far. Just 1 gray mana orb dropped. I was shouting so much I started to get tired. Finally, the 5th goblin exploded with loot. Defeated a regular goblin for 100% contribution. Gained 4 experience points. A blue mana orb dropped. War loot triggered. An extra gold mana orb was dropped. I found a clean spot and plopped down, gasping for breath, relying on the natural terrain advantage. I managed to grind all 11 goblins stuck on the roof to death. Wore them all out. By the time I was down to the last 2 goblins, even they were scared. I actually had to chase them onto the rooftop just to kill the last 2. My blade broke twice during this process, but that's fine. There were still new ones on the ground. Just pick up the ones that dropped and use them. However, the blades I picked up were different from my main weapon. Goblins dropped stuff you could pick up and use after they died, but it didn't give any extra stat boosts. Same as the ceramic fruit knife I started with. All this heavy swinging left my arm muscles aching. But looking at all the spoils I got, I couldn't help but grin. First off, a whopping 44 experience points. Only 6 points away from leveling up to 2. In total, 5 gray mana orbs dropped. 1 blue mana orb, and 1 gold mana orb. 2 of the gray and 1 of the gold came from War Loot 4. I opened the 3 gray orbs first. Got 3 gold coins, 1 gold coin and 1 gold coin, plus a tent voucher. A few coins, nothing special. But that voucher at the end really surprised me. Tent voucher generates a 1-person tent with constant temperature and humidity inside. Lasts for 12 hours each time you use it. Usages remaining, 3/3. That's awesome, I thought to myself, in the early days of a survival game without a safe house. A thing like this is the best way to guarantee sleep. I put the voucher into my inventory and eagerly clicked on the blue mana orb glowing faintly. Opened a blue mana orb. Gained blue grade weapon. Broken thrust short sword. Broken thrust short sword, weapon grade, blue. Attack power +4. Wind force level 3. Durability, 29/29. Equipment level requirement, 55. Bonus attributes, +1 strength, +1 agility. A cold, gleaming short sword fell into my hand, with a razor-sharp blade. It looked legit right away. I immediately threw the goblin scimitar in my hand aside. Just tossed it away. Didn't bother to glance at it. The loot from the system is definitely better. Now for the main event. I rubbed my hands together. Money, money, let's go. Opened a gold mana orb. Received green grade goblin leather pants. Goblin leather pants material. Leather grade. Green. Defense +4. Attribute resistance +3. Durability 20/20ths. Equipment level requirement LV0. Bonus attribute +2 strength, +1 agility. Running reduces stamina cost by 5%. Equipping 3 out of 5 goblin set pieces. Triggers set bonuses. Nice, I immediately equipped both items and chose to hide the lower appearance. Then open the stat panel. My current stats look ridiculously good. Strength 12, Constitution 7, Agility 7, Spirit 6, Attack 12. Formula, base, 5 plus, Strength -5, X 0.5 plus equipment, items. Increased defense, 19 formula, base, 5 plus, Constitution -5, X 0.5 plus equipment, items. Increase attribute resistance, 7 formula, base, 0 plus, Spirit -5, X 0.5 plus equipment, items. Increase HP 7,380 formula. Constitution by 10 plus level bonus cap, plus equipment, items, boosts. MP 6,060 formula. Spirit X10 plus equipment, items, boosts. Note 1. Round down any decimal values. Note 2. Both defense and attribute resistance. Use percentage-based damage reduction. There will never be an unbreakable defense situation.
Basically,
Regular goblins aren't a threat to me anymore. As long as I don't get surrounded by a huge mob of goblins. I can take on 3 or 4 goblins at the same time with no problem. A real upgrade from makeshift to proper equipment, just as I was eating something. Preparing to lean against the wall for a short rest. Suddenly shouts came from downstairs, followed by the intense sputtering sound of spraying. It seems the fire extinguisher. Lin Yu and Zhang Wei must have successfully formed a team and started using my fire extinguisher tactic. However, the problem with the fire extinguisher tactic is, first, the contribution points are reduced by more than 30% due to the fire extinguisher. Then the remaining points are split between 2 people. Each person only gets a little. If several people split it, they might not even reach the minimum point. After resting for about 10 minutes, my stamina was mostly recovered. I held the broken short sword and walked down the stairs. When I reached the 5th floor, I also saw someone secretly watching me. But now I was splattered with green blood everywhere. My appearance was a bit miserable. After getting past the initial panic, the brave ones or the ambitious ones also started tentatively preparing to launch attacks. I returned to the dormitory. I packed all the snacks I could carry into the crossbody bag. Then I went out. I planned to continue looking for opportunities to expand my advantage. When I went down to the 2nd floor, I saw, behind Lin Yu and Zhang Wei, there were 3 boys I didn't know, standing in the hallway. In front of them lay 3 corpses of ordinary goblins, having just killed the monsters. They were all excited, seeing me come down. As soon as Zhang Wei saw it was me, he deliberately swung the goblin curved knife in his hand. "Hey, isn't this our great master Chun Feng? Did you hear the noise and come down to pick up the scraps?" The little confidence he gained from just killing monsters instantly inflated into arrogance. This is also normal. Under the influence of excitement, people are controlled by hormones. Lin Yu pushed up his glasses. His eyes swept over the short sword in my hand. After confirming it wasn't a goblin's product, a hint of caution flashed in his eyes. With a smile on his lips, he warmly said, "Chun Feng, we learned from you and used the fire extinguisher to kill monsters. It succeeded immediately. You're amazing. This is to butter me up first, making it hard for me to get angry. If I ask for the fire extinguisher back, the next step would be moral kidnapping. There are 5 of us, and you're alone, etc. But I don't need this thing anymore." "Is that so?" Then you continue. I didn't affirm or deny, and couldn't be bothered to deal with them. "What are you pretending for? Now we can kill monsters too. Are you planning to fight all 5 of us by yourself?" Seeing my dismissive attitude, Zhang Wei became even more angry. He reached out to block me with the curved knife. A cold gleam of light flashed from my hand without warning. Clang, clatter. The curved knife in Jiang Wei's hand was cleanly cut in two. Then this short sword was pressed against Jiang Wei's head. If I just slightly twist my wrist, what gets cut off would be Jiang Wei's neck. I'm sorry, Chanfeng. I'm sorry. Lin Yu's face instantly turned pale. He immediately stepped forward and lowered his stance to the minimum. Jiang Wei, what are you crazy about? Quickly apologized to Chen Feng. For the sake of us all being classmates. Chen Feng, please don't take it personally with him. He intentionally didn't hold Jiang Wei back, mainly to let Jiang Wei test me, to see if the weapon in my hand was something dropped by the system. Once he found out, he immediately apologized. Not only was there no loss, but it also made Jiang Wei feel that he was being considerate. I saw through all these little schemes. No other meaning. Just to tell him not to block the way. I gently patted Jiang Wei's stiff cheek with the flat of the sword. Then I turned and walked straight to the first floor. Descending to the first floor lobby, the goblins in the hallway had just been lured upstairs by Jiang Wei and the others. At this moment, it was empty. I was just about to look through the glass to observe the situation outside.
Buzz.
The phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated urgently. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar local number. Now, communications haven't completely collapsed. The base stations are still operating. After all, the goblins' targets are mostly living beings. Destruction is just a side thing. I answered the phone. Hello, is this Chen Feng? This is Liu Ting. I just saw you killing goblins on the rooftop. A girl suppressing panic came from the other end of the phone. In the background, there were faint sobbing sounds. I had some impression of this name. She was my classmate. But university classmates, apart from attending major classes together, are just nodding acquaintances. I walked behind the glass door of the first floor lobby, toward the opposite, and looked at the girls' dormitory building across an internal street. The two buildings are about 30 meters apart. When I was killing monsters on the rooftop earlier, it was normal to be seen from the opposite side. Me? What is it? I said in a flat tone. I'm right across from you in the know. 3 girls' dormitory building. Can you come over and save us? It was chaotic outside just now. Many girls were screaming and running into the building on the street, attracting the nearby goblins, all into our dormitory building. Now we're all trapped in our rooms. You're so powerful, and there are plenty of monsters here to fight. Liu Ting's voice became more and more urgent, even taking on a hint of an entitled tone. With a commanding tone, my gaze passed through the glass, coldly scanning the street outside. On the originally clean campus street, at a glance, there were at least 40 or 50 goblins roaming. Some of them were gnawing on the corpses on the ground. Others, aimlessly smashing the shared bikes by the roadside. And everything else they could see. What benefit can I get? I asked back unhurriedly. Liu Ting on the other end clearly faltered. She seemed completely unprepared for me to ask this. Her voice sounded again. Benefit? What time is it now? You're still negotiating conditions? We're all classmates. You're a guy. Shouldn't you protect us girls? How can you be so cold-blooded and selfish? If you can't offer anything, I'll hang up. With an expressionless face, I prepared to press the end call button. This kind of low-level moral kidnapping and abusive rhetoric was simply wasting my phone's battery for me? Wait, Chen Feng. Don't hang up. Suddenly, there was a noise of struggling over the phone on the other end. Then a clearly, more calm and pleasant voice came through. Hello, Chen Feng. This is Su Yutong. Hearing this name, a tall figure appeared in my mind. The regular female host of the school's major events, recognized as a school bell-level figure. Just now, she lost control of her emotions. Sorry, now I'll talk to you. Su Yutong's voice, though carrying a slight tremble. But her logic was exceptionally clear. I've got something good in my hands. If you can help me, it's yours. Now, I'm interested.
Tell me more.
Now you've got my attention. Tell me, I'm a golden hex beastmaster. I got an ownerless egg, carrying this egg with me. If I gain a total of 100 experience points, it will hatch. Right now, I can't even kill a single monster. This egg would just be wasted in my hands. Su Yutong spoke at lightning speed. So my condition is, You need to help me reach level 1. So I have basic self-defense abilities. If you clear out the monsters here, I can give you the pet egg first. I paused for a moment. A golden hex is really valuable, and it's an incredibly rare type of pet, although hatching it is a bit of a gamble. But with my current monster hunting speed, getting 100 XP will only take a day. What makes you think I won't just take it and back out? I asked over the phone. Su Yutong seemed to bite her lip gently. Her tone suddenly softened, with a slight hint of playful teasing. Because you're awesome. You're brave enough to hunt monsters on the rooftop alone. I can't do anything myself, compared to those guys too scared to even leave their rooms. I'd rather trust you any day. A rational deal sweetened with a perfect touch of vulnerability. This woman really is smart. Deal. What floor are you on? 5th floor, room 514. I've blocked the dorm door with my bed. There are monsters banging on the door outside. Come quickly. I hung up the phone, slipped the phone into my pocket. If I want to get to the girls' dorm, I'll have to cross this entire street full of 40 or 50 wandering goblins. Charging straight in would be suicide. Even with my high stats, I couldn't withstand non-stop attacks. My gaze landed at the entrance of the hall, on a few large green plastic dumpsters. These dumpsters are designed for easy collection, with wheels at the bottom. A breakout plan quickly formed in my mind. I crouched down, moved quickly, and unlocked the brakes on the wheels of 3 large dumpsters.
Click.
Go! I put all my strength into it, and shoved the 3 dumpsters in different directions down the street. I pushed as hard as I could, rumbling hard. The plastic wheels rolling on the asphalt made an enormous noise. Garbage came spilling out, scattering everywhere. The dull-witted goblins were immediately drawn to the sudden noise. Many of the goblins shrieked and chased after the 3 towering garbage bins, each taller than them. They ran after them, seizing the moment when the monsters were scattered and a gap appeared. I sprang out of the lobby like a cheetah. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. They didn't even react at first, and the goblins chasing the bins watched me run by, still too slow to react. In just a few seconds, I had crossed the street and dove straight into the girls' dorm across the way, through the half-open first-floor door. Inside the main entrance, 2 wandering goblins were waiting. There happened to be 2 goblins wandering inside the gate. They turned their heads when they heard the noise. Instead of retreating, I advanced. The short sword in my hand flashed a cold, sharp light. Splat. One precise strike pierced the first goblin's heart. Then, with a twist of my wrist, I opened up a huge hole. Critical hit, 32 HP, critical hit, 29 HP. Just 2 strikes finished off this goblin. That's the benefit of system weapons. You can trigger all kinds of effects. Only then did the other goblin swing its club at me. I barely dodged. With a backhanded slash, I struck its head. 18 HP. This goblin's eyes suddenly cleared up. It immediately turned to run. There's no way I let him get away. I quickly followed up with 3 more strikes. Took it out instantly. HP bar, 15 HP, 13 HP. 19 HP, no loot drop. No treasures dropped either. But the experience they gave me was just enough to level me up to LV2. EXP is full. Level up. Current level. LV2. Constitution +1. HP cap +10. Current HP 100/100. Gained 1 free attribute point. A warm current washed over my whole body again. With the level up, my constitution automatically increased by 1. Looks like the stats you gain on level up might be random, or maybe related to how I fight. I still put that free attribute point into strength. When my strength reached 13, my attack power also increased by 1. Now at 13 points. Right at that moment, a brand new system notification popped up on my retina. System, you have killed a total of 17 goblins. 3 more goblin kills needed to unlock a milestone. My eyes lit up. So there are milestones in this game too. I wonder what special title or reward I'll get when I unlock it. Just then, a sudden roar came from upstairs, followed by a huge crashing sound. Help! A heart-wrenching scream. Then came the excited shrieks of the goblins. I frowned. After all, I've already taken out 18 goblins. But this is the first time I've heard a roar like that. I cautiously made my way to the second floor, peeking my head out for a quick look. My steps instantly halted. There was a clearly larger goblin in the hallway, waving a blood-stained giant club wildly. It seemed to be showing off its strength. Its muscles were bulging, covered in strange blood-red markings. This was something I'd never seen before. The dorm room door beside it had been smashed open. The screams from the girls inside were growing weaker and weaker. Clearly, things weren't looking good. I frowned. A mutant ape-like creature? No, this is a blood goblin. It's not like the one old third filmed. The goblin chieftain from the video. This is a blood goblin. It's not like the one old third filmed. The goblin chieftain from the video. It's not nearly as brawny, nor is it that intelligent. But its stats must still be high. I quickly decided to skip the second floor. I kept climbing up the stairs, just reached the third floor, when something jumped out from behind a pile of junk at the stairwell corner. Suddenly, a green shadow leaped out. Ambush. I didn't react in time. I took a hit squarely on my left arm. Damn! A burning pain shot through my arm. My expression instantly turned cold. Don't panic when you get hit. Strike back if you get the chance. That was a rule I learned back in elementary school when I was bullied. A trick I picked up for street fights. Enduring the pain, I struck back 3 times in quick succession. Effortlessly finished off the goblin. I glanced down at my left arm, feeling a bit dizzy, leaning against the cold wall. I looked at the wound on my left arm, blood oozing out. Took a deep breath. Luckily, it's not a bad wound. Losing 4 HP. With my current max HP of 100, that's nothing. But this bleeding status effect is like a slap in the face. I closed my eyes. Time for some serious reflection. Why would I get ambushed by such a low-level monster? Because after getting combat treasure and a blue weapon, I got overconfident without even realizing it. Also, the lure of the gold-level hex was clouding my judgment. I was blinded by greed. In the end, I could only smile wryly to myself, no matter how much I hate to admit it. I have to face that tiny ripple deep inside my heart. That little coquettish call for help from Su Yutong really triggered the performance instinct of a 22-year-old guy like me. It brought out my male instincts. For the last 22 years, I've been just a regular guy with pretty bad luck. It's not like good luck and sudden strength make me invincible. That's just normal when it comes to romance. I'm still a newbie, but in this game, any distraction could cost me my life. I quickly wrapped up my self-reflection, then ripped my shirt to bandage the wound. Now the bleeding effect is down to every 3 minutes 1 HP. Total damage reduced from 30 HP to 20 HP. Not bad. System also reminds me to avoid any intense activity that could make the wound worse. I pushed aside those chaotic thoughts, lowered my stance again, and continued upward. 3rd floor, 4th floor. I was extremely careful with every step, avoiding the wandering goblin's notice. All the way to the 5th floor. Su Yutong's dorm is 514. At the far end of this floor, the dorm building layout is in A shape. No matter what, I've got to break in. I scanned the area. There are 9 goblins in the 5th floor hallway. 9 goblins in total on this floor. 9 goblins on the 5th floor hallway. A total of 9 goblins on the 5th floor. I took out my phone and texted Lu Ting's number. I'm here. Make some noise to get their attention. Okay, give me a second. By the way, this is Su Yutong. Looks like Su Yutong is now in charge of their dorm room situation. Soon after, there was a loud crash from the window glass of dorm 514. They smashed the glass too. Throw out a Bluetooth speaker. It immediately started playing an electronic song in midair. Some goblins came over to check it out. But instead, hearing the electronic music, they lost interest. Turn it off. This song sucks. Next one. I sent another text. Okay, just got your message. The speaker switched to a soft love song. The goblins still weren't moved. Still not working, try another. This time it switched again. And suddenly, a highly suggestive moan came from inside. All 9 goblins in the hall went wild at once. They were instantly drawn to the sound. One of them even started licking the speaker. This is my chance. I closed in from behind. Pick up the fire extinguisher nearby. Pull out the safety pin. Spray it hard at the group of goblins with their backs to me. A white cloud of powder instantly fills the corridor. I throw the extinguisher at the goblins, grab my short sword and charge straight in. They lose sight of me. The goblins, choking on the irritant powder, are completely helpless like lambs to the slaughter. I act like a merciless executioner. My sword swings swiftly, even with an injury on my left arm. With my high 13 attack power and the sharp blue short sword, these regular goblins are cut down effortlessly, in less than 2 minutes. Except for my heavy breathing in the corridor, there's not a single living thing left standing. The only cost was getting hit twice. Lost 6 HP. Maybe because the extinguisher controlled the area. At least a third of the credits were taken. The loot drop rate wasn't very high this time. Only 3 gray magic orbs dropped from 9 goblins. Fortunately, the war loot system is still reliable. Triggered 2 bonus drops. But they were all gray magic orbs too. I clicked all 5 gray magic orbs open. Got 9 gold coins. Earned a food voucher. Not much. Pretty basic. Right after that, a striking golden notification appeared before my eyes. System. You have now killed more than 20 goblins in total. Milestone mission completed. You earned the title, Goblin Slayer. Title effect. Deal increased damage to all goblinoid monsters. Increases by 5%. Unlocks the bestiary feature. Can check anytime. Specific stats for monsters of the same type you've killed. Kill 78 more goblins. To unlock the next level title. Nice. A 5% independent damage boost. Plus the know your enemy bestiary function. Makes battles much safer going forward. I knocked on the door frame. It's me, Chanfeng. A sound of heavy things shifting came from inside the room. Then the iron door was opened slightly. Once they confirmed it was me, the door opened fully. A pale face, yet still stunningly beautiful, appeared. It was Su Yutong. I usually just watch from the audience. But seeing her up close now, she truly lives up to her reputation as the campus beauty. When she saw me, her face lit up with joy. Amazing. Master Chun, no wonder I believed in you. I got straight to the point and explained the current situation. I've cleared out all the regular monsters on the 5th floor. The others on different floors aren't a threat to me. But there's a mutant monster on the 2nd floor. I'm not sure of its stats. Can't guarantee I can take it. Now you have 2 choices. Before I finish speaking, the door suddenly swings wider. Su Yutong grabs my right arm and pulls me into the dorm with force. She immediately locks the door. Her chest rises and falls slightly. She lowers her voice. Still couldn't hide the fear in her tone. If you mean the one with the red markings, it just got to the stairs. I didn't doubt her, and quickly locked the door. Su Yutong has no reason to lie to me. If that blood-marked goblin really shows up, then it's a fight for our lives. Before I finish speaking, thud, 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 a series of heavy, menacing footsteps finally stopped outside dorm 514. All 5 people inside the dorm could hear the monster's rough, stinky breathing. A furious roar suddenly pierced the door. Boom! The door shook violently. A large dent appeared right in the center. It started smashing the door. Quick, push the desk, wardrobe, and luggage against the door. We have to block it. The 4 girls in the dorm, except for Su Yutong, barely staying calm. The other 3 were already panicking because of the door banging, hearing my firm orders. Finally snapped them out of it. Survival instincts temporarily beat their fear. The girls scrambled to their feet, dragging the heavy metal bunk beds and the solid wood wardrobe full of clothes, plus a big suitcase, all piled against the door. My left arm is injured, so I have to brace the door with my right arm. My mind is racing. This is the 5th floor, about 15 meters above the ground, with my 13 strength and 8 constitution. If I climb down barehanded, using the AC units and balconies as footholds, escaping wouldn't be too hard. But for the 4 girls in here, it's basically impossible. Falling from more than 10 meters up might not mean instant death, but they'll definitely be badly hurt and die without treatment. There's no way they'd survive. Besides, if Su Yutong dies, I'll never get that pet egg. Gotta put it all on the line, Chanfeng. Think of something, Su Yutong urged anxiously. We can't hold the door forever. Thought we just had a shot at survival, but never expected a nightmare right after. Bang, bang. The banging at the door grew more intense. The door's latch spring was starting to snap with a metallic twang. We must find a way to break through. My eyes darted quickly around the cramped, messy girls' dorm. Suddenly, my gaze landed on some of the girls' desks. All of you, fill the kettles right now. Boil water, quick. I turned and barked. Su Yutong didn't know my plan, but she knew questioning the leader now was suicide. She's got serious execution skills. Immediately grabbed hers and her roommate's kettles, rushed to the balcony sink, turned on the faucet. What's the boiling water for? Chun Feng, you really are trouble. This is all your fault. I won't let you off even if I die. Liu Ting, on the side, lost it completely, staring at the bending security door and listening to the monster pounding outside. She broke down emotionally. It was like panic was spreading. Another girl started screaming. Ah, Chun Feng! Are you even a man? Why don't you go out and kill the monster? This classic blame shifting and the ear-piercing screams, in a life-or-death crisis, is just as annoying as nails on a chalkboard. Bam, bam, bam. Su Yutong plugged in the kettles, and then gave two loud, crisp slaps, firmly, on Liu Ting and the other girls' faces. Shut up. Su Yutong's delicate face was cold as ice, staring them down, screaming in here. Does nothing except drain the battery? We're not dead yet. If you don't want to die, go boil water. Those two slaps seemed to wake them up. They shakily grabbed their kettles and went to fill water. I glanced at Su Yutong in surprise. This campus belle is ruthless and decisive. Her emotions are extremely stable. Boiling water can scald goblins. I looked at the 6 kettles whose red heating lights were already on. They were starting to heat up. I quickly explained my tactics to them. The fire extinguisher I just grabbed releases an incredibly cold temperature when sprayed. It can reach around -70 degrees Celsius. As long as we hold on until the water boils, you guys throw the boiling water first. And I'll use the fire extinguisher to deal secondary damage. If it works, I'll do my best to kill him. The kettles started making bubbling sounds. But at this moment, the door was on the verge of collapse. Now it's a test of endurance. Ugh. A regular green-skinned goblin stepped on the blood-marked goblin's shoulder and climbed through the previously shattered ventilation window that Su Yutong broke. He squeezed half his body in, staring at the room full of women. His ugly face was full of greed. He even drooled foul-smelling saliva. Courting death, I leaped onto the desk blocking the door. The broken short sword in my hand turned into a streak of ghostly blue light. I leaped onto the desk blocking the door. With the broken short sword in my hand, it turned into a streak of ghostly blue light. I hacked repeatedly. Thud, thud, thud. The corpse of the regular goblin who tried to get in first collapsed powerlessly backward out the window. Killed regular goblin, gained 4 experience points. No war loot dropped, war treasure not triggered. Drop rate is accumulating. Next came an extremely long 4 minutes of suffocating tension. The lock had been completely destroyed. In the center of the door, the blood-marked goblin's huge club smashed a basketball-sized hole. The only reason our defense hasn't fallen yet is because we're desperately holding the barricade of desks, chairs, cabinets, and the 5 of us pushing with all our might. Bang! Another heavy blow. The hole in the middle of the door widened again. Through the hole, everyone in the dorm could clearly see the blood-marked goblin's threatening physique. Su Yutong hesitated not one bit. She filled a plastic basin with water. A strange smell started coming from it. Su Yutong signaled for me to go all out as well. Muscles bulged on her right arm, firmly pushing the bruised, caving-in door back to a closed position. We bought a valuable 3 seconds of stability. Then, a basin of boiling water was poured onto the blood-marked goblin. Splash. The boiling water instantly drenched the entire head of the blood-marked goblin, his neck and broad chest. He let out a piercing, miserable shriek that instantly resounded throughout the entire 5th floor. In the hallway, large patches of dark green skin cracked open, with half his upper body suffering severe burns. At this moment, I had already pulled out the fire extinguisher's pin. My thumb pressed down hard and firmly on the handle without any hesitation. Go to hell! A cloud of gas at over minus 70 degrees Celsius burst out. In an instant, it covered the blood-marked goblin who was badly scalded by boiling water. A tooth-curdling sizzle sounded in the hallway. It was like throwing red-hot iron into ice-cold water at a steel mill. Extreme heat turned to extreme cold in an instant. Thermal expansion and contraction in physics showed its horrifying destructive power on living flesh. The blood-marked goblin let out a distorted, pained howl. The exposed skin on his chest and face was cracking open on a large scale at this moment. Flesh and skin curled up, practically turning into a mess of rotten meat. Finish him off while he's down. My eyes were icy cold. Not hesitating 1 second, with the blue short sword in my hand, I aimed through the hole in the door and struck twice like a viper into his wide-open wounds. 19 HP, 20 HP. This damage is higher than what I did to a regular goblin. Apparently, the fire and ice combo from earlier completely broke through his defenses. The blood-marked goblin went berserk from the pain and couldn't even hold onto his club. It fell to the floor. The other regular goblins in the hallway, seeing their leader badly wounded, instantly lost all morale and scattered in retreat. Other regular goblins in the hallway saw their leader seriously wounded. Their morale instantly collapsed. They scattered and ran. Only the ones up front got blinded within the range of the fire extinguisher spray. Their vision was impaired. They flailed around like headless chickens. I yanked the table blocking the door aside, then turned to look at Su Yutong, who's gasping for air. Are you in? After that life or death stand just now, the fear in Su Yutong's eyes had turned to fierceness. He didn't hesitate at all. He nodded firmly. All right. I shoved the broken door open and dashed straight out. The blood-marked goblin, though wounded and retreating, was still vicious. When it heard the door open, it immediately swung its thick arm, throwing a heavy punch at me. I had seen it coming. I shifted my steps, easily dodging, timing it as we passed each other. The short sword in my hand flashed blue and sliced precisely at its neck. Critical hit. 30 HP. Green blood sprayed everywhere. The blood-marked goblin let out a ragged hiss, completely losing its will to fight. It turned and sprinted for the stairs. Its massive body barreled forward, knocking over a cluster of blind goblins in its way.
Taking plenty down.
I followed up with a sharp elbow, sending the only remaining regular goblin nearby crashing hard to the floor. Then I took off after the blood-marked goblin. He's all yours. Su Yutong took a deep breath, then charged forward. Picking up the curved blade dropped by the goblin on the ground, he gritted his teeth and began hacking like crazy at the neck of the goblin that still hadn't gotten up. He chopped wildly. He just didn't have much strength, so it looked more like he was chopping wood. Meanwhile, I chased down the blood-marked goblin, slashing repeatedly with my short sword. 15 HP, 14 HP, 16 HP. I had already taken off 114 HP. The blood-marked goblin still wasn't out of health. It ran all the way to the stairwell corner, missed a step, and tumbled right down the stairs. I chased after, leaping high, using the height difference of the steps, and brought my sword down hard in a swooping strike. SHK, the short sword went right into its skull. Critical hit. 40 HP this time. The blood-marked goblin went completely berserk in its violent thrashing. It managed to punch me hard in the back. Took 6 HP from a physical attack. I fought back, spinning the blade, widening the wound. That punch just now, if it had hit a regular person, it would have probably snapped their spine, leaving them paralyzed right there. Die already. I took 2 more punches and a kick, but finally managed to kill it. Killed mutant elite blood-marked goblin. Contribution, 51%. Gained 35 experience points. A golden magic orb dropped. War treasure triggered. Also dropped a diamond magic orb. Diamond level. I caught my breath. My heart almost skipped a beat. Don't flaunt your wealth. As fast as I possibly could, I put both advanced magic orbs into the warehouse. As fast as I possibly could, I put both advanced magic orbs into the warehouse. Then I opened the golden magic orb first. Goblin leather shoes, material, leather, armor grade, green. Defense +3, resistance +2. Durability 20/20ths, equipment level requirement. LV0. Bonus attribute, +1 strength, +2 agility, running speed +5%. Really lucky. I put it on, and it just triggered the set bonus. Goblin set 3/5. All attributes +1. Spend 5 gold coins to summon a regular goblin. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Then I open the diamond orb. Skill book, Bloody Thirst. Adds an extra 10% of this attack's damage. After the skill ends, your stamina is consumed based on the recovery value. A typical double-edged sword skill. I have no skills right now. I'm not at the point where I can be picky yet. Of course I'm learning this skill. Even if the price is HP, it could at least be my trump card. Besides, this skill also provides a healing effect. It can't magically turn back time, but should be enough for high-intensity combat. Although my stats are still lacking, one more point needed before I can learn this skill. Back in the hallway, Su Yutong was standing there panting heavily. Another girl who hadn't said a word all along, just silently followed directions. She was holding the steel fire extinguisher, keeping control. She watched the 2 remaining goblins on the floor, ready to hit hard if either tried to get up. Surprised that she didn't need my help. This side was under control too. All done, Su Yutong asked. All done, a mutant elite. Already killed. I watched her cut down the 4th goblin and move on to the 5th. From a dorm room at the end of the hall, a gutsy girl, hearing it had quieted down outside, cracked the door open to try to peek out and check. Su Yutong suddenly turned around, her face stained with green blood, and those murderous eyes stared her down hard. The girl shivered in fear and quickly shut the door tight again. After all, this was Su Yutong's monster-killing opportunity, bought with a golden ranked hex. She clearly wasn't about to let others cash in, not even watch. The 5th goblin was cut down. A warm golden light glowed from Su Yutong's body. She had leveled up. Su Yutong let out a long breath, picked up the 2 gray orbs dropped by the goblins. She glanced at me, said nothing more, and switched straight to the system panel. She pulled a mysterious patterned egg, about the size of 2 palms from the warehouse. Kept her word. Su Yutong wiped the blood off her face, her eyes bright. It's yours now. I reached out and took the pet egg covered in mysterious patterns. Item obtained. Unhatched pet egg. I happily stored the egg in my system warehouse. Transaction completed. Your left arm wound has split open. Su Yutong's gaze fell on my hastily bandaged left arm. The blood seeping out from the fierce fighting before had already soaked the bandage red. I'm a nursing major. There just happens to be a first aid kit in the dorm. Let me redress your wound, and you should get some rest too. I checked my status screen. My bleeding left arm was in a moderately torn state. If Su Yutong hadn't said something, I wouldn't even have noticed. The wound had gotten worse again. Thanks, I appreciate it. I nodded and followed Su Yutong into dorm 514. The dorm was a complete mess. The 2 girls who got slapped earlier were behaving this time, quietly cleaning up the mess. Su Yutong found a white medical kit. She let me sit on her bed. There's no anesthesia. You'll have to tough it out. I laughed and said it's fine. Just go ahead and put the medicine on. I guess I'm playing Guan Yu for once. Actually, my constitution stat of 9 is why she felt confident saying that. Su Yutong skillfully cut off the shredded fabric on my arm, disinfecting with hydrogen peroxide. I sat in a chair while she applied medicine, letting her handle the wound as she wished. I only frowned a bit during the disinfecting. To keep up this tough act, my attention was focused on the newly acquired Goblin Slayer title. I tapped open the unlocked encyclopedia feature. Checked the 2 types of monsters I just killed. Monster Encyclopedia, regular goblin. Level, LV1. Stats, Strength 4, Constitution 4. Agility 5, Spirit 2, HP 40 to 65 MP. 1525. Attack Power 9 to 11. Defense 4 to 5. Attribute Resistance 4-5. Monster Encyclopedia, Blood Pattern Goblin. Mutated Elite. Level, LV3. Stats, Strength 12, Constitution 15. Agility 9, Spirit 3, HP 200 to 250 MP. 50 to 75. Attack power 20 to 25. Defense 15 to 20. Attribute. Resistance 1015. Skill, B tier skill, Bloodlust. Hunger feeding. C tier skill, Brutal charge. Judging from the stats, regular goblins pose no threat to me, as long as I don't rush into the mob and try to go wild. My current combat strength overwhelms them completely, but the blood pattern goblin's current stats. I estimate that fighting 1v1 doesn't guarantee a win. It's not like I'll definitely lose. But if the blood pattern goblin is fully healthy and activates bloodlust, its stats will completely crush mine. If I hadn't used the wastewater and fire extinguisher combo, I would have had no chance against the blood pattern goblin. In a cramped space, the best way to deal with regular goblins is through terrain kills. I started explaining in detail how to design terrain kill strategies. It's part of our deal. I have to teach Su Yutong how to protect herself. Just like we did earlier. Block off a closed space like the stairs with a desk board, leaving only a gap or high spot where they can't squeeze through. The advantage of attacking from high ground is enormous. As long as you don't get greedy, killing regular goblins is pretty easy. Su Yutong carefully dabbed ointment with a cotton swab, listening intently, occasionally nodding in agreement, asking for details. Experience earned at the risk of your life like this is more valuable than anything. The medicine's on. Just need to finish up by wrapping with a bandage. Just then, Su Yutong's phone suddenly vibrated on the desk. The caller ID showed Deputy Director Wang. Su Yutong glanced at the phone, then looked at me. Go ahead and answer, I'm not in a hurry. Meanwhile, a notification popped up on my retina display. Professional medical treatment received. Bleeding status greatly relieved. HP no longer dropping. Remaining self-healing time, 15 minutes. Anyway, I need to wait for my stamina to recover. Don't care whether the bandage is wrapped or not. Su Yutong pressed the answer button and put it on speaker. Hello, Yutong? Where are you right now? Are you safe? On the other end of the line came a middle-aged man's, slightly greasy but concerned voice. You could faintly hear the crackle of radio static in the background. Director Wang, I'm in my dorm. Su Yutong replied calmly. The dorm's too dangerous. I'm over in the administration building now. It's very safe here. The security department staff are all here, and they're fully equipped. Several guards have already leveled up to level 1. Deputy Director Wang's voice dropped low, hinting at a sense of urgency, with a subtle undertone. It's too risky for you to be alone over there. Come find me as soon as you can. As long as you make it here, I promise. Security will definitely make your safety their top priority. No need for you to worry about me. Director Wang Su Yutong cut him off. There's a guy here helping me now, and I'm safe. She hung up without hesitation. The atmosphere in the dorm became a bit awkward for a moment. Su Yutong picked up the bandage, wrapping it around my wound, then explained casually. That old creep has hinted at a few hidden rules with me before. I didn't know how to respond at first. Comforting her isn't necessary, and criticizing him is pointless. I blurted out, did he ever succeed? Su Yutong was momentarily stunned, gave me a glare. What do you think? I immediately focused my gaze on my nose. Nose to heart, Su Yutong pursed her lips, and couldn't help mumbling to herself. Shouldn't he be pretending not to look at me now, but secretly glancing at me, while I'm pretending not to look at him, but responding to every glance? So we get that ambiguous vibe? How did it end up like this? Su Yutong tied the bandage into a butterfly knot in no time, and grumbled, okay? I responded, thanks. After that, we both fell silent, and started scrolling on our phones. Just then, the official account released another update, the follow-up to the Global Games Civilians Early Response Guide. I quickly browsed through the key info. This guide was extremely detailed, focusing on goblin weaknesses, such as their short stature, and their strong urge to attack and capture human females. The authorities encouraged neighbors to cooperate. In theory, if you overcome your fear, 2 adult men armed with long-handled weapons can fight together in tight quarters and kill a regular goblin without injury, or wrestle a goblin on the ground after knocking it down. Since goblins aren't very strong, so it's easier to finish them off. Also, the authorities announced that unless necessary, like a lack of clothes, food, water, or power, Don't go to crowded shelters anymore. They're dangerous. And the number of monsters appearing is directly related to population density in the area. Goblins can also mutate in two ways. When monsters in an area are killed, and their numbers exceed a certain threshold, it's easy for a blood pattern goblin mutation to appear. When the monster population reaches another threshold, another variant is likely to appear, the goblin chief. So that's how it works. Which explains why I ran into the blood pattern goblin. Such detailed data sorting and monster behavior analysis, published in just a few hours, could only be accomplished by the government. I rested for about 20 minutes, and my stamina mostly recovered. My HP was still 8 points short of full. But it didn't really matter. Now my HP cap is 100, so 10 points is plenty. I helped Su Yutong set up the terrain kill arrangement on the stairs using a desk, then watched as Su Yutong cleared 4 wandering goblins from the 6th floor. Su Yutong was incredibly lucky. She got a total of 4 magic orbs, 3 chests, all coins. The last chest has equipment. Goblin curved dagger, weapon quality white. Attack +2, sharpness level 1. Durability 21/21, equipment level limit, LV1. Early on, the most important gear is definitely a weapon and upper armor. One gives attack power, and the other gives the highest defense. Once I confirmed Su Yutong could protect herself, the deal was completely done. Only then did I leave the girls' dorm building. After I left, Liu Ting asked Su Yutong what to do next. After the life and death battle with the blood-marked goblin, Su Yutong was like reborn from the ashes. She started to grow stronger from a mere pretty face. Ambition sparkled in her eyes. This place is under my control now. After leaving the girls' dorm, I had a clear goal. Today I need to find somewhere to grind 100 XP and hatch my pet egg. But following the pattern the official guide posted, places like schools with high population density are giant powder kegs right now. The more monsters you kill, the higher the chance of spawning elite mutants. One mistake and it's game over. I need a spot with fewer monsters and people to take things slow. I stand in the first floor lobby and glance outside toward the campus gates. Suddenly, someone pops into my mind. Our 5th roommate, Zhou Kai. He's renting an apartment in a nearby neighborhood. Not many people live there usually, and there are quite a few seniors. I immediately pull out my phone and make a voice call to Zhou Kai. He picks up instantly. Clearly, he's glued to his phone watching the news. Whoa, boss, you actually have time to call me? How's the monster hunt going? Smooth as ever. I'm heading there to rescue you. How are things in your neighborhood right now? I keep it short. Damn, you really are my bro. Zhou Kai suddenly sounds excited. My neighborhood's pretty stable right now. Only 2 deaths reported in the owner's group chat so far. Both were old men out for a walk, didn't react in time. Everyone's staying home and nobody goes downstairs. Goblins are just wandering all over outside the building. A few got into 2 building hallways. Snuck in some goblins. The security team is looking for help in the group chat, planning a squad to clear them out. After the deadliest initial phase, groups have started organized monster hunts. That's pretty normal. That does make me feel a bit of pressure. I'm heading over now. Send me your location. When I'm there, help me keep an eye on what's happening downstairs. I'll let you know when I get back. No problem, boss. Give me a minute. Zhou Kai slaps his thigh on the other end. He starts rummaging around. I just bought a drone a few days ago. Plan to shoot some vlogs. Now's the perfect time to use it. Let me check the straight line distance. It can go up to 2 kilometers at max. That's more than enough. Bro, I'll be your dedicated tactical commander today. Zhou Kai is a gaming veteran. He plays all kinds of games, especially FPS games. He's reached the top rankings in lots of games. I trust both his calls and his awareness. Drone boot up and camera are working fine. Boss, what's your position? I'm already flying over the dorm building, by the vending machine next to dorm 3. Boss, why are you at the girls' dorm? Cut the crap and just share your location. Okay. Wallhack activated, with Zhou Kai's directions. I avoid the main goblin group perfectly. I run into 2 goblins on their own. Zhou Kai tells me I can sneak past, but I just rush over and kick one down, then slash the one on the ground 3 times and kill it. The other one tries to get up, but I cut it down with 2 attacks. Killed. Normal goblin by 2. Gained 8 XP. No loot. War treasure event didn't trigger. Drop rate accumulating. Holy crap. That was awesome. Joe Kai's excited voice sounds totally different in my headset. Boss, your TTK is insanely low. Did you really just one-shot them? That was total noob stomping. What a beast. If you see more lone ones, just tell me where they are right away. I should be able to one-shot up to 3 at a time. I keep going, killing 7 more solo goblins in a row. I smoothly reached the edge of the school, with 15 points in strength plus 10 points in agility. I just needed a strong running start. Both hands grabbed onto the top of the wall. I pushed up with my arms. I easily flipped myself over, landed steadily, and arrived at the main road outside. A strong smell of blood and burning rushed toward me. The large street in front of me looked absolutely gruesome, because the initial monster invasion happened in open, unobstructed areas, spawning the most monsters. On the wide road, dozens of cars were smashed and stopped all over the place. A pile-up scene. More than a dozen vehicles were still burning. Bloodstains and corpses scattered everywhere caught the eye, as well as torn clothing and debris. Groups of goblins wandered between abandoned cars, searching for anything edible, letting out shrill, weird cries from time to time. Boss, there are at least 30 or 40 green skins at the intersection ahead. There's absolutely no way we can charge through. Head toward the row of greenery on your left. At 3 o'clock, that bus and truck. There are 2 goblins split off in between. You can easily clear them. Damn. So cheap, boss. Keep moving forward. There are 7 green skins by the entrance to the neighborhood. Can't fight head-on. Go a bit further. Climb in from there. You're in building no. 5 now. Go forward. There are 2 goblins around the corner ahead. After killing them, to your front right. Building no. 7 is where I live. Wow, what a haul. Dropped 2 magic orbs. I walked and killed along the way. Finally, I'm about to successfully meet up with Joe Kai. Now, as for my monster grinding efficiency, the main factor is actually stamina. Every time I go all out, it uses up a lot of stamina. This breakout round, I chopped down 11 goblins in total, and already feel totally exhausted. Turns out, even if the stats crush everything, it's still better to use terrain kills. Create situations where killing monsters costs less energy. Joe Kai lives in room 201. Just as I walked up to the door, the security door was pushed open. Joe Kai, with his messy hair, didn't care at all. I was covered in green blood, and he went in for a big hug right away. Damn, boss, I'm so moved. I declare you've leveled up. Now, you're not just my brother anymore. It's your clothes. All right. Stop bragging. Report your stats. I found a chair and sat down. Smoothly grabbed some snacks from the table and started eating. Strength 3, Constitution 3, Agility 6, and Mental Stat. These numbers would make any nerd shake his head. A standard shut-in gamer stat panel. Years of lack of exercise resulted in terribly low strength and stamina, but often staying up late playing high-intensity FPS games requires super quick reflexes and concentration, so his mental and agility stats are higher than average. With your build, trying to hunt monsters on your own pretty much won't work. I thought about it. Let's plan together. You fly around the neighborhood once. See if you can find a good monster grinding spot. I shared my experience with using terrain kills, and Joe Kai instantly got it. He considered it, and piloted a drone around once. It finally landed at the children's entertainment area, and sports facilities inside the neighborhood. Look, how about this slide? Our neighborhood slide is built pretty tall. Here's a one-way route. Monsters can only come up by the stairs. If they climb up from the slide side, just kick them down. My eyes lit up. This is perfect, no question. Get ready and come with me soon. What? Me too. Joe Kai's jaw almost dropped in shock. Otherwise, if you don't come out and kill monsters with me to make a name, you'll just hide at home and play games? Relax. I'll chop down the monsters. You can just finish them off. Isn't that the obvious way? Boss, Lao Wu is super popular now. Got to make sure he can protect himself. Everyone loves a full map reveal. Boss? Should I go back and watch the drone from inside? I think like before, we actually work pretty well together. Although in the game he slaughters everything, not just goblins. Even female ghosts he'd fight. But in real life, facing greenskin monsters with a kitchen knife, that kind of physical fear can't be suppressed. Don't worry, we're already here. I gripped my short sword and calmed Lao Wu's fragile spirit with 4 reassuring words. This neighborhood slide is built really fancy. The size matches a small park's facilities. There are 15 single-person steps up. Only 1 goblin can get through at a time. After coming up, there's about a 2-square-meter platform connecting 2 slide exits. One is a fully enclosed spiral slide. The other is a regular straight slide. This is basically a natural one-man holds the pass situation. A monster grinding machine that can't be breached. Show off your special collectible creations now. Bro, let's see your taste. I patted Lao Wu's shoulder. Go for it. Jokai took a deep breath, pulled out the remote control. It was the drone tied with a card speaker. Quickly soared into the air. After scanning around, it flew straight toward the 3 goblins gathered together. 3 minutes later, classic adult movie audio played. It was an incredibly piercing sound. For naturally lustful goblins, it was basically free excitement stimulant. Wait, it's not Satoshi Miura. His acting's not that good. Is it Miss Kazama or Orange Mari? You're such a fake fan. All 3 goblins were instantly charmed, howling loudly, chasing the drone in the air with red eyes, and sprinting after it. Damn, they're coming. Boss, you better be steady. Jokai stared at the screen. His voice was tense. Relax, I'll step in. I felt plenty confident. The drone was already in our sight, ascending in front of the slide. 3 goblins behind, totally consumed by desire. Charged without hesitation. Climbing up that narrow 15-step stairway. I was up high. Really felt like one man holds the pass, thousands can't get through. Facing the first goblin charging up, I kicked him so hard he barely stood. Paused, then flipped my wrist. Slashed him twice for most of his health. And finished him off with a final thrust.
His body
Created major obstacles for the second goblin. I easily dodged the second slash. Then countered with 3 quick strikes and killed him. In the blink of an eye, I had taken out 2 goblins in a row. Killed normal goblin by 2. Gained 8 experience points. No battle treasure drop triggered. Dropped 1 gray magic orb. The 3rd goblin struggled to push past the other 2 goblins' corpses. Finally made it onto the platform. But he didn't see the alluring scene he expected. What awaited him was a forceful kick. The goblin was sent flying. The wooden club in his hands was kicked away by me. Fell under the slide. Lao Wu, your turn. I took a half step back. Gave up the spot. This is our plan. First draw the monsters out, then use the terrain to kill them. The very last monster of each wave. Leave it to Lao Wu to finish off. A system notification sound appeared on both of our retinas at the same time. Assisted in killing a regular goblin. Contribution, 45%. Gained 2 experience points. Dropped gray magic orb *1. Non-direct killers must wait 5 minutes before losing ownership. I glanced at my panel. There's an unexpected bonus. This kill is completely different from what happened in the girls' dorm. In the dorm, I used a fire extinguisher to injure the goblins. That caused their vision to be impaired. Then Su Yutong finished them off. That share of the contribution went to the fire extinguisher. Not me. If the fire extinguisher counted as a player, I'm guessing that wave at the dorm would have been enough to level up. But this time, it was all my own stats working. I straight up kicked them down and disarmed the monster. So when Lao Wu finished the kill, I was able to split half the XP. Since Lao Wu landed the final hit, he also got 2 experience points. This loot protection mechanism is actually pretty interesting. Who knows? In the future, there may be disputes over who gets the loot. All because of this loot system. Seeing that this power leveling strategy totally works, I excitedly kicked again.
panting.
Jokai, don't reminisce. Hurry up and pick up the magic orb. And dump the corpse. Time for the next round. Wait, do we both get a bag here? Thanks, boss. Victory in the first battle. Jokai's fear basically vanished. He wiped away the green blood on his face and picked up his own gray magic orb. The 2 of us quickly cleared off the platform and stairs, then flew the drone out again. This time, the drone lured 4 monsters. 3 rushed up from the stairs. and the other seemed to feel the stairs were too cramped. So it took a detour, trying to climb up the straight slide the other way. Whoosh! Lost all control of its body and slid right back down. It stubbornly tried to climb up again, but the higher it went, the faster it slid back. Hey, trying to climb up here? Did you really think that whole bucket of cooking oil we poured was for nothing? Joe Kai is in charge of guarding this side, watching for sneak attacks. He brought a giant bucket of soybean oil before heading out and greased up both slides. Now they're super slippery. No chance for the monsters to sneak up for sure. As usual, I kicked over the last foot crab and let Lao Wu finish it off. The one under the slide eventually couldn't make it up and had to go around to the stairs instead. And it also became a casualty to my sword. Just like that, we worked perfectly together. One of us pulled aggro from above, and the other blocked the choke point for damage. We controlled the monsters and fed them to each other. Not a single real threat to our lives the whole way. We even kept our stamina use to a minimum. In 90 minutes, we slaughtered 10 waves of monsters. I killed 32 myself, handed off 10 more to Lao Wu. Joe Kai leveled up in the middle of it and got super excited. He was waving his short knife around. Boss, I leveled up. I'm LV1. I added a point to strength and got a free stat point. Boss, what should I put it in? The kitchen knife he brought was already totally dull, but the goblin's weapons worked as replacements. Pick them up and use them right away. Put the next point into strength. Once that's done, add to constitution. At least get your body back to normal human levels, I replied, while I opened my own stat menu. First, my XP. I'm currently LV329. 500. This level up boosted my strength by 1. Put my free stat into constitution. So now my constitution is at standard level. I also learned bloodthirst. But when it comes to loot, maybe all that goblin loot earlier used up my luck. Because this time, I only got 12 magic orbs, and they're all gray. 112 pull, 11 were just gold coins. Only 1 was an item.
Exorcism box.
Greatly reduces chances of being detected by monsters. Duration, 30 minutes. Finally, the pet egg's XP bar is maxed out. Unhatched pet egg is at 100% incubation. 100 XP is full. Pet egg is now incubating. Countdown, 38 minutes, 32 seconds. I let out a long breath, finally able to relax a little. Before I knew it, it had already gotten dark. When the global game began, it was 10 a.m. Now it's already 5 p.m., thanks to our efficient clearing. Most of the monsters wandering the community have been killed. The 4 drone batteries Joe Kai brought are all dead now. Can't fly anymore. That's enough for today. Go back and get ready to hatch your egg. I wiped the blood off my sword. Time to retreat. Boss, look over there. Following his heads up, I looked over. I saw more than a dozen men in matching security uniforms, holding riot shields, steel forks, and fire axes, fully geared up, marching toward the kids' play area. These guys don't look too friendly. A whole squad of armed security guards quickly reached the slide, looking at the goblin bodies everywhere. Their group let out a series of shocked gasps. Damn, there are so many of us and we only managed maybe 10. Those 2 killed. Must have been 2 or 3 dozen. I just checked. At least 40. Their leader had a bit of a belly. Slick back hair. A middle-aged man. I'm Zhang Hua, the property manager of this community. You young guys have skills? He cleared his throat and put on his official act. It's a special period right now. Our neighborhood is under strict management to ensure everyone's safety. All personnel and supplies must be centrally allocated. I already checked the records just now. You aren't a resident here, which means you trespassed. Understand?
And
You 2 killing monsters on your own is really dangerous. Totally undisciplined. You get me? Since you're not owners, by the rules, we can only ask you to leave the community immediately. But given the circumstances, if you're willing to stay and follow our leadership, we definitely welcome you. We'll welcome you, of course. On what grounds? Joe Kai shot back, furious. He took a step forward holding his scimitar. You property managers really think you're something? He's my big bro. Why can't he be in the community?
Tell me.
Which law says so? Calm down, young man. Manager Zhang sneered, speaking slowly to Zhou Kai. Right? You're not an owner, are you? You're just a tenant in 201, right? Our property management only answers to the owners. You're just a tenant. You don't even have the right to attend the owner's meeting. You get it? So, I'd suggest you calm down too. Everything is for the bigger picture. It's for the safety of the whole complex. If you don't agree with this, you can call the police right now. Otherwise, just buy a unit and apply to start an owner's meeting. However, we just help the owners clear out the monsters from 2 buildings. They won't support you. Got it? You damn, Zhou Kai was shaking with anger. I reached out and placed my hand on Zhou Kai's shoulder. Right now, my stats are 2 or 3 times that of a normal person.
Taking down 2 or 3 monster-armed guys is a piece of cake.
But that doesn't mean I can take on 10 grown men with riot shields and steel forks. Manager Zhang, we'll leave this place to you. Lao Wu, grab your stuff and come with me. I very decisively put away my short sword, slid down the slide, and Lao Zhou Kai was clearly unhappy. But when he saw my unwavering gaze, he forcibly swallowed back his words. The 2 of us walked past the security team, heading straight for Building 2. After we got some distance, Zhou Kai gritted his teeth. Boss, are we just gonna let them have this monster farming spot? That bunch is obviously after the terrain here. Letting them have it may not be a bad thing. I let out a cold laugh, looked back from afar. The security team was excitedly setting up defenses on the slide. The official guide spells it out clearly. When the monsters in an area are cleared, and the number killed exceeds a certain value, there's a chance that a mutant monster will spawn. Guess what? When I met blood-marked goblins in the girls' dorm 3, how many goblins do you think I killed in total? The number we just took out was way more than I had killed before, so leaving was already my plan. Never keep grinding monsters in the same spot. Guess what? Do you think those security guards will run into a mutant monster in a bit? They're basically taking the hit for us. Honestly, we should thank them. After hearing that, Zhou Kai wasn't mad anymore. The 2 of us went back to room 201. Zhou Kai was really decisive. Didn't bring anything we wouldn't use. Mostly focused on all sorts of weird electronics. Plus 1 massive desktop utility system. Basically, it's an oversized industrial power bank. Zhou Kai patted his backpack and grinned proudly. Fully charged, this thing can recharge a phone 100 times. Even if the power goes out, we'll have enough juice for our drone for a while. The 2 of us rested for a bit longer when we snuck back to Building 2 of the men's dorm. Right at that moment, the first floor entrance was firmly blocked by heavy steel desks and chairs, with only a gap left, intentionally no need to say why. That's a trap set up specifically for goblins. Looks like all the goblins inside the building have probably been cleared. Lauda Lau. Just behind those defensive barriers, a figure was excitedly waving at us. It was our 4th roommate, Li Yongming. You 2 finally made it back. The 3 of us returned to our dorm. That's when I found out what happened to Li Yongming. When the global monster wave first started, Li Yongming ran into the army, which is how he made it back to school. Right now, the country's authorities have already mobilized reserve troops nationwide. Since City F is a major metropolis, it's going to be a priority for defense. Li Yongming ran into one of the advance units. They cleared the main city roads to let the larger forces move through easily. What about the building? What's the situation now? I kept asking. It was Lin Yu, our neighbor across the hall, who organized everyone. By the time I got back, Lin Yu was already made building rep. He rallied all the guys who got thrown out and cleared the whole building.
Now,
He's in the meeting room with some core members, discussing how to do a big monster sweep tomorrow. My eyes flashed. Sure enough, it was him. This kid really has the makings of a formidable leader. He managed to integrate resources so quickly. As time goes by, different places will all develop their own new ecosystems. The old rules and old order are bound to gradually break apart. I was just thinking about it when I got a system notification that hatching progress was complete. Please retrieve the pet egg to complete the hatching. I took the pet egg out of storage, quietly waited for the countdown to finish. Crack, crack. The three of us in the dorm all widened our eyes.
expecting the birth of a new life.
More and more cracks appeared. A piece of eggshell on top was pushed open. A puppy poked its clever head out of the shell. Congratulations! You've acquired a mongrel dog as a pet. We looked at each other. Wait, aren't dogs supposed to be born live, not from eggs? With all this fanfare, isn't it supposed to at least be a dragon? Seriously? I want a refund, Joe Kai complained. Boss, what are you going to name it? Lee Yongming asked. I opened the interface. A new section was added in the panel. Pet. Mongrel dog. Juvenile stage HP 20. NP 20 strength. D. Easy constitution, easy agility. Easy mentality, level LV 10100. The mongrel looked around curiously with wide eyes, then focused its attention on me. Ah, I can't resist that sound. I reached out to pet it. The moment my hand touched it, it let out a whiny coy noise. I'll name you Big Yellow. Yellow fur, white face. You deserve the most classic name. I scratched Big Yellow's chin. Big Yellow gently licked my palm, then licked its own lips, and happily trotted over to gnaw on the eggshell. Damn, that's adorable. Who could possibly resist this? Joe Kai admitted he absolutely couldn't resist. Even Puppy couldn't help but pet it too. Big Yellow dodged warily, then gave me a look, and only after I nodded in approval. Did he let Joe Kai pet him? I was pleased in my heart. Such alertness. He'll definitely make a great night guard in the future. For now, he's just Little Yellow, the third Big Yellow. He finished off the eggshell within a few bites, then looked at me with a pitiful gaze, and nudged my hand with his head. Current humidity, 60%. 05. I remember you stashed some instant noodles and sausages in the dorm. Get me some sausages? I'm busy petting the dog. My hands are full. All right, young Master Big Yellow. Dinner time. Joe Kai eagerly crawled under the bed to pull out his storage box. But the next second, a wail broke out in the dorm. What the hell? Joe Kai stared wide-eyed at the empty space under the bed. My whole box of braised beef noodles and the marinated egg sausages, how are they all gone? I glanced over my bed and desk and frowned my snacks. Even my power bank and water are all missing. No need to look for them. Lin Yu and his group took them. Lee Yongming sighed and explained, before you guys got back, Lin Yu brought a few people to the dorm supervisor's room and found a full set of spare keys for the building. They went door to door into the dorms, checked the number of survivors, and requisitioned every usable resource. I still have 2 packs of beef jerky I managed to stash. Boss, you can take one for Big Yellow. I didn't stand on ceremony and took the cured beef jerky from Lee Yongming, tore it open for Big Yellow, feeding him piece by piece. Why is that? I paid for that stuff. Joe Kai was so mad he wanted to smash his backpack on the floor. Of course, he didn't actually do it, since everything inside was too valuable now. So, is this just a temporary arrangement? Just like what happened in your apartment complex earlier? All resources are being centrally managed and distributed. I stayed calm as ever. Joe Kai was fuming. No one is fighting back at all. Lee Yongming shook his head. Even if they wanted to, no one dared. A dozen people at a time barged in. They never intended to ask for your permission. Objectively speaking, Lin Yu's approach isn't exactly wrong. At the beginning of the apocalypse, collective strength will always be the most stable. And once Lin Yu took the lead, establishing order for the whole building, if I want to break this system in the future, there are only 2 ways. Either go on a killing spree and use violence to suppress, or offer more tempting benefits to others. To overthrow him, obviously. In the face of a newly formed order that just brought everyone a sense of security, neither option is cost-effective. Buzz, buzz. I took out my phone to check. Caller ID, Su Yutong. Hello? First of all, I'm not hello. My name is Su Yutong. Secondly, you got your roommate back home. Su Yutong's gentle voice came from the other end. How did you know I was back at school? I was puzzled for just a second, but then realized the reason. Someone in the building is a mole who tipped off the girls' dorm. Confidential. Su Yutong chuckled softly, with a hint of confidence of being in control. So, feeling awkward yet? A little. I knew what she meant. Now, across East Campus's 12 dorm buildings, 10 already have dorm leaders elected and have finished sweeping out threats inside. Your building's dorm leader, Lin Yu, is pretty quiet. Just confiscated all the supplies. Su Yutong paused for a moment, then continued. Chen Feng, as a super individual, you're destined to receive special privileges. But the moment you get special privileges, the ordinary folks will inevitably start having conflicts with you. Meanwhile, those in power can enjoy their position behind the scenes. Unless you become the person in power yourself. I nodded. Su Yutong was right. We're currently in a transition between new and old orders. The old order and traditional morality haven't completely collapsed yet. A new order based on strength hasn't been established. If you join a group, you accept its restrictions. Leave the group, and you lose support. So I can offer you special privileges over here. Su Yutong offered her olive branch. I can offer you special privileges. Su Yutong offered her olive branch. You can enjoy all the benefits of the group. A safe place to rest. School-wide information exchange. And you can take any supplies you want. Plus, you don't need to take any group. Responsibilities, no training others. No handing in any resources. So what's the price? I asked. The price is that you have to back me up. Su Yutong's voice was full of ambition. Be the man behind me. In every way. That's the model that suits her best. Your offer is honestly very tempting. So, are you planning to agree? No, I'm not picking any of them. I'll walk the elite path. Quality over quantity. I let out a deep breath. I never wanted to get involved in a wasteful power game. For now, I'll just keep getting stronger. And once a new order is in place, they'll naturally worship me as a god. Su Yutong's tone turned slightly disappointed. I envy you. Ordinary people like us need to rely on the group. Only then can we play this game comfortably. I can't use your connections to my advantage. Looks like I'll have to rethink my plan to take over the other dorms. By the way, has that egg hatched yet? Hatched what? I glanced at the desktop. The little dog munching loudly on jerky. Answered casually. It's a mutt. Yellow fur, white face. Very cute country dog. That's great. Loyal and easy to raise. Su Yutong chuckled softly. Named it yet? What else would I call it? Of course it's named Big Yellow.
Classic name.
I like it. Su Yutong dragged out the word like. Her tone had a lazy vibe, with a hint of subtle amusement. I worked hard to get this pet egg. So technically, I'm like its half mom. Let Big Yellow call you mom for a bit. Enough, I'm hanging up. Need to find something to feed it. I can't handle this. Quickly hung up the call. Old 4 and Old 5 were wide-eyed listening on the side. How is she so good at flirting? How are we supposed to compete? Now we have to go get our stuff back. I moved mentally. Put Big Yellow into its exclusive pet space. I stood up. The relaxed look in my eyes vanished instantly, replaced by decisive sharpness. You guys are really good at playing around. Really good at following rules. Then let me talk about my rules too. An empty dorm room at the end of the second floor men's dorm was turned into a temporary meeting room. Outside the door, I walked up with a cold face, knocked twice, waited for around 10 seconds. No one opened the door. Nobody responded. My terrifying 15-point strength suddenly burst out. I raised my right leg forcefully. A powerful kick slammed hard against the wooden door. Boom! Deafening crash. The lock area shattered instantly. The whole solid wood door, along with half the door frame, came off the wall directly, hit the dorm floor hard. Raised a cloud of dust. The sudden loud crash scared the 7 guys inside stiff, almost jumped out of their chairs. I stepped over the door panel, walked in with a serious expression. The meeting room was filled with smoke. On the long table was piled with all kinds of snacks and drinks. Their origin was obviously supplies requisitioned from different dorms. Even though water and electricity still worked, they wasted nothing. Feasting and drinking here, consuming resources that may not get replenished for a long time. All these scenes were live-streamed by Joe Kai, who followed right behind me. Sent to the dorm group chat. Chanfeng, are you fucking insane? Do you even know about rules? Jiang Wei stood up aggressively. pointed at me and shouted angrily. He got a bit smarter. Knew he couldn't beat me. Didn't dare to really fight. Only talks trash. But the new guys don't know that. A burly man got up cursing. Pointed a firefighter suit at me. So you're fucking Chan Feng, huh? He hadn't finished his sentence. I slapped him across the face. Smack, with a 10-point agility. The burly guy couldn't react at all. Got knocked to the floor. Lost 2 teeth. The whole room fell silent instantly. All the arrogance and anger on everyone's faces turned to fear. Is this even human strength? Lin Yu's eyes twitched. Wildly, but he still forced out a hideously awkward smile. Chan Feng, you're back. I was just about to go find you. You're the first one to kill monsters in this building. Tomorrow, share your monster-killing experience with everyone. Everyone can learn from you. We're all classmates. You're also part of this dorm building. We'll keep developing together. Stop talking shit. My gaze was icy. I interrupted him ruthlessly. You take out the supplies from dorm 323, intact as they were. And this'll be over. Lin Yu's face went pale, then green. He clenched his teeth, still stubborn, insisted Chan Feng. While you were gone, everyone elected me as the floor leader. As the leader, I have to be responsible for everyone's survival on this floor. Special times. Resources need to be allocated together to increase everyone's survival rate. Hope you understand. I advise you not to go against everyone. Representing everyone here, I sneered, suddenly reached out, grabbed Lin Yu's neatly combed hair, slammed his face down onto the supplies-covered table. Bang right after. My short sword stabbed down hard. The blade slid past Lin Yu's face, deeply embedded in the table. Lin Yu screamed in terror. His whole body shook uncontrollably. A warm liquid ran down his pants. He pissed himself. I ignored him. Instead, I looked at the remaining 5 people. He just said he could represent all of you. Now his life is in my hands. Anyone want to trade places with him? Step forward. I looked at the 5 pale-faced guys.
Even Zhang Wei, the most loyal, didn't dare say a word.
Understand now? I patted Lin Yu's pale cheek. Who do you represent? You're just a cowardly thief hiding behind numbers. A self-righteous coward. I was wrong, Chan Feng. Your dorm stuff. I'll give it all back to you. You can take as much as you want. The floor leader spot goes to you, Lin Yu. Trembling, he begged for mercy. He didn't suddenly realize his mistake. He just realized he was about to die. I straightened up. My gaze swept over the opened wrappers on the table, right where I saw a pile of my favorite imported chocolate. This imported chocolate is expensive. I got to know the store staff while working part-time. He got some limited edition items for a discounted price. Checked the expiration date. Sure enough, it was my stash. You really ought to pay for this. You ate my stuff. Now I can't get it back unchanged. My gaze flicked over and landed on Lin Yu's waist, where a heavily worn dagger hung. I took out the dagger. The system popped up item info. Old dagger. Weapon grade. White. Attack +2. Durability. 18/18. Equip level. LV0. Low-level items have no binding. Lin Yu didn't put it in the system storage. Probably just kept it there to show off. Now my dagger ends up getting a good deal. Consider it interest. I hand the dagger to Lao Wu. Then I casually grab a few sausages off the table. Finally, I draw the sword from the table. I randomly point at someone. Take me to where you keep the supplies. Don't try anything funny. You know what I'm capable of. I walk out of the room. By now, a crowd has already gathered outside the door. Anger burns in their eyes. Joe Kai was live streaming and posting videos in the dorm group, showing Lin Yu and the others taking everyone's supplies. But right here, they themselves are pigging out. Everything gets exposed. Plus, everyone knows. I just gave Lin Yu and his crew a beating. Lin Yu wasn't as strong as everyone imagined. And since everyone's here, I look at the survivors in the hallway, speaking in a calm and restrained voice. Whatever videos or streams Lin Yu did, you all saw them in the group just now. You know what kind of people these guys are? I don't need to say more. I acted today because he took my stuff and broke my rules.
Now.
I'm going to the supply room to take back what's mine.
Now.
I'm going to the supply room to take back what's mine. Whether you get your stuff back, whether you keep letting Lin Yu be the floor leader. That depends if you still have courage and any backbone left. Just as I finish speaking, someone in the crowd suddenly shouts, "Screw him. Give me back my stuff." The pent-up anger ignites instantly. The guys rush in like a tidal wave, flooding into the conference room. The situation gets totally out of control. "I'm sorry, I beg you. Stop hitting me. I'm gonna die." Lin Yu's weak voice trying to stop it. And the screams of Zhang Wei and the others are instantly drowned out in the angry assault and kicking. Some people stay outside, waiting to go with me to grab supplies. I watch the chaos unfold, but I don't feel any thrill of holding power. Instead, my gaze gets even clearer. I'm not against building a team. In this apocalypse, an individual's margin for error is way too low. Monsters can't all be killed. More people means more tactical options. But I need wolves who dare to bare their fangs, not sheep who just hide and bleat in the pen, waiting to be handed grass to eat. I don't even bother looking extra. I turn to Joe Kai behind me. "Leo si Leo Wu. Go pack up our stuff from 323. On the way to get supplies." Joe Kai is flushed with excitement. He leans in and says excitedly, "Damn. Boss, that was so damn satisfying. I've been sick of those guys for ages. Always flaunting being vice president of the student council, acting all high and mighty. But they're actually nothing. They were just too greedy. I don't really feel anything anymore. I'm mentally replaying everything. Now that we've dropped all pretenses, there's deadly grudges now. For me, the best option is actually to kill them. Finish Lin Yu and his lot once and for all. But when it's time to actually do it, I just can't bring myself to kill. Killing someone is way too far for a normal student. Way too crazy. I'm really not mentally ready to kill yet. So I'll have to deal with having enemies in the building. Leaving is the safest choice. We can't stay here anymore. It's not about fearing theft. It's about fearing that thieves are always plotting. Once we're packed, we need to find somewhere new to stay.
I say, all right.
"Boss, we'll do whatever you say." Joe Kai is unwavering, always listening to me completely. But Lao Si Li Yongming seems hesitant. "What's wrong? Lao Si, don't want to come with me?"
I ask.
Mostly my partner hasn't replied yet. He lives in building 8. I don't even know if he came back. "What's going on?" Li Yongming answers. "It's alright, don't force it, Lao Si. With me around, no one will dare bother you." I don't push it any further. Joe Kai naturally doesn't say anything else either. If you hesitate even a little on something, then it's better not to force it. That attitude says it all. Your attitude tells me everything. I picked out all my snacks, packed them into my bag, then helped Joe Kai, loaded instant noodles and other supplies onto the cart. Once everything was packed up, we were ready to go at any time. After that, I took out my phone, and in both dorm group chats, I uploaded a screenshot of the system panel. Player Dust. Current level LV3323. Dust, I'm Dust. I'm heading to our university's tallest building too, to set up a new base. 323 Dust anyone who wants to join my team.
In half an hour.
Meet downstairs at 8 o'clock sharp. 323 Dust show your courage. Win everything with me. In the dorm, I was packing my backpack, while glancing at my constantly buzzing phone. I just fed Da Huang until his fullness reached 100%. Now that he's full, Da Huang is sleeping soundly. Ever since I posted that LV3 screenshot in the group. And the hero order, the big group chat basically exploded. And my DMIs are about to burst too. At least 70 or 80 requests. Most of them are friend requests. The vast majority were pretty pointless. Just people asking for help or protection. I didn't even read the nonsense. Just cleared them all in one go. A few messages from people I knew were mixed in. I replied a couple lines. "Su Yutong, you beat Lin Yu." That was a bold move. "You're changing bases. Is it cool if I come over?" I'm cool with Su Yutong dropping by. I really wouldn't say no. After all, she's pretty hardcore. Dude, holy crap. Feng, you're badass. LV3, you're basically my idol. I'll protect myself. I'm going to the classroom building. It's all for laying out the game plan to take the library later. You're actually an important source of intel. Yes, sir, man. There are more and more goblins showing up here. No idea how they're even spawning. Power is fine here. but I'm totally out of food. Boss, do your best. We're all counting on you. Some other friends also asked about how to level up, so I threw together some tips about kiting and controlling terrain, and sent them as a group message. This info will get everywhere eventually. No point in holding back. 8 o'clock sharp. I put on my backpack and left room 323 with Da Wang. Laosi Li Yongming didn't come along, but he was still a stand-up guy. He helped Lao Wu Zhou Kai. The two of them, one in front, one behind, carried the supply cart downstairs. In front of the B building lobby, where the poison deaths happened, quite a few survivors were already gathered. That's Chan Feng. Looks pretty clean-cut. But he really took down Lin Yu and those 7 guys all by himself. Didn't you see the sword on his belt? It's covered in goblin blood. This guy fought his way through the dangers for real. Who knows how many people have the guts to follow him? There were lots of onlookers, and a lot of them were tempted. But only 3 actually dared to step up. In the middle of the lobby, these 3 formed 2 groups, separated clearly. Obviously one solo player and a pair. I recognized the solo guy. He's a poor student from the 2nd floor, named Zhao Gang, when we were freshmen. I used to do part-time jobs from the school group chat with him, like handing out flyers or waiting tables. Later I got scholarship money and a steady, high-paying tutor job, so we stopped doing gigs together. My impression of Zhao Gang always was that he's honest, hardworking, reliable, a solid teammate. Zhao Gang was holding a metal rod. I have no clue where he got it. There was still a bit of blood on it. When he saw me come down, he came up to greet me. His gaze was determined. Fang, you still remember me, right? Zhao Gang from room 201. I want to go with you. I nodded, turned and introduced my roommate, Zhou Kai. The other 2 looked kind of familiar too. Seemed like they're from the civil engineering department. One wore round glasses and had a beard. The other looked a lot more clean-cut. They were both built with defined muscles. Obviously fitness buffs. The one in glasses walked up first. Feng, I'm Liang Zhenyan. This is Chen Shi. We're both from room 508. We want to join up with you. We only got back around 4 in the afternoon. When the game started, we were at the gym outside. Hung around there for a bit. Realized the game was for real. A few of us brave guys broke down all the equipment, split it up as weapons and fought our way back. They were both holding long sticks. I recognized them, Chen Shi explained. They're solid aerobic sticks. Says 5 kilograms on the label. But we weighed them today. They're only 3 kilos. Long weapons are the best option early on. If my room had more than just a clothes rod at the beginning, I would have gone with a simple, safe stick too. I nodded. Let me check out your status panels and hexes. Zhao Gang has Weapon Master 2, Silver Strength +1, Agility +1, and does 5% extra damage with weapons. Liang Zhenyan has Muscle Boost 2, Silver Strength +2, 10% faster stamina recovery. Chen Shi is Well-Fed Silver, 8 filling food, 2 same foods plus a portion of meat. If successful, gets +3 constitution for 12 hours. All 3 showed their panels without hesitation. I saw they're all AOV1. I'm very satisfied. Great, 5 people is enough. I skipped the small talk and ignored all the hesitant onlookers in the lobby who wanted protection but didn't dare speak up. Laosi, take care of yourself. I patted Li Yongming's shoulder, then led the team out of building 2. Into the deep night. Once we left the dorm, it was fully dark by now. More than half the streetlights were busted. What used to be a bright campus was now a mix of light and darkness, looking full of hidden dangers. Let me be clear up front. I'll run things as a leader system. I won't interfere with solo actions. But for group actions, no slacking off, everyone has to respond. Group rewards will be split as bonuses. I'll distribute them based on contribution. Any objections? If not, you're in. All 3 were on board. If you've come out here with me, you all have good judgment. I took out my hand-drawn map and started laying out tactics. Lao Wu, send up the drone for surveillance. Building 2 isn't far. We only need to make 2 turns and walk up a 50-meter slope at the end. The tactics for moving are simple. On flat ground, Lao Wu pushes the cart. Go slow. Try to make as little noise as possible. In a bit, La'o will scout around and give us a report. If there are too many small monsters, we'll use a drone to lure them away. If there are 5 or fewer, just take them out directly. As I was speaking, I took the exorcism box we looted earlier out of the warehouse. Then I explained how it works. If we're unlucky and run into a horde or a mutated elite monster, I'll immediately light this exorcism incense. This will keep everyone safe. It's not the time to go head-to-head with an elite monster yet. Even though I killed one, there's no need to take extra risks. Everyone looked at the magical item and felt a lot more confident. It really is different following a pro. I continued. Now, the only problem left is that section of uphill road. If it's flat, we can keep the noise down. But the uphill path is narrow, and the sound of the cartwheels grinding and bearing the load is unavoidable. That's definitely going to attract a bunch of monsters in the dark. So for the last 50 meters uphill, we won't try to hide. We're just going to sprint at full speed. Boss, there's no big group on the road, and I didn't see any elite monsters. Just scattered little ones? The door on the first floor of Building 2 is open, with only 4 goblins inside. Not sure about the rooms. Too dark, my camera doesn't have infrared. Joe Kai flew the drone around one more time and reported back. If everything's okay, let's get ready. Action Ah Huang took the lead, waving his hand decisively, and stepped into the campus swallowed by night. Man, I'm starving. In the green belt, a goblin lying on the ground rolled over. A goblin's brain isn't complicated. All he knew was, for some reason today, he'd been summoned to this world by some force. Everywhere he looked, there were big lifeless stone buildings. He wandered around for most of the day, but didn't find a single bite of meat. His stomach growled loudly with hunger. You can't really catch prey at night. Even bugs know that much. All he could do was save his energy and try to sleep. Suddenly, the sound of rustling came from the edge of the grass. He perked up his pointed ears, his green eyes darting around in the darkness. By the dim moonlight, he spotted a yellowish, 4-legged animal, sniffing around nearby with its tail wagging. Dog? Prey. Meat? With his simple goblin brain, his mind was instantly filled with hunger. He could almost smell roasted meat. Excited, he swallowed his green saliva. Suddenly hopping up from the grass, he raised his club, getting ready to pounce. But just as he turned his head, bang! A huge foot, like a sledgehammer, kicked him hard in the face from the side. The blow immediately knocked him off balance into the ground. Then a big guy grabbed him by the throat, and the goblin didn't even have time to scream before he was finished off by sword and blade. Killed instantly. A gray magic orb floated out of his corpse. That was the 12th one in the darkness. I shook the blood off my short sword and bent down to pick up the gray orb from the ground. I put it away in my system inventory. Similar items can be stacked. Counting this, we've gotten 5 orbs in total. I'll collect all the orbs for now, and we'll split them up once we're completely safe. We're already halfway through the area now. Our advance so far has been smooth. And although Dea Wang was just born, his basic sense of smell is enough for him to detect any enemy ahead. The 3 new members all fight pretty well. With teamwork, we've managed to take out all monsters without a scratch so far. Just one more straight path ahead, and a turn takes us to the last uphill stretch. Everyone remembers the formation, right? Everyone responded, indicating they understood. We stuck close to the wall and moved up quickly. At the corner, the final uphill stretch was just ahead. This section is the main road of the school, very wide. Right now, under the flickering streetlights, there were at least 50 or 60 goblins, wandering all over the place with no pattern. The area was open, with no visual blind spots at all. Trying to push a cart full of supplies past them without being noticed, it's just impossible. I glanced at Joe Kai. He nodded back. Time for the classic drone distraction. The drone flew out toward the intersection, then to the left along the flat road. Once in position, Joe Kai hit the play button, and the sound of a romance movie started blaring again. The goblin horde instantly went wild, rushing toward the drone. A huge section of the main road cleared out in moments. I let out a low growl, and Zhao Gang and Joe Kai pushed the cart, racing up the slope. Clatter, clatter. The heavy cartwheels echoed through the silent night, loaded with supplies for 5 people. In an instant, all heads turned our way, blood-red eyes locking onto us. A dozen goblins with weapons charged at us straight away. Quick thinking, Joe Kai turned the drone volume to max. A few of the less determined pursuers instantly split off to chase the drone instead. But then something really unexpected happened. In just a few seconds, we'd already made it onto the slope. But coming right at us were the monsters that had been drawn by the louder drone. Don't panic, hold formation. I stayed calm under pressure and immediately issued orders. Yang Zhenyan, Cheng Shi, you two cover my right flank. No need to save your strength, just mow them down for me. Lao Wu, Xiao Geng, I'll take point in front. You guys just keep pushing the cart straight into the door. Only a dozen meters left now. I'm holding the front. The goblins chasing us relentlessly. Bang the cart. Finally, slammed heavily into the glass doors of Hall 1. Close the security gate, I shouted. At that moment, except for Joe Kai, the rest of us were all at the entrance, locked in a bloody fight with the goblins flooding in. Joe Kai quickly hit the security gate switch, and luck was on our side. The security gate started coming down. This was the best possible outcome. Hold the hall. Close the doors tight. The worst case would have been if the goblins smashed the side windows, so we'd have to fall back to a classroom. Remember to leave about half a meter open. I reminded everyone. Goblin brains are very simple. As long as there's a hole, they won't try to destroy the door, but will rush to squeeze through the gap first. That way, the half-meter gap under the security gate becomes the perfect little physical bottleneck. Whoever tries to crawl in gets whacked first thing. When you're tired from fighting monsters, just block off the tunnel again. It's still a perfect terrain kill. But right then, woof woof woof, Big Yellow suddenly tucked its tail tightly. It barked frantically toward the wide staircase in the hall leading to the second floor, letting out a terrified, frantic bark. From the corridor upstairs, a wave of sharp, dense footsteps echoed, making your teeth ache. Along with excited shouting, I whipped my head around. Like a waterfall of green, a massive horde of goblins was pouring down from the top of the staircase. A rough count shows at least 20 or 30 of them. We managed to block off the monsters outside, but ended up diving right into the monster's real nest. Holy crap, close the rolling door first. I immediately gave orders. My brain was racing. Bloodthirsty desire, activate. Blood has been activated. Give me strength. My blood started boiling inside me. My eyes quickly turned a frightening shade of crimson. A wave of violent and destructive energy instantly surged through my entire body. Looking at the tidal wave of green rushing down, I didn't retreat. Instead, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. Perfect timing. I gripped my short sword in reverse, rushing towards the goblins like a flash, charging directly up the stairs. Let's test my blade with you guys. Let's start with a 10 pull. The first 9 were unsurprisingly all copper coins. It wasn't until the light faded on the last one. A thin skill book landed in my hand. My eyes lit up. This is a basic skill that doesn't take up a skill slot. It's basically like trading 20 coins for one attribute. Right now I have 150 coins on hand. That's more than enough. I don't need to worry about spending a bit. I immediately deducted 20 coins and chose to learn it. Next, I opened up my skills. Found out this thing could actually be upgraded. 40 coins. And it's really not expensive. I instantly chose to upgrade. Nice, these 60 coins were totally worth it. Satisfied, I closed out the basic skill.
And checked.
Bloodthirsty desire, which just performed so well. It's currently at LV1. But right below the skill description, there's a progress bar for proficiency. 2,100 as the current proficiency. Maybe it was the 2 minutes I had it activated during battle just now. So you'd need to fight for a real 100 minutes to max it out. I frowned slightly, then checked the upgrade requirements. System prompt. Potential points. Only elite and above monsters have a chance of dropping them. Looks like there's no way to upgrade anytime soon. Finally, full of anticipation, I took out that blue glowing magic orb. Crack. The orb shattered. A thick skill book with a blue shimmer appeared. I looked at the skill book, lost in thought. Unlike basic skills, This actually takes up a precious combat skill slot, which means, as survivors level up in the future, there's a good chance two paths will emerge. Combat players fighting at the front lines, and those focused on construction and work behind the scenes. Players who trade for shelter by living skills. I quietly walked over to Joe Kai, who was on duty late at night, handed him the skill book. Old 5, take a look at this, do you want to learn it? Joe Kai glanced at it, and his eyes instantly lit up. Damn right, of course I want to learn it. Boss, isn't this basically a skill tailor-made for me? With this, I don't have to worry about having no value anymore. I know myself well. If you had me charge in, my legs would be shaking. It's better if I stick to support. Joe Kai learned electrician without hesitation. The LV1 electrician skill is very straightforward. Every day, you can use materials nearby to make a simple power generator. Supports charging, 100 kilowatt hours. That's 100 units of electricity. Enough to fully charge a standard new energy vehicle. For Joe Kai, who relies entirely on drones right now, this is a game-changing skill that solves all his charging anxiety. After he learned it, whenever he spots electronic devices nearby, the system will prompt him. Once he's gathered enough parts, he can start making the generator. It seems the principle behind this skill is still the system's divine power, and the upgrade requirement is proficiency 0500. Reaching level LV5 is still a long way off. I don't need to think about it for now. After dividing the spoils, I finally couldn't resist the exhaustion. I drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, I was awakened by an incredibly deafening roar. Rat, tat, tat. A high-power helicopter rotor ripped through the air, mixed with the intense sound of automatic rifle fire. It rang out above the roof of teaching building No. 2. What's happening? The others were also startled awake. Zhao Gang, who had been keeping watch by the window, replied, "A helicopter is coming this way." Joe Kai sprang into action immediately. "I'll send up the drone to check it out." Soon, the drone sent back a live feed from the rooftop. On screen, a heavy helicopter hovered above the rooftop. Soldiers on the chopper held assault rifles, providing intense fire cover over more than 20 goblins on the rooftop terrace. They were executing highly efficient suppressive fire. On average, every 4 bullets took down 1 goblin. Soon, the terrace was cleared out. The helicopter slowly descended. 2 soldiers jumped down, smashed the stairwell door lock with their rifle butts, and the door was urgently pushed open. A group of people rushed toward the helicopter. Lee recognized the 5 people in the lead. It was their principal. Looks like this helicopter specifically came to pick up these VIPs. The soldiers blocked off the crowd behind. The commotion and cursing were transmitted clearly into the classroom through the drone's audio feed. Unfair! Why should those assholes leave us behind and run themselves? By now, the principal's group had already boarded. But something seemed to happen inside the cabin. After a burst of arguing, a counselor I vaguely recognized got punched in the face and was thrown out. "Boss, look at that girl in the white dress. Isn't that our classmate, Sumenki?" Joe Kai pointed at a girl on the screen and said, "I glanced at her, and it really was her." Back in freshman year, I had some contact with Sumenki due to club activities. Sumenki is pretty. I'm not bad looking myself. You could say we were quite the pair. But after interacting for a while, I realized she was way out of my league, and I was totally handled by her. Plus, there was no progress anyway. So my pursuit just fizzled out. Right now, Sumenki was clinging tightly to the principal's arm, practically pressing herself up against him. Damn, Fang. We're in big trouble. Zhao Gang, who had kept his eyes on the situation outside, suddenly had a drastic change in expression, his voice trembling. The helicopter was too loud and attracted a ton of nearby goblins. The key thing is, there's a different kind of monster out there. Everyone crowded by the window to look, and instantly gasped. On all the nearby roads, a massive crowd of goblins was following the roar of the helicopter, swarming frantically toward teaching building No. 2. And among that green horde stood out a much larger figure, with a tattered totem banner stuck into its back. A burly goblin. That should be a commander-type elite monster. Clang, clang. The rolling shutter door in the first-floor lobby began taking heavy metallic hits. There were more and more beastly screams. This crappy shutter door can't hold back hundreds of monsters. We can't handle that many at once either. Plus, there's an elite monster. We can't win this round. I made a snap decision and commanded, let's grab all our supplies and head upstairs. We have to trade space for time. Separate the monsters using the floors. Everyone quickly grabbed their weapons, shielding the car as we dashed out of classroom 101, racing up the central stairs to the second floor. The passages leading to the side corridors on the second floor, as well as the stairs up to the third floor, were totally blocked with a jumble of desks and chairs. This was something I had Joe Kai check out with the drone yesterday. That's also why, when a group of goblins rushed down from the second floor yesterday, at the start of the game, the survivors on the upper floors, trying to protect themselves, completely barricaded the second floor. Any goblins that wandered in could only rage around uselessly on the second floor. But originally, I didn't even plan to go upstairs. I was just going to leave a gap in the shutter door on the first floor and lure monsters in to kill them. But plans can't keep up with changes. The shutter door was already badly deformed in many places. The whole thing was shaky and about to give. Monsters could break through at any moment. Let me hack through it. A dangerous gleam flashed in my eyes as I raised my short sword high and effortlessly hacked through several desks like cutting tofu. Just as everyone was about to push the cart into the second floor, a woman suddenly burst out from the hallway. Hey, are you guys crazy? Who told you to destroy our defenses? The woman pointed at my nose and screamed. There are monsters all over downstairs. You take apart the barricades. And when the monsters break through, what are we supposed to do? Hurry up and put the desks back together for us, or none of you are leaving here today. I paused with the sword in my hand, frowned slightly, noticing I stopped. The woman thought she had intimidated me and started ranting, put it back now. If you want to die, go die by yourself. She hadn't even finished before smack. I swung my hand and slapped her face hard. The woman didn't even have time to scream. Her whole body spun like a ragdoll, twirled twice, then slammed into the wall and collapsed. With idiots like this, even saying one more word is a waste. There had been a few other people peeking out into the hall, but after seeing this, they shrank back into the classroom in terror. I shook my hand and called out loudly, the rolling shutter of Building B is about to break. There are hundreds of monsters outside, plus an elite monster. I strongly suggest you head upstairs now. The higher you go, the better. If you stay here guarding these crappy desks, you're all dead for sure. That's all I have to say. I couldn't care less if they listened or not, so I turned and spoke to Joe Kai and the others. Keep pushing the cart upstairs. Don't stop on the third floor. Or the fourth, fifth floor. We all rushed up to the fifth floor in one go. The central staircase ended here. From here we'd have to either take the fire escape or the elevator. Let's stay on this floor. Lao Vu, pull the car into the right corridor. The rest of you help me build fortifications. Attention, everyone! There are large numbers of monsters gathering on the lower floors. The risk is extremely high. All survivors must give up the lower floors immediately and move to higher floors. Chengxi and Lang Zhenyan, with their civil engineering background, came up with a suggestion. They wanted to build a 3-layer defensive structure. I could tell right away it was reliable, and had them take charge. Boom! A thunderous crash came from the first floor lobby. The shutter door was completely torn open. The goblins screeched as they charged into the main hall. That goblin leader with the totem banner on his back strode into the hall with an imposing swagger. He saw the piles of goblin corpses in the hall and let out a sad yet cruel roar. The banner on his back gleamed with a bloodthirsty red light. Gahoga
Hundreds of regular goblins
became crazed by the influence of that red light and fell into a strange, frenzied state. They rushed tirelessly up to the second floor, biting and tearing madly, destroying anything that stood in their way. The survivors hiding in the second floor classrooms were all rescued one by one. After the slaughter on the second floor, the green tide of corpses surged excitedly toward the third floor, the fourth floor, and then the fifth floor. However, what awaited them was a 3-stage meat grinder defense line. Stage 1. Two heavy solid wood podium desks were stacked together, wedged tightly in place. There were only two entrances, left and right, into the corridor. I stood behind the first barricade, with a cold, sharp look in my eyes. The goblin rushing toward my side was slashed 3 times by me. When it didn't die, I immediately felt something was wrong, and called out that something was off. Their stats aren't right. I had to hit a couple more times. Meanwhile, the other side's goblins had reached the second stage. Die! But even then, the goblins kept pressing forward. The wooden club was about to swing down at Zhao Gang. Coincidentally, it was blocked by a desk nearby. Zhao Gang pulled out a steel bar and hacked away hard, finally defeating his opponent. Cheng Shi and Lang Zhenyan also fell into a tough battle. The cramped terrain completely nullified the goblins' numbers advantage. I efficiently reaped the lives of goblins. After fending off the fourth wave, the corridor on the 5th floor was piled high with corpses. After the frenzy effect subsided, no new monsters came charging up. Everyone took the chance to rest. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai came over to help move the bodies. Feng Zhe, this is awesome. In this terrain, they die no matter how many come. After 10 minutes of intense fighting, I personally killed 21 goblins and gained 6 gray magic orbs and 84 experience points. Suddenly, Da Huang bared its teeth toward the fire exit and growled in warning, giving us a heads up. Bang! The fire exit door was slammed open. A man with a slightly swollen face rushed out. I raised an eyebrow. It was the male counselor. He glanced at all the corpses on the floor, looking visibly disgusted. But when he faced us, he acted like he totally belonged here. Which department are you all from? Clean this up quickly. You're coming with me to help rescue people downstairs. When he saw me just standing there, the counselor's face fell immediately. Didn't you hear me talking to you? It's a state of emergency right now. I'm Li Heidong from the Academic Affairs Office. I'm requisitioning you now. Come down and help me save people. Wiping blood off my dagger with a rag. After such intense use, my dagger's durability was already down to 27/29. That's why after every battle, I always do a bit of basic maintenance. I didn't even lift my eyelids. Zhao Gang and Ling Zhenyan shot him an even colder glare. It's been a whole day since the game started. So why are there still so many big babies who just can't accept reality or keep up? Seeing no one responding to him, Li Heidong lost it completely. He gave it a moment's thought, as if he suddenly remembered something. He recognized Zhao Gang and me in the crowd, and sneered. Out of habit, he pulled out his usual school trump card used to control students. Chen Feng, Zhao Gang, do you two still want your financial aid or not? At a time like this, if you don't obey the school's orders, don't even think about future scholarships or awards. As soon as he said that, the hallway went quiet for 2 seconds. Then Zhou Kai just burst out laughing unrestrainedly, full of mockery. Oh my god, I'm dying laughing over here. It's literally the goddamn apocalypse. The outside is crawling with man-eating goblins. And you're talking to me about next semester's financial aid. Zhou Kai didn't hold back at all, pointing right at Li Heidong's swollen face, and cursed him out. Who are you trying to act all high and mighty for? Weren't you the one crying to get on the helicopter this morning? Got punched down instead, huh? How's it feel being kicked aside like a stray dog by your boss? Now you come show off your authority here for attention. Damn, Li Heidong's face instantly turned liver purple, quivering with rage. All right, all 5. Maybe tone it down a bit. I finally looked up, put my clean dagger back in the inventory. If you want to go downstairs for some reward, go by yourself. We just finished clearing out this floor's monsters. We need to rest right now. The scholarships aren't your personal money anyway. Moral blackmail doesn't work on me. The monsters will keep respawning forever. There are plenty more waiting down there for you to kill. There's no need to mess with us. Li Heidong stared daggers at me, with poisonous hate flashing in his eyes. He saw me through the surveillance cameras. These guys' combat abilities were impressive. He really wanted to recruit us, after being abandoned by authority just now.
He quickly realized
That only personal strength matters at critical times. But we figured that out way ahead of him. Fine, Chen Feng. You've got guts, Li Heidong spat back, with a cold snort. You'll be sorry. Let me tell you, we killed monsters yesterday too. We all leveled up to M1. Bringing you was to help you out. It benefits everyone. But since you don't appreciate it, make sure you don't regret it later. With that, Li Heidong hurried off with his men. Idiot. Zhou Kai flipped him off as he left. Everyone, sit tight right here. Use this time to recover your strength. Check your weapon durability. This interruption didn't affect me at all. I warned them with a cold, stern look. Stay on guard and be ready for the next round. That elite monster downstairs hasn't even gone all out yet. Their levels downstairs can't handle it. And when things go wrong, we might get dragged in too. Hey, boss. Zhou Kai reported in as he drank some water. While you guys were clearing the battlefield, I checked out the nearby area. There are 4 classrooms and 2 chemistry labs in total. At the mention of chemistry labs, Cheng Shi, who was eating a bag of dry ramen, suddenly perked up. I'll take a look at the labs later. Maybe I'll find some useful stuff. I nodded, signaling Old 5 to launch the drone. Let's see what they're really up to. Buzz, the drone flew down the stairwell, and the footage was quickly sent to Zhou Kai's phone screen. Li Heidong's men were carrying steel forks and batons. One of them got ready and knocked a goblin flat with his steel fork, or pinned them against the wall. Then, 2 students holding batons will rush out from the side. They'll start bashing the goblin's head relentlessly. If the goblins on the outside try to come in, we have people with riot shields to block them. This combination works pretty well too. The downside is that it consumes a lot of energy. Why am I so obsessed with using terrain to kill? It's exactly for this reason. Using the terrain can help save physical energy. Li Heidong is still working on them, proving to those who look down on us. Instead, we want to prove we're strong enough. Without them, we can still live just fine. I'll call some more people down. Once we're strong enough, the whole school will be ours. In no time, more students came down with mops and fire axes. The core team is fully equipped with riot gear, tightly holding the stairs from the 4th to 3rd floor. Those with improvised weapons on the outside are clearing out each classroom on the 4th floor, looking for chances to gang up on goblins. During the process of fighting monsters, yellow light would flash from time to time. That means someone leveled up. But going from LV0 to LV1 always takes 10 EXP. So it's not that hard. That bastard actually built up a team. Zhou Kai curled his lip. I stared at the screen, but my frown deepened. Something doesn't feel right, look you guys. The goblins on the 3rd floor. I pointed at the corner of the screen. The main entrance on the 1st floor is breached. The 2nd floor has already fallen. By right, the 3rd floor should be packed with monsters now. But why is it that only a few goblins are making it up to the 4th floor? Just a handful here and there. It's almost like they're deliberately feeding them EXP. Everyone was stunned. Looking closer, sure enough, the 3rd floor hallway is a solid sea of black monsters. But they aren't all swarming up to the 4th floor. Instead, they're letting the people on the 4th floor play whack-a-mole. At the same time, in the chemistry lab at the end of the hallway, Cheng Shi is frantically rummaging through bottles and jars. He's muttering to himself, extremely excited. Found the soap, detergent, and this too.
He drags out a huge drum of cooking oil from a cabinet.
And empties a foam cooler. Perfect, this is just amazing. I hope the chemistry teacher at Hope High didn't lie to me. The proper mix ratio for these ingredients is... Cheng Shi mumbled as he quickly started mixing things physically, while talking to himself. Outside in the hallway, my sense of crisis kept intensifying. There's no way goblins, with their low intelligence, could come up with a tactic like surrounding without attacking. There must be a higher-level monster commanding them. But just what are they waiting for? I suddenly turned my head to Lang Zhenyan. Zhenyan, this academic building, besides the main central staircase and the elevator in the middle. Is there any other way up? Liang Zhenyan quickly racked his brain for the layout, and was shocked. There is. Our academic building also has exterior staircases. They're flanking us from the back. I had just finished speaking, when suddenly the roar was no longer just one monster, but it felt like all the goblins in the school, maybe even the whole city, were howling at the exact same moment. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. First period is over. The intercom is playing an automatic recording.
10 o'clock exactly marks 24 hours since the game began yesterday.
I'm standing by the window. staring fixedly through the crack at the scene below and smirking. Some of the goblins that used to only reach waist-high on adults have now bulked up significantly. Their whole bodies have swelled up a size. Boss, they leveled up. The authorities just released the latest survival guide. Regular goblins have a chance to evolve to LV2, and elite monsters can level up to LV4. After leveling up, their base stats increase by about 20%. Gah! Help! They're coming up from behind. And they're outside the windows too. In the blink of an eye, agonized screams erupted from both the third and fourth floors. In the entire No. 2 academic building, maybe only I had the sense to block off the fire door in advance and establish a 3-layer defensive line on the right corridor of the 5th floor, making it the only safe zone. A panicked, disorderly stampede of footsteps rushed up the central staircase. Chen Feng let us in. Don't overestimate your own defenses. You have no idea how fierce the monsters below are. You guys can't stop them at all. It was my fault before. But now it's only by working together that we have a chance to survive. I held my short sword and looked at him like he was already dead. I coldly spat out 2 words, get lost. Are you fucking nuts? Look at what time it is. And you're still holding a grudge? Li Heidong's eyes were bloodshot. He pointed his riot baton at me and yelled, "You're shutting us out. You're going to get us all killed." I've already sealed off the external fire escape on this floor. The 5th floor is the safest now. With a blank expression, I pointed to the left corridor behind Li Heidong. If you want to survive, take your people and rebuild the defense line across the hall. Letting you in is impossible. There's no way I have time to move tables. Chen Feng, I order you to step aside immediately. You're not letting us through, huh? Fine, I'll break it myself. Smash it for me. I draw my sword and slash, all in one smooth motion. His right forearm, clutching the riot baton, was cleanly severed at the elbow. Li Heidong clutched his bleeding stump and fell to his knees. Kill him, take him down. How dare he chop me? But the dozen or so students behind him, not a single one stepped forward to attack me. Feng, we have no problem with you. This idiot brought it on himself. We're not joining his madness. He gritted his teeth, then turned and shouted at the remaining students behind him. Fighting amongst ourselves at a time like this is just stupid and malicious. If you don't want to die, come with me to the other corridor, move. And tell the people upstairs to come down. Now, the only way to survive is the 5th floor. The goblins advanced slowly. Their leader, a much bigger goblin, followed them up too, staring at me from a distance, with a seemingly mocking look on its face. We have to figure out a way to eliminate this leader goblin. Once monsters develop intelligence, the threat to us is too great. Boss, I've got something good. There's a chance for a big area kill, Chengshi said excitedly. Wait till he gets a bit closer. If he dares come into our 5th floor lobby, just toss it right away. I have to give it a shot. Let's see if we can take him out, I said, once the vanguard charged up to the 5th floor. Their crimson eyes locked onto both sides of the hallway. They started a berserk charge at both ends of the 5th floor. 6th floor corridor, building 3 girls' dormitory area. Su Yutong, holding a goblin saber, led the group. They held their ground at the corridor entrance. At 10 a.m., after realizing the monster's size and strength suddenly surged, Su Yutong didn't hesitate for a second. She immediately ordered to abandon the 1st floor position, leading her team to retreat directly. They reached the hard-to-breach 6th floor. First group, fall back and rest. Second group, take position. 2 hold shields. 1 attacks. So the one who finishes gets experience points. Su Yutong calmly commanded. She split the girls willing to fight into several small groups, taking turns dealing the finishing blows. Her goal was very clear. In the early stages, an individual's power is limited, so she planned to use sheer numbers first, to quickly build up a core LV1 group. As for herself, she was now just 1 step away from reaching LV2. Yutong, have some water. A girl handed over a bottle. Building 5's floor leader, Qi Yan, is dead. Building 2 has also suffered heavy casualties. Su Yutong took the water. She took a deep breath. What about Building 2's situation? We don't know yet, but if Sis hasn't replied, it probably means things aren't looking good, the girl said while Su Yutong shot her a glare. She was just about to respond when her phone started ringing. It was another girl on surveillance at the top floor. She started a video call. Yutong, at the flower bed beneath Building 7. A blood-striped goblin just appeared. Su Yutong leaped up, a sharp look flashing in her eyes. It's an elite monster. Everyone, hang in there. We need to finish off this wave of attacks first, then look for a chance to take down the elite. At the same moment, 5th floor, Building 2 classroom bang. An LV2 enhanced goblin slammed into the second barricade. The huge force made the entire fortification shudder. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth, bracing the goblin's chest with his iron bar. Chengshi took advantage of the moment to bash its head with a pipe. Feng, the LV2 freak's too strong. I'm not sure I can hold out much longer, Zhao Gang yelled. Hang in there a bit more. I kept slashing with my sword, while watching the leader goblin's actions. First line of defense. I pretended to struggle, and gave up deliberately. Actually, with my strength, I could have easily held the first barricade, relieving half the pressure on the back line. But if we push too far forward, I'm afraid that leader goblin won't come up. Left corridor. The P students' line is about to collapse, up against the impact of LV2 monsters. Their makeshift metal lockers couldn't stop them at all. If the barricade falls, several goblins flooding in means certain death. They'd already used up 2 fire extinguishers, barely holding on to the defense they couldn't break. The leader goblin, always hiding at the 4th floor stairwell, using its underlings' lives to wear us down, finally couldn't hold back anymore. With a deep roar, the leader goblin stomped heavily, finally stepping into the 5th floor main hall. It wanted to oversee the battle personally, preparing to witness its prey torn apart up close. Now's the time. My eyes blazed with a terrifying gleam. I suddenly turned and shouted, Chengshi, throw your good stuff. All right, try Grandpa Cheng's homemade Molotov. Chengshi took 2 steps back. Lan Zhenyan stepped in to cover.
He quickly lit
2 glass bottles stuffed with cloth strips. Smash. Both Molotovs smashed at the leader goblin's feet and body, bursting into flames instantly. A dark yellow blaze exploded instantly. The sudden flames made the leader goblin let out a piercing scream. The regular goblins nearby were burning and rolling on the ground, their tight formations scattered in an instant. Around the leader goblin, there was briefly a totally empty space. The leader goblin was covered in flames and tried in agony to retreat downstairs. Too late to run. Lao Wu, step in and cover. Bloodlust tail activated. The blood in my body boiled like magma. I stomped hard onto the first barricade's teacher's desk, leaping high like a hunting falcon. I soared above and drove my dagger downwards with a piercing screech. I viciously slashed at the leader goblin's head. Even though the leader goblin was driven mad by the fire, it still managed to block with its totem flag. Crack, the tough flagpole was chopped in half. Bloody sword energy burst in all directions. I stepped on the leader goblin on the way down, and as I landed, I dodged to the side, evading the goblin's furious counterattack. My dagger struck twice, fast and precise, slicing tricky wounds into its body. Green blood shot out. The leader goblin now was both burning and bleeding, suffering from 2 status effects. The instincts of a high-level monster told it this was deadly danger.
It realized,
if we keep fighting, he'll definitely be killed by this berserk human. He has to escape. The goblin leader let out an incredibly shrill scream. Suddenly, 3 short goblins appeared beside him out of thin air, each one clutching a rusty dagger. The assassin goblins. They didn't care about their own lives at all. They lunged straight at me without hesitation, sacrificing themselves just to buy time. Get out of my way. I wanted to finish this quickly, so I didn't even bother dodging. I took a hit with my left arm, blocking a stab from one of the assassin goblins. My right hand's short sword became a blur, locking tightly onto the goblin leader, who was about to flee down the stairs. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive strikes, each cutting at his already injured right leg. Crack, weak point hit status effect triggered. After his leg broke, the goblin leader staggered and tumbled straight down the stairs, crashing into the dense horde of goblins on the 4th floor. There were just too many freaks. Don't chase him, Zhao Gang and Lao Wu shouted anxiously behind me. I stood at the fifth floor stairwell, looking down the stairs, at that towering back, still ablaze, a deathly cold grin curling at the corner of my mouth. You think you can escape? No way, I murmured to myself, quietly counting down from 54 in my mind. Killed LV4 Leader Elite. Gained 29 experience points. War spoils triggered. Bonus. Received 1 golden magic orb. Hearing that beautiful system notification in my mind, I let out a long breath. Damn, boss, you're amazing. Yugi managed to take down the leader, and got a drop too. A golden magic orb, man. Looking at the pop-up on my retina, killing the leader elite. 21% contribution earned. Gained 20 experience points. And a golden orb plus upgrade light drop. I'm hyped. After all, the materials were all ready. He still gets credit, what's not to love? The goblin leader had clearly run off, yet I still managed to chase him down and kill him. What does that tell you? It just proves the boss is awesome. That's it. As for how this LV4 area boss actually died, it's because there was a traitor. The city only made 4 Molotov cocktails in total. I took 2 bottles. If our stronghold fell, those 2 bottles would be used for the rear guard. I would have led them out by the external stairs, used my skills to fight our way down, as our last escape route. But things went a lot better than I expected. When the goblin leader tried to escape earlier, I quickly calculated, using yesterday's Bloodstreak goblin data, and estimated this leader's HP on the fly. Just 1 more Molotov should be enough to finish off his last sliver of health. So I discreetly activated the bonus skill from my goblin armor set, and summoned a regular goblin. In the chaos, I slipped him the Molotov, and had him retreat alongside the leader. Then, just as the leader stomped out his flames, and was gasping for breath, that inconspicuous ally walked up behind him, and precisely smashed the second deadly bottle. Flames exploded upward, snuffing out the leader's final hopes. Hold the line. I'm going to grab the loot. Right then. My bloodthirst hunger buff was still active, so while my terrifying 21 strength lasted, I charged into the monster horde like a tiger descending a mountain. Without the leader's command, these goblins once again fell into a frenzy acting on pure bloodlust instincts. I charged left and right through the monsters, cutting down anything in my way with a few slashes. I snatched the 2 dazzling golden orbs from the leader's exploded corpse and gripped them tightly in my hand. Then, without hesitation, I turned, kicked off the wall, and leapt back to the 5th floor in a few steps. After I left the main hall, only a dozen or so goblins chased me, drawn by aggro, roaring as they followed me up the right corridor. But with their rage mode gone, and all the W2 goblins already wiped out, the pressure on the 5th floor dropped sharply. The others used the 2 barricades, and easily finished off the remaining monsters. During the slaughter, I leveled up to LV4. My experience was maxed out. Leveled up current level, LV4. HP limit plus 10. Current HP 61 150ths. Strength 1. Received 1 free attribute point. Next level at 31,000 EXP. / I casually killed a regular goblin with 2 swings, but got this notification instead. Killed LV1 goblin. Asterisk, 94% contribution. Level difference suppression. Reduced rewards. Gain 2 EXP. No drops. War spoils didn't trigger. I glanced at my status panel, but didn't rush to assign that free attribute point. I decided to hold on to it. A little more or less right now. Won't make much of a difference. But if I need a certain stat for a powerful skill later, and don't have any free points, it'll be a pain to scrape them together. As for the lowered rewards for mowing down small fry, that's actually a pretty reasonable design. Otherwise, as my level gets higher, I'd eventually just steamroll all the weak mobs, massacring everything everywhere, and getting drops too. That would make my war spoils a totally broken skill. With the 5th floor cleared, I ended the skill status. This time, the skill lasted a full 4 minutes. It finally ended. Bloodthirst hunger proficiency jumped to 6100, which confirmed my theory. You just need to accumulate active skill time. But what followed? was a wave of exhaustion like a tidal surge. I forced myself to walk into the classroom, but my legs gave out, and I slid down the wall to sit on the floor, panting heavily. Lao Wu. Go talk to the jocks down the hall. See what's up. I'll set up watches and rub my aching temples at the same time. Daohang, keep an eye on me. Zhao Gang, you three watch outside. Wait for me to recover before we think about clearing the floor. Understood. Zhou Kai immediately went over the barricade, heading down the left corridor. No sooner had he crossed than he saw the corpse of Li Heidong, cold and lifeless. Zhou Kai spat on the corpse without hesitation, then looked up, nodding toward the exhausted students behind the barricade. Raising his chin, he took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. We're all neighbors here. Let's get to know each other. An hour later, I woke up in classroom 101. My stamina mostly restored, Zhou Kai reported in. The residents of Building 2 didn't hold any grudges over me killing Li Heidong. They're also very willing to cooperate with me. It's like they practically have want to cling to the big boss written on their faces. That's not bad. Let's tally up our gains. I gathered everyone together. Everyone sat in a circle. There were a total of 20 loot items piled up in the middle. Huge harvest of magic orbs. Let's count them. We collected 17 gray magic orbs in total. 2 blue magic orbs and 1 gold magic orb. I still don't fully trust them yet, so I haven't revealed my talent for dropping extra loot. I'll keep the war treasure magic orbs for myself for now. 4 for each person. I'm opening 1 blue and 1 gold. Honest, you open a blue one too. Your incendiary bomb played a major role. I gave a thumbs up. The others had no objections either. Let's do it. Everyone immediately started crushing their gray orbs. A flash of light followed. The drop rate for gray magic orbs was pretty good this time. We got 3 blank equipment items. A top, a weapon, a pair of shoes and 2 accessory vouchers. Nice, we've got gear and food. Our luck is decent. I nodded.
Then,
Directly crushed the blue magic orb I was given. The blue light faded. A skill book appeared. Basic skill, strong. It's the basic skill I'd learned before. I tossed the skill book to Honest. Old Cheng, this one's yours. I've already learned it. Your incendiary bomb was key in killing the leader. Honest took it. He thanked me repeatedly. As for Honest's own blue magic orb, he got a blue top, made of rattan light armor. Light armor, blue grade. Defense +6. Attribute resistance 1. Durability 15/15. Equipment level restriction L1. Has a bonus of 20% reduced damage from sharp weapons and 10% increased damage from blunt weapons. The attributes are pretty practical, although the attribute resistance is negative. But right now all the monsters are physical, and the biggest threat from goblins is their curved blades. Getting cut can cause nasty bleeding. This is exactly where this piece of equipment excels. Honest immediately looked at me. I shook my head again. My current top is better than this one. You keep it for yourself. Finally, I picked up the gold magic orb that was part of the group loot. Crushed it with force. A dazzling golden light flashed. A rough-looking belt appeared on the ground. Made from goblin leather. Leather armor, green grade. Defense +2. Attribute resistance +2. Durability 21/21. Equipment level restriction LV0. Bonus attribute strength 1. Agility +1. Stamina consumption during combat reduced by 5%. Has 2 quick item slots. This is the 4th piece. Am I starting to look forward to another gold magic orb now? Damn, the stats on this belt are insane. Zhou Kai looked at the goblin belt in my hand. He seemed even happier than I was. Both strength and agility increased. Boss, if you collect the whole goblin set, wouldn't you be the ultimate boss of this newbie village? I'll take your good wishes then. I smiled and equipped the goblin belt. All 4 pairs of eyes were locked on me. Whoa, Feng Bro's making a fortune quietly. Liang Zhenyan exclaimed in awe. That's too awesome. I clapped my hands and said casually, stick with me. You'll all be decked out in legendary gear sooner or later. Drew a big pie on the spot. It was just what everyone wanted to hear. After all, I really have legendary gear. Not just pretending. Alright, let me assign the loot. Zhao Gang, you have the hex bonus from Weapon Master. You'll get the most benefit from this weapon. Zhanyan, you take these 2 pieces of equipment. Both you and Honest have armor now. When it's time to tank, you've gotta step up. No problem. After finishing the distribution, only Zhou Kai was left empty-handed. Zhou Kai knowingly waved his hand. I've already decided to switch to logistics. The front-line guys definitely deserve more resources. Hearing Lao Wu say that, everyone knew he didn't mind. Everyone get ready. In 20 minutes, we're getting started. Alright. Zhao Gang and Ling Yan Zhenyan were itching to grind. I then focused my thoughts and opened another gold magic orb in my storage. The golden light shattered. Inside the magic orb wasn't the final goblin gear piece, but a skill book. Skill book, Goblin Honor Guard. Can't believe it's this skill. I'll save it for now. Just as I was thinking, my phone vibrated in my pocket. It was a message from Su Yutong. Is Su Yutong still alive? Su Yutong killed an elite monster. Got something nice. Also a skill book. Basic skill, sword key mastery. My eyes suddenly lit up. I'm holding a sword myself. Just what I need to trigger the passive effect. No need for small talk. I turned around and sent a screenshot of the Goblin Honor Guard skill over. Do I want it? Then Su Yu Tong's messages blew up on my screen. Save it for me. I'll try to make up the difference. I smiled, replied with an okay. Doing business with smart people is so much easier. That's right, Su Yutong. You're currently in Building 2. What's going on? I briefly described the situation. Su Yutong listened. She immediately offered advice. Since you want to settle in Building 2, you can't just clear the ground floor. You've got to clean the floors above too. Mobilize the survivors across the hall. Don't try to do everything yourself. You clear downstairs for the meat. Let them clear upstairs for the soup. Have their leader coordinate with you. No need to directly manage them. After a life or death experience, they should know better now. I stared at the words on the screen, nodded deeply in agreement. I stood up. Let's go talk to our neighbors and see if they understand the rules. On the opposite side of the 5th floor hallway, there are noticeably more people than before because of the surprise attack from the outside stairs. Even the upper floors aren't safe. Only the 5th floor is a known safe zone. So lots of people rushed down from upstairs to join. They gathered with those on the opposite side. The students who escaped up with Li Heidong are now sprawled all over, resting on the floor. After all, they still need to stay vigilant in case any goblins come up. The people who gathered over there are happily chilling in the classroom when they saw me walk over. The tall athlete leading the group immediately straightened up. His eyes were full of obvious respect. The athlete Feng Zhe greeted me. My name is Su Yang. If you hadn't acted fast and taken down that bastard Li Heidong, we probably would have all been done for. I nodded, getting straight to the point. I had Zhou Kai talk to you guys just now. We're about to take action. Clear all the monsters on floors below 5. Then reseal the main entrance on the 1st floor. I need you to take action too. Clear everything from 5th floor up, all the way to the top. Su Yang listened. No hesitation whatsoever. Firmly said, no problem, Feng Zhe. I'll gather people right now. If you need, our group can join your team directly. You can command us? I looked at Su Yang's sincere expression, but shook my head calmly. No need. You can handle things in a crisis. Believe in yourself. You're capable of leading your team. Absorbing the team? Are you kidding? A team full of elites is a powerful force. A team of mixed quality is pure baggage. Being a leader isn't just power. It's an endless pit of responsibility and energy drain. If I take in these dozens of people, the leeches inside, their daily drama and conflicts, would drain all my energy. All right, get ready. We're gonna make some noise downstairs. You'll definitely be affected upstairs. Make sure everyone gets the message. I made the arrangements, but just as we reached a basic understanding, a guy with glasses heard what I said and jumped out, yelling, I don't agree. Why should we follow your plan for this building? Our counselor Li was just killed by him, chopped his hand off, and Chen Feng was in Building 2 dorms. For his personal revenge,
He injured Lin Yu, the dorm leader in Building 2.
monsters went wild this morning. Building 2 dorms suffered heavy losses. People like him, selfish and self-serving, aren't fit to call the shots here. If he manages us, it's just a matter of time before we're doomed. As soon as he finished, the air in the hallway went eerily silent. I didn't even bother to look angry, just looked at him like he was some rare animal. Go ahead, tell me. Where did you hear all this? Or did you make it up yourself? The glasses guy just got more fired up. With his neck stiff, he said, "It's all over the school chat groups. Everyone knows Chun Feng took his advantage and messed up the dorm order. Lin Yu, they struggled hard to clear the monsters from the dorms. If you hadn't taken it, there wouldn't have been so many deaths in your building." I sneered, didn't even bother interrogating further. I couldn't care less if you agree or not. If you won't follow my rules, then get out of building 2 right now. Stop acting tough. Zhou Kai was already ready to go. Monsters are dead. Now you have the nerve to show up? Our group, you guys would have been dead by now. Lin, use your daddy? You're really kissing up to him. I posted in the group. They gathered all the stuff from the dorms, handed out instant noodles, but kept the chocolate for themselves. Are you blind or something? Didn't defend the dorms. Go find the dorm people then. What's it got to do with us? Were we the ones who let out the monsters? Hearing Zhou Kai's words, in the group of survivors who came down, a big round face, a girl with oversized glasses jumped in to agree. Did Lin Yu with glasses do anything wrong? In times of crisis, resources must be managed together to guarantee the highest survival rate. You guys fought over a bit of stuff and hurt people. So selfish and petty. How hard is it to kill a monster? Don't you know those who can do more should work more? And you killed Li Heidong. When order is restored, you're the murderers. The law will deal with you. As soon as she finished, a ridiculous, almost theatrical scene unfolded. Su Yang and those who survived the bloody battle watched Li Heidong get his arm chopped by me and saw me dive into the mobs over and over. All stepped back together like they were avoiding the plague. A whole 3 giant steps back, even those just down from upstairs. The survivors with a bit more sense instantly put distance between themselves and the loudmouths, separated from those 2 instantly, leaving just the 2 clowns, standing all alone, looking lost, watching this scene. I couldn't help myself anymore. I laughed. See that? Pointed at those 2 clueless virtue signalers, turned and glanced around. That's the difference between smart and stupid people. Even if everything you said is true, I'm just a selfish jerk. When I just wiped out dozens of monsters and indirectly killed someone, stepping up to challenge me face to face is just mind-blowingly stupid. I couldn't be bothered to look at the 2 again. Directly ordered Su Young, lock these 2 up. Stick them in an empty classroom. Once we finish clearing downstairs, kick them out of the building. Anyone else who objects can leave with them. Got it, Brother Feng. Su Yang didn't hesitate at all. He waved his hand. A few teammates immediately pounced like wolves and tigers. Finally a chance to prove their loyalty. Of course they're going to grab it. These 2 fools were pinned to the ground, still shouting that we had no right to do this. How pathetic. After handling this farce, Su Yang came up to me, eagerly seeking Brother Feng's advice. You have a lot of experience. Take a look at our gear. What's the best strategy for the next fight? Their equipment is just standard riot gear. Shields, steel forks, and batons. Why are you asking me? Just fight as usual. Fight in the hallway. Keep the shield up front. Knock the monsters down with it. Pin them with the steel fork. Then finish them off with the baton. The only problem is, now there are LV2 goblins. You need your strongest people to hold the shields in front. If the shields can't hold, you guys are done. Clear floor by floor. Rotate who gets the final kill on each floor. Try to get the main fighters to LV2 as quickly as possible. Oh right, take a photo of Zhou Kai on the 14th and 15th floors. Check the situation. I'm going to be using the 14th and 15th floors. No problem. Once I clear out the monsters, I'll make my way out too. After I gave the orders, Zhou Kai wasn't surprised. Teaching building No. 2 is the pride of the school. The top 2 floors, 14 and 15, are specifically for hosting large academic events and VIP guests. There's a huge multi-floor conference room there. and a high-end lounge and break area. There's even a small private kitchen for internal use. That's why I came to teaching building No. 2. It's the center of campus. The lecture hall is definitely the best stronghold. Sounds good, I nodded. But, Brother Feng, the only bad thing about the top floor is that the elevator might not be safe. It's not convenient to go up or down. We haven't dared use the elevator these past 2 days. How about clearing a space for you guys on the lower floor too? Don't worry about the elevator. Of course I know what the problem is. Joe Kai, next to me, immediately patted his chest. I'm nothing special, but I'm a certified electrician. Fixing an elevator is a piece of cake. Impressive, Su Yang responded. No problem, Brother Feng. We'll leave those top 2 floors to you. We won't even set foot in there. We'll clean out the rest of the floors as fast as we can. Alright, let's start clearing monsters. After dividing up the war zone, I led my squad directly down the main staircase. Ling Zhenyan and Cheng Shi had already moved the tables and chairs and set up a choke point. The sweep officially began. The 4th floor corridor was crawling with goblins. I didn't just charge in blindly. Instead, I cautiously stuck to the tried and true tactic of aggro pulling at a choke point, taking them down one by one. The drone went ahead. 2. Lure small groups of monsters to the stair landing. After that, everyone used the high ground to give us the advantage, taking out goblins left and right. I specifically targeted the big ones. The noticeably larger LV2 goblins left the regular LV1 goblins to Zhao Gang, Liang Zhenyan, Cheng Shi, and another teammate. And those 3 would also occasionally save a few for Joe Kai to kill. Basically, it's a loop. Farming monsters isn't too tiring, and it's efficient. Come to think of it, we also have to thank the goblin captain and the helicopter for herding all the monsters in. As a result, this building is just packed with monsters. It took a full hour of farming before the hallway monsters were finally cleared on the 4th floor. Only the classrooms were left during that hour. Even Joe Kai reached LV2. Zhao Gang and the others made it to mid-LV2. Another floor and they'll probably hit LV3. I, on the other hand, was focusing on the LV2 goblins. Each kill, with full 100% contribution. Net me 8 experience points. My current progress is LV4 and 249 1,000s. As for drops, as usual, I got every single one. It might seem like, in such chaos, someone on the team could quietly pocket the loot. But in reality, it's impossible, because I can always have them pull up the system logs. Who killed which monster? What drops were triggered?
It's all recorded in detail.
It's an easy comparison. Any attempt to hide loot would be exposed. But of course, they don't dare check my log. Everyone here is smart. No one would challenge my rules. For a few gray orbs, I'm exhausted from crying. Everyone, go rest up. No rush for weak monsters. I wiped the blood from my blade and returned to the classroom. No elites this round. Total of 14 gray orbs dropped. 2 blue orbs, split between everyone. Only got 1 pair of white shoes. And the blue orbs dropped 2 basic skills books. 1 for strength, 1 for agility. Basic skill, agility grade D effect. Grants +1 agility when learned. Defensive shoes were given to Cheng Shi. Now Cheng Shi is pretty strong. He's a solid tank holding the front. The basic skill book went to Zhao Gang. This distribution may not be the most reasonable, but sometimes fairness comes first. If you don't keep things fair, you're just planting landmines for the team. After a quick break, I led the team to clear out the rest of the 4th floor. The worst thing about a tower layout is getting flanked. With most of the 4th floor cleared, Big Yellow, who's always by my side, suddenly arched his back. All his fur stood on end. Woof woof! He barked fiercely at a classroom we'd already cleared, issuing a savage warning. At almost the same time, my combat instincts, honed by countless battles, suddenly triggered a strong warning of imminent death. Warning alarms blared in my head. Scatter, bang. The wooden classroom door exploded into pieces. A short, muscular, dark red figure, having failed the ambush, simply smashed through the door and charged straight at us. Bloodlust activated. Instead of backing off, I rushed forward, facing those 2 deadly daggers head-on. I went for a direct clash. Daggers and my short sword collided twice. Sparks flew. The massive recoil made the blood-marked goblin assassin freeze up, even if just for a split second. Now's my chance. With a twist of my wrist, both hands gripped the sword hilt. A wild upward slash from below. My move cut a bloody gash across the assassin's chest. The force threw him off balance, leaving him wide open. Let's get him. We've worked together for a long time. Zhao Gang and the other two didn't need any prompting. Cheng Shi struck first. A direct hit to the goblin's head. Then Zhao Gang and Leng Yunzhending closed in from both sides. This blood-marked goblin seems to be the agile type. Its strength is probably less than 10 points. It was knocked straight to the ground. This also means its attack power is probably very fierce. If it weren't for Dao Wang's warning, we probably would have ended up with serious injuries or even casualties. Crunch! The blood-marked goblin screamed repeatedly. I followed up with 2 consecutive sword slashes, successfully inflicted a bleeding status on it. On the brink of death, it burst out with its last bit of strength and used an escape skill. Its figure vanished instantly. Our attacks all hit nothing but air. Is he really going to let him get away? Zhao Gang was getting impatient. No way. I patted Da Huang's head and tossed him a piece of sausage. How did Da Huang spot it just now? He can do it again. It's up to you now, Da Huang. Da Huang ate the sausage in 2 bites. He sniffed the ground hard a couple of times, then jogged toward the end of the hallway. Swoosh! Dealt 20 points of sharp damage. Killed LV3 blood-marked goblin. Contribution: 85%. War loot extra drop triggered. Blue magic orb. *1. I drew my dagger and turned off bloodthirst.
Hey, I didn't keep bloodthirst on for long this time.
And I wasn't going all out. Double weakness. Still manageable. Potential points are a good thing. Only elite mobs and above drop them. Can't believe it didn't crit. While I was resting, I quickly analyzed this loot logic in my head. The previous 2 elites both dropped golden orbs. Killing higher level monsters definitely increases drop rates. This game system has always been rewarding taking on challenges. After resting for a while, I felt ready to go. So I led Zhao Gang and the others to keep clearing the 4th floor. We walked to the storage room that was used as an ambush point. I took a look inside. No wonder we didn't run into it on our way here. That beast probably climbed in through the 4th floor window. From now on, when we clear a floor, we need to seal the windows too. At least don't let these monsters slip in silently. Got it. Once we finished sweeping the 4th floor, the 5-person team officially headed down to the 3rd floor. With what we learned on the last floor, everyone's teamwork is getting smoother. Cleaning the monsters on the 3rd floor was a breeze. While clearing out monsters, Cheng Shi was the first to glow with golden light. There still aren't many LV2 goblins right now. I also only took all the Edu goblins. I don't want to waste the experience and drop rate from LV1 goblins. So, the other 4 got a bit more than before. Let's stop here, head back to the 5th floor to rest. And check our loot. Back at the 5th floor safe zone, everyone sat down together again. This time, our visible total earnings were 20 orbs. I pulled out the blue orb and opened it in front of everyone. When the blue glow faded, it turned out to be another basic skill book. Strength skill category. Go ahead and take it. As for the remaining 19 gray orbs, they all turned out to be gold coins. Damn, why did the drop rate tank all of a sudden? Our team's overall drop rate has definitely gone down. Someone was eating during the break. Someone else was on their phone. And I walked over to the corner alone. Opened my private storage. Considering we'll probably be teaming up more in the future, I decided to keep it hidden for now. With a thought, I shattered 8 gray orbs at once. All just copper coins. Not even a single white tier item. Crunch! The first basketball orb dropped 20 gold coins right away. The second basketball orb glowed and turned into a skill book. Skill book, Thrust, level 1. Active skill, costs 5 MP, deals 110% physical damage. 5-second cooldown. That's it. Isn't this just a slightly upgraded basic attack? Whatever, I'll just sell it off. Someone will probably want it. I closed my storage, bored. The first basketball popped out 20 gold coins. The second basketball gathered radiant light. It turned into a skill book. Skill book. Thrust, grade 1. Active skill costs 5 MP. Deals 110% physical damage. Cooldown. 5 seconds. Seriously, isn't this just a slightly buffed mediocre version? Forget it. I'll keep it and sell it later. Someone will probably want it. I closed the warehouse, feeling bored. Feng, come check this out. Something's not right. I abruptly opened my eyes, hurried over to the window, looked down in the direction Joe Kai pointed. A large group of goblins lined up neatly, gathering toward a single direction. Below Building 2, near the teaching block, a huge wave of goblins is coming out. That's the direction of the school library. What's going on with these goblins? There's a wide plaza in front of the library, and right now that plaza is packed full of all sorts of goblins. At a glance, there are even 5 blood-marked goblins. A few leader goblins. 2 are the brute force type I've seen before. 1 is an assassin type, and the other 2 I haven't seen before. Fat goblins that look almost like incense burners. Brute force type is a strength mutation. Assassin type is an agility mutation. So this one is probably a constitution mutation. They couldn't enter the library immediately, so they're waiting outside. I frowned deeply, pulled out my phone right away. Old Third, a ton of goblins are at school now. They're all heading to your library. The situation is way beyond what I imagined. Even blood-marked goblins can be summoned. I sent several messages in a row. Finally got a reply from Old Third. Old Third says that on the lower floors, many survivors have been dragged out. I just temporarily moved into the ventilation duct. Feng, there are way too many monsters. Zhao Gang and Old Fifth behind me shouted anxiously, looking down the stairs at the blazing, limping, desperately fleeing figure of Gao. That tall, broad back, with a cold, reaper-like smile. Escape is impossible, I muttered to myself. Quietly started counting in my mind. Countdown. Kill LV4 leader elite goblin warlord 5 times. Contribution, 42%. Gained 29 experience points. Dropped a golden sorcery orb. War treasure triggered. Extra drop. Another golden sorcery orb. Listening to the wonderful system notification in my mind, I let out a long sigh of relief, looking at my phone screen. That oddly drawn, blood-stained ritual diagram. I frowned deeply. I have no idea where this strange sense of familiarity comes from. But after so many life and death battles, my honed intuition is warning me wildly that this thing is extremely dangerous. Seeing the library surrounded inside and out, locked down so tight it's impenetrable, almost forming a steel defensive formation. I made up my mind. No matter what, I have to check it out. Saving Old Third is secondary. If I don't figure out what these monsters are summoning, there's no way I'll feel safe living in Building 2. I sent Old Third a message, told him to hang in there. Sighed I'd probably investigate the library today. If possible, I'll help him escape. Still can't figure out what's going on inside the library. Better clear out the first and second floors first. I put away my phone and led my team straight down the stairs to fight. Clearing the first and second floors was unusually easy. There were shockingly few LV2 enhanced goblins roaming here. The rest were just LV1 common monsters. The 5 of us are fully geared up now. It's like beating up frail, sickly common monsters. It's a complete power crush. Even Joe Kai now can solo kill an LV1 goblin without taking a scratch, once the downstairs is cleaned up. I assigned Cheng Shi and Leng Zhenyan to seal the first floor again. Only left the window as the entry and exit. During the setup, my phone vibrated. A message from Su Yutong. Su Yutong, is the stuff still there? Su Yutong, the deal is under negotiation. Su Yutong, a video. The video shows a huge constitution type, blood-marked goblin, lying sprawled on the ground. Wait, what's going on now? Where's the item I wanted? Wasn't it supposed to be exchanged for an equivalent item? Or skill books traded for gold coins? Sending a monster's photo, what does that even mean? Su Yutong, that's right. You come over and kill it. Then the items will drop for the exchange. Su Yutong, be smart, GPG. I was so amused by the screen I almost laughed. So basically, I'm working for you. And using what I earn from working to buy my own skill book. Su Yutong speechless, GPG. Su Yutong, look closely at the photo. Didn't you notice anything special about this monster? I opened the big version and zoomed in. Only then did I realize. The Constitution-type blood-marked goblin in the photo had its eyes shut tight, sleeping soundly, not moving at all. Its chest was still rising and falling, proving it's still alive. Su Yutong, a lot of monsters fled earlier. I got some tranquilizer and knocked it out. Su Yutong, but it's tough and thick-skinned. We only got it to lose 3 HP after chopping at it twice. If it wakes up, we can't guarantee the station's safety. Su Yutong, and instead of splitting it among a group, better let you solo it. Su Yutong, the dropped orbs and XP all go to you. So you're actually getting a good deal. I rubbed my chin. A blood-marked goblin. That's at least 100 experience points. Plus potential points and high-grade orbs that might drop. Definitely worth the trip. Not to mention my war treasure hex has a chance for a huge extra drop. Deal. I'll be there very soon. Su Yutong, you better hurry. There's competition from the men's dormitory. You get it, I get it. I understood immediately. Capturing monster sites and guild battles, 3 musts for MMORPG. I turned to look at Zhao Gang and the others. I'm heading over to the dorm area for a trade. You guys can tidy up upstairs as a rest area. After you're done, feel free to do whatever. Old Fifth, you come with me to the dorm. 20 minutes later, Zhou Kai and I cleared the way using a drone and Da Wang. We arrived at the dorm area. That's my usual cautious approach. On the way, a few random LV1 goblins were cleaned up by Zhou Kai at the handoff area by Building 34. Su Yutong was there waiting with a dozen girls. Across from them stood a tall, unfriendly-looking guy.
He had a dozen guys behind him.
All holding various weapons. Between them lay the tranquilized, snoring, asleep blood-marked goblin. Seeing me walk over, Su Yutong came right up, spoke in a low voice, quickly whispered in my ear, "That guy's name is Han Yu. He's now the leader of the guys over there. 24 building 74 male. Everyone, listen to him for now. Female in building 13,684. Listen to me. Show off your skills in a bit. Back me up. You have that much faith in me." He looks like he has a huge problem with me. I teased him, asking if he was so impressive. As for Han Yu, of course he has a problem. A bunch of people died in Building 2 today. Later, we got him back with a rain. That's how we finally stabilized Building 2. Falling behind even once means falling behind every step. By the time I had organized the girls' dorm side, they were busy cleaning up the mess in Building 2. By the time they were done cleaning up, I'd already led my group to take down an elite. Su Yutong explained. I scanned the crowd next to Han Yu, and sure enough spotted Lin Yu. As for the conflict between Han Yu and Su Yutong, that's completely normal for survivors like them who rely on gathering ordinary people to quickly form an organized group in the early stages. 2 tigers can't rule 1 mountain. This kind of order that forms out of survival instinct expands rapidly, taking in everyone they possibly can, until they hit their management limit. Within the same resource area, there will only ever be one true leader, from my perspective, since we'll have to deal with each other eventually. Supporting the smart, trustworthy Su Yutong is clearly better than having to face a Han Yu manipulated by Lin Yu. Much better. Hand me the skill book first. I can't be bothered to socialize with them once they see my strength. If they have any brains, they'll make up their own minds. Su Yutong didn't question anything. She handed me the basic sword aura mastery skill book, straight into my hand. I focused my mind. Used 20 gold coins to learn it instantly. Immediately after, I didn't hesitate to spend all the coins I'd saved up, leveling up twice in a row. Cost 40 gold coins. Sword Aura Mastery upgraded to LV2. Cost 80 gold coins. Sword Aura Mastery upgraded to LV3. Basic Sword Aura Mastery LV3. Master all the basic force techniques for sword weapons. When using sword weapons, attack +6. Requires 160 gold coins to reach the next level. Gained 1 potential point. That's more than I expected. Upgrading to LV4 takes another potential point, but that also means LV4 will probably give a huge boost. I have 273 gold coins left and 2 potential points, so I'm not short. Since I'm showing off my strength here, I might as well just do it. Even if there's not a big jump, an extra 2 attack points is still good. Spend 160 gold coins. Sword Aura Mastery upgraded to LV4. Basic Sword Aura Mastery LV4. Mastered the correct force techniques for all sword weapons. When using sword weapons, attack +9. Skill upgraded to LV4. Granted an additional attribute. LV4 additional attribute. Way of the Sword. For every 100 enemies killed with a sword weapon, strength and agility both increase by 1. Up to 5 times. Elite and above monsters will know more advanced techniques. Current kills, 2045, strength +2. Agility +2. As I felt the mysterious sword, technique knowledge sinking into my mind, I let out a deep breath. Totally worth it. 1 potential point for 10 attribute points. That's too powerful. My base strength is now 20 points, with 25 attack points. If I activate Bloodthirst Frenzy, strength jumps up to 25. An attack hits a crazy 28 points. Plus, with the skill active, I deal bleed and an extra 10% damage. A high 20 agility means I'm striking super fast. What does this mean? 1 sword, 1 kill. If the monster isn't tough enough, it's gone. I gripped my dagger, spun it in a beautiful flourish, even making the air lightly rip apart. I said coldly, anyone not involved, move back now. Once the fighting starts, it's about to wake up. I won't bother with you all. Hearing my blunt words, Hanyu's face darkened. He couldn't help but mock me. Chunfang, you're putting on quite a show. At the end of the day, you're just a deserter, leaving your teammates at Building 2 while you ran away. Now you're acting like a simp, sucking up to the girls over here. Aren't you ashamed? Before I could even get angry, Su Yutong suddenly stepped up and kissed me on the cheek with a loud smack. Hanyu, cut the crap. Su Yutong put her hands on her hips and publicly clapped back without mercy. Don't think I don't know how disgusting you are. You messaged my best friend at night, sending censored photos of your lower half. Even sent a voice message saying you wanted to drink her foot bath water. A pervert like you has no right to say a word here. You think you're funny and deep too. The moment she said that, the whole place went silent. The 10+ guys behind Hanyu all stared in shock, throwing weird looks at their boss. Hanyu's face visibly turned purple-red, and he broke out in rage. He pointed at Su Yutong and yelled furiously, You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. But as soon as doubt is planted, it's not so easy to remove. I took a deep breath at the side, barely managing to keep from grinning. Almost lost all the serious expert style I've built up by laughing out loud. I coughed awkwardly a couple of times, then pulled myself together and looked at the group that was about to burst out laughing. Okay, can you move back now? Su Yutong hummed happily, bent down to pick up the big yellow dog that had been spectating, and motioned for the girls to step back while petting the dog. The crowd retreated, leaving only the open area, with just me and the sleeping giant goblin left in the center. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and mocked me full of jealousy. Big shot. Hurry up. Don't just wave your sword forever and not even break its defense. That'd be a joke. I didn't even glance at him. Activated Bloodthirst Frenzy. Blood vessels instantly filled my eyes with crimson. My muscles tensed up. Swish, 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 swish. My dagger sent out a flurry of fast sword shadows, striking the defenseless weak spots of the blood-marked goblin. 5 slashes in a row. Sharp edge, 21 HP damage. Sharp edge, 23 HP damage. Triggered bleed, -3 HP per second. Lasts for 10 seconds. Dealt extra damage, RHP. With all those high damage numbers flashing, I instantly wiped out over 100 of the monster's HP. Even super strong anesthetics. There's no way to block this excruciating pain like being torn apart. Constitution type. The blood-streaked goblin let out a muffled cry of pain. Its massive body began convulsing violently. It stubbornly resisted the effects of the medicine and started to wake up. But there's no way I'm giving him a chance to catch his breath. I'm not done yet. I press the attack. I raise my sword and strike. Another 3 vicious slashes. As my blood energy surged within me, I followed my body's instincts, channeling the blood energy into the blade, and sliced forward with the momentum. Blood energy cross slash. 2 crimson cross-shaped sword waves smashed onto the goblin's wounds. Attribute damage, 41 HP bonus. Bleeding status, -3, extra damage 3. This hit finally woke up the Constitution specialized blood-streaked goblin. Completely jolted awake by pain, he let out an extremely desperate savage roar. Both his arms, thick as stone pillars, swung wildly through the air, carrying a howling wind sound. He tried to roll over and get up. Relying on my 15 points of agility, I nimbly jumped back, dodging the sweep. Then I suddenly launched myself with both legs, leaping high into the air, gripping my sword with both hands, slashing down with all my strength. I struck him hard right as he raised his head. Boom, a massive force pinned this monster weighing hundreds of pounds right back to the ground. Another 100+ HP evaporated instantly. At the brink of life and death, he didn't hesitate to activate his core skill. On his skin's surface, a layer of grayish, petrified keratin instantly appeared. He looked like a stone statue. I tested it with a slash. Sparks flew everywhere, and the usual 20+ damage per hit was cut in half instantly. Only 10 points left. Plus, my short sword's durability dropped by 1 point immediately. Only now did this blood-streaked goblin finally scramble up off the ground in extreme distress. But I never faced him head-on. Bring it on. My tactics were clear-cut and dodged the petrified skin. It can block physical injuries, but can't prevent bleeding damage. The skin's surface gets tough, but the joints can't fully harden. Otherwise, the creature wouldn't even be able to move. I kited him for a bit, only slashing at the joint connections to keep the bleeding effect going. Another 20 seconds passed, and with the last round of bleeding damage, this Constitution-type blood-streaked goblin collapsed with a furious and frustrated roar, thudded to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Throughout the battle, I soloed, dealt over 400 points of terrifying total damage, killed LV4 blood-streaked goblin, Constitution type, contribution, 87%, and earned 105 XP. Dropped gold magic orb, star 1. War bounty triggered. Extra gold magic orb, star 1, dropped. The total kill time was barely a minute. Almost everyone around was stunned. A crisp slap was heard. That was Han Yu knocking Lin Yu to the ground. I didn't even know what happened. Glancing over, Han Yu looked at me with a flattering smile. Bro Feng, please don't hold it against us. Now I finally figured out what was going on. This guy tried to convince me to steal the monster, saying otherwise the girls would dominate and outdo us. I said, what's boy or girl got to do with it? We're all from the same dorm area. We still have to unite and fight monsters together in the future. Feng, you're insanely awesome. I bow to you, man. Other people can't understand him. Han Yu can see it clearly.
He also led his team to slay a power-type blood-marked goblin,
And knows that the blood-marked goblin has over 200 HP. Stamina types definitely have even higher HP. Their defense is stronger. I could finish them off in a minute, but it took a whole team 5 minutes to bring down that elite one. If they dare try to snatch something from me, I'll kill them 10 times faster than I did that monster. He even started to feel. No wonder I always looked down on Ling Yu. Standing in the rain is just plain stupid. Clueless about what's going on. I'll replace the floor leader on the second floor soon. I turn off my skill. Take a moment to steady my breathing. Walk forward and pick up the magic orb. Then I walk over to Su Tong. From my inventory, I take out the C-rank skill book from the goblin bodyguards and handed it to her. It's yours now, Su. Yutong's eyes lit up like stars. She happily took the skill book. While I wasn't paying attention, she stood on tiptoe and quickly snuck a kiss on my other cheek. Caught me by surprise. Thanks, boss. Hope you get god-tier loot every day. As for godlike skills, with my agility, I could have dodged easily, but I chose not to. I casually crushed the golden magic orb out in the open. A golden light flashed, A skill book with a watery pattern appeared. Life skill fishing effect. As long as there's water, even just fishing in a bucket or pool, you can stably collect up to 100 kilograms of various fish in the first 2 hours every day. The yield will gradually decrease after that, so later fishing rewards will gradually decrease. This skill should have good trade value. Even though there are physical food coupons dropped by the system, the drop rate is pretty low. No way could it feed everyone. That 100 kilograms of fresh fish is as hard currency as it gets, whether for personal consumption or for trade. It's a guaranteed profit. I opened another golden orb. What came out was the elite monster's last life-saving skill. Skill book petrified skin. Grade C2 learn. Requires LV3. Physique 10. LV1 effect. Costs 15 MP. Increases defense and attribute. And resistance by 10 points. Status resistance plus 20%. Movement speed minus 20%. When dealing damage. Adds extra damage based on physique asterisk 0.2. Note. Petrified skin turns your skin into stone. This is a main mount tank skill. My current path is a high burst warrior type, so I don't need this for now.
It'll just gather dust for now.
Once the city passes its trials, then it might be useful to install it. Satisfied, I closed the system panel. On the other side, after my jaw-dropping slaughter show, as proof, Su Yutong's authority in the dorm area is now completely solidified. Han Yu is behaving herself like a quail, and even said on the spot that she is willing to cooperate with Su Yutong's defense coordination. She also decisively stripped Lin Yu, that idiot, of her floor leader position in Building 2. To ordinary survivors, the wood wall is an instinctual lifeline. Su Yutong not only has ability herself, but she also has someone ruthless backing her up, someone who can kill elite monsters like it's nothing. For this area, who's in charge, is now crystal clear once she's done dealing with Han Yu's small matters. Su Yutong came running to me eagerly. "Boss, what good stuff did you get?" I smiled, didn't bother hiding it, directly pulled up the system panel for the fishing life skill, and showed it to her. That's amazing. After she saw the stat about stable 100 kilograms fish output per day, she was amazed. Su Yutong was really impressed. That's a god-tier logistics skill. Right now, everyone has a few dropped food coupons, but those have pretty sad drop rates. One coupon is only enough food for maybe 3 people for a day, or one person stretching it for 3 days without a stable food supply. Even the largest survivor base would collapse from hunger instantly. So, I'm not willing to use my food vouchers recklessly. If I can use what's here for free, I won't use system stuff. Makes total sense. I raised my eyebrows thinking. Su Yutong nodded repeatedly, but then she frowned and shrugged helplessly. I'm really broke right now. I'm flat out of resources. Only got a few coins left. Do you think I'm worth that much? Sell it cheaper, please. No rush. I put the skill book back in the inventory. I'm holding on to this for now. Once you get some good stuff, we can trade then. There's only 5 of us core members, plus a dog. The food we've stored is still enough for now. Deal? It's a promise. Don't you dare sell it to anyone else. Su Yutong sealed the oral deal. Trade agreed. I turned to look at Zhou Kai fiddling with the drone. After killing that stamina-type blood-marked goblin, my experience has reached 740 out of 1,000. Just need 260 more to hit LV5. If I just kill elite level 2 monsters, that's maybe 30 or so left. What's the situation near Old 5? I asked. Zhou Kai checked the screen and reported. Boss, it's not looking good. In the southeast area of campus, all that's left are weak level 1 monsters. If you want to hunt level 2 enhanced monsters, it's tough to find any here. I frowned. If I only take out level 1 south, experience is halved due to level disadvantage. I'd have to kill hundreds just to level up. That's way too inefficient. So where are the higher level monsters? Outside campus, Zhou Kai switched the drone to a wider view and pointed to a street on the screen. The food stall strip outside University Town. The terrain is tricky. Lots of shops. I did a quick drone recon, and it's swarming with goblins. And a lot of them are the large level 2 types. My eyes lit up. I made a snap decision and headed out. The food street, huh? Where are you guys going? Su Yutong, who just finished assigning defense tasks to her team, saw Joe Kai and me about to leave and hurried over. We're heading off campus to the food street for monster farming, I replied casually. Count me in. Su Yutong instantly raised her hand and quickly followed us. The dorm defense line is secure. All the small monsters have been cleared. Nothing for me to do here at the moment. Bringing her along isn't a problem. I stopped for a second, looked her up and down. If it were yesterday, I definitely would have refused this tag-along act. But now it's a different story. Did you learn the Goblin Bodyguard skill book just now? I asked. Su Yutong lifted her chin proudly. Of course I learned it on the spot. The learning requirement for the Goblin Bodyguard skill is LV3, and 10 points in the mental attribute. Since Su Yutong can learn it, that means he's already successfully advanced to LV3. And his mental attribute is extremely high. His mana must be more than enough. It's so rare to have self-sufficient teammates. Alright, I'll stop talking nonsense. Bring all your gear. I'm heading out in 10 minutes. The so-called commercial street is actually just on the outskirts of University City. A 3-story commercial building under a row of newly built residential complexes. Joe Kai, retracted the drone and reported back to the boss. We've basically got it all figured out. There are a lot of LVR goblins on the 3rd floor. Not many survivors on the 1st and 2nd floors. If they're not here, they're probably underground. The basement gate is down. I can't see inside. Su Tong and I moved over, looking at the photos and videos on the screen. Right now, we're standing on the pedestrian overpass across from the commercial building, observing the building across the street. The commercial building has 3 floors above ground, most of which are all kinds of medium and large restaurants and food courts. Maybe it's because there's so much ready-to-eat food here. All the goblins here are stuffed and bloated, just gathered at the 3rd floor restaurant area. There are over 30 large-sized LV2 enhanced goblins, just in that area alone. As for the ordinary LV1 goblins, they're swarming around all the shops. The basement gate is down. There's a high chance someone is inside. But it doesn't matter. We don't care about survivors right now. Our target is those LV2 and LV1 monsters on the 3rd floor. You guys collect them later. Wait a sec. We'll block the 3rd floor passage from the outside stairs. Then just start the slaughter. It's not that I'm getting cocky. It's just that I've improved so much now. If it were yesterday, facing 30-something LV2s, plus hundreds of LV1 monsters mixed together, I definitely would have used the terrain to my advantage, pulling them one by one. But now my base attack is 21, plus the power skill optimization from Sword Mastery LV4. With no elite monsters on the field, this floor is basically just a pure experience ATM for me. Let's go. I made a decisive call. No need to be quiet this time. Just steamroll through. 3 people and a dog quickly made their way to the 3rd floor via the exterior stairs, pushed open the heavy fire door. A strong smell of blood, mixed with the stench of rotting food, hit us. It's the height of summer right now, probably because the mall's AC isn't being maintained, or it's broken by the monsters. It's stiflingly hot inside, so everything rots quickly. Yutong, summon your goblin. Go. Push over the sign and garbage can by the central escalator. Block the escalator with them. Joe Kai, you block the stairs. See if you can lock the door. I gave tactical orders. Then I locked the entrance door behind me. I'm good here. Su Yutong summoned the Goblin Guard squad, blocking both escalators. Boss, I'm good too. Joe Kai finished his job too. The sounds of doors slamming and stuff falling have already alerted the whole 3rd floor. All the monsters in the dining area. Suddenly, hundreds of goblins turned their heads. Their scarlet eyes instantly locked onto the 3 humans who just walked in. They started making excited screeches, surging at us like a green tide, and charged over wildly. Joe Kai hurriedly fell back behind me, while I stood at the front without blinking. Let's finish this quick. You guys take care of yourselves. Bloodlust activated. Crimson veins instantly filled my eyes. I charged into the horde of goblins like a wolf among sheep, slashing through the monsters in front of me. As for LV1 common monsters, I only need one swing to take away half their HP. If the bleed effect triggers, if Zhou Kai and Su Yutong don't land the finishing blow in time, they'll just bleed out and die. My main targets are the LV2 goblins. One LV2 goblin with a bloated belly raised a cast iron pot, no clue where he found it, trying to block my attack. My eyes were ice cold, hands gripping the sword. I delivered a brutal strike. Crack! The tough cast iron pot shattered in two. My short sword slashed right into his chest. I quickly twisted my wrist, slashing the blade across. Dealt sharp damage, 21 HP. Dealt sharp damage, 22 HP. Inflicted bleed effect, 3 HP sec. Additional damage, 2 HP. 2 strikes can take away 40 HP, plus a 30 HP ongoing bleed effect. LV2 enhanced monsters that usually need teams to hunt are as fragile as paper before me. This was a one-sided massacre without suspense. Even these low IQ goblins know they can't mess with this man. He is way out of their league. But I stay silent. Just keep slashing. In less than 2 minutes, I'd cleared out all the LV2 goblins on the 3rd floor, only left with a few terrified little ones. In the process of clearing the monsters, I also leveled up. Ding, EXP is full. Congratulations, player. Sealed level increased to LV5. Congratulations, player. Sealed level increased to LV5. Current EXP, 25,000. Plus 1 constitution. You've received a free attribute. Point. Woi. I let out a long breath, glanced at my status, and once again chose to save the precious free attribute point for now. After reaching LV5, when I kill LV2 goblins, I also get a level suppression penalty notice. That means, unless I face elite monsters LV3 or higher, if I keep grinding today, it'll just waste my strength and weapons. No point using skills on the remaining small fry. I'll back up while Zhou Kai and Su Yutong clear them. If we keep feeding him like this, Zhou Kai will hit LV3 too. Boss, you're awesome. Feng Jie, you're amazing. The 3 of us looted all the spoils. So many drops, we can't even tell who killed what. So I split the gray orbs equally. 6 each. I used the 2 blue orbs myself. As for war treasures, not much luck this time. Just 8 gray orbs in the warehouse. I'm planning to save up some more and try a massive lottery draw. See what the drop rates are. Gray orbs gave solid results. Only Su Yutong got a belt from his. The rest were all gold coins. The blue orbs gave me the basic skill sturdy and the basic skill bravery. I learned bravery myself and leveled it up to LV2. Bravery LV2, strength plus 2. Increases max carry weight by 7%. The strong Su Yutong wants him to trade a white belt. These basic skills aren't really anything special. Zhou Kai said, if no one objects, should we trade it with Su Yutong? Should we clear the 2nd floor and the 1st floor too? Zhou Kai was still immersed in the thrill of being able to stand up for himself. Let's stop fighting and head back. I checked the time. It's already 5 p.m. I'm also planning to take advantage of dusk to sneak into the library and investigate. On top of that, the reward for killing monsters is way too low for me now. So I shook my head and turned down Zhou Kai's suggestion, just as the 3 of us finished gathering our loot and were getting ready to leave. Yeah, in the corner of the corridor, a hidden door marked with the elegant hair care salon sign was carefully and cautiously pushed open. A crack appeared, followed by a woman with messy hair, with a face haggard and exhausted, holding a baby tightly wrapped in a blanket in her arms, stumbled out from inside. She saw the corpses of monsters everywhere, and me standing in the pool of blood like a god of slaughter. She was stunned for a moment, and then tears streamed from her eyes.
Thud.
She knelt stiffly on the blood-stained tiles covered in green blood. Desperately, she kept kowtowing to me. Please, I beg you guys, have mercy and save us. The baby already has a high fever today. If he doesn't get medicine soon, he'll burn up. I beg you, please. Looking at the woman kneeling in the pool of green blood, her forehead already red from kowtowing, and the baby in her arms, his face bright red from high fever, barely breathing. I frowned slightly. As the saying goes, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. This can be seen as moral coercion. But it can also be seen as the fate of the strong. For those who are powerful, they stand higher, see more things, and have a wider range of things they can control. When you hold in your hands the power to change certain things, it's hard to completely ignore tragedies happening at your feet, while ordinary people, unable to do anything, don't see it, so they don't carry as much burden. Just taking care of themselves is enough. I admit I'm not someone who returns kindness for evil, but I'm definitely not a cold-blooded monster who's completely lost his humanity. I can't save everyone, but whether or not I help the person in front of me is entirely up to me. It's just a matter of my choice. Su Yutong, standing nearby, saw my hesitation, but she wasn't sure what I was thinking, so she cautiously asked before you cry, "If you want to come with us, you need to show your value. What can you do?" Actually, she was hoping I would take in this pitiful mother. The woman was so scared she was on the verge of a breakdown, but hearing this was like grabbing a lifeline. She shouted in a desperate jumble, "I can wash hair. I can do facials. I'm the chief technician of this salon. I can do any hairstyle." "Stop," Su Yutong, with a face full of frustration, cut off her absurd statements. "At a time like this, who the hell has time for a hairstyle? I'm asking if you can wash clothes. Cook and clean. Yes, I can. I do it every day at home. I work quickly." The woman nodded repeatedly. Su Yutong turned around and looked at me, testing my response. I nodded slightly, showing my approval. "If you can keep up with our pace later, we'll take you with us. But I don't support freeloaders. You have to earn your food for you and your child by working." Thank you, thank you." The woman, grateful and tearful, hugged her child and struggled to get up from the floor. "All right, Lao Wu, pack up and get ready to head back." I hadn't finished my sentence. Clatter, clatter, clatter. At the escalator connecting the first floor to the basement, the heavy metal roller door suddenly slid upward. Then, a dozen men and women with makeshift weapons rushed up the stopped escalator to the third floor. Finally, someone came to save us. "You're really late. I told you someone would come to rescue us." Among the crowd, a burly man, with a thick gold chain around his neck, looking a little like a gangster, strode forward. "Are you the Special Forces advance team my brother-in-law sent? Right? They said you can get up to LV4. Like I said, we're in the basement. Why did you come to the third floor? If our boss here couldn't watch the shop's cameras, we wouldn't even know you showed up." Not only did he arrogantly jump to a conclusion, his tone also carried an incredibly off-putting smugness and arrogance. "I don't know you guys, and I'm certainly not some Spec Ops advance team. If you want to survive, you should go kill monsters yourselves." My gaze grew cold. "Doesn't matter if we aren't acquainted. We'll know each other after this interaction. The military will arrive tomorrow. You should protect me first. Then I'll put in a good word for you with my brother-in-law. Their special task force is short on people. If someone as skilled as you joins, they'll give you a full gear set. You'll climb the ranks in no time. Plus, you're planning to take along a woman and a kid. 2 burdens, right? We have our own hands and feet. We don't need you distracted taking care of us." The gold chain guy swaggered up to about 2 meters in front of me, not acting like an outsider at all. Maybe his former power and wealth made him overconfident. He wasn't worried at all that I'd refuse. "Since you all have hands and feet, why not kill monsters yourselves?" This is the second time I'm asking. "Hey, what's with your attitude?" The guy with the gold chain frowned, clearly displeased with me. He raised his voice and arrogantly pointed at my nose, saying, "Killing monsters is dangerous. Naturally, those who should be fighting should handle it. We pay taxes to the country, create so many jobs, make significant contributions. Even if we have to fight monsters, it should be only when our safety is guaranteed. What about you? What have you contributed? If it weren't for this dumb game appearing, you'd never even get a chance to meet me." He sounded extremely pleased with himself. He even came over and patted my shoulder. "Be smart, kid. You look like a smart guy. Don't do anything stupid. No matter how tough you are, you can't stop a bullet alone. Don't you agree?" Hearing these nauseating words, Zhou Kai rolled his eyes. Su Yutong looked at the gold chain guy like he was already dead, staring at him. As for me, I let out a laugh in anger. "I'm giving you one last chance. If you want to survive, if you want out, you kill monsters yourself. Stop annoying me. I was getting a bit angry, not sure what I might do. I don't even know myself. Man, why are you so stubborn? Young people shouldn't be so hot-headed. Think of your family. The gold chain guy completely ignored my warning. So you have hands and feet, huh? I didn't even activate bloodthirst? Just relying on my 22 strength and terrifying 15 agility stats. I lunged forward. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sword whistle ripped through the air. Both hands, gold watch and gold rings included, were severed at the wrists. Then, with another swing, his feet in designer shoes were chopped off in 7 pieces. Ah, the guy who was chattering non-stop just a second ago now let out an extremely shrill scream. You killed him. Are you insane? They screamed in terror and staggered back like lunatics. Some even collapsed, legs soft. So scared they wet their pants and fell over. The gold chain guy, now missing his hands and feet, crashed into a pool of blood. Severe pain made him pass out with his eyes rolling back. After just 3 seconds of screaming, he fainted from the pain. Needless to say, in this situation, he obviously won't make it. I slowly sheathed my dagger, letting the blood drip from the tip. Expressionless, I looked down at the twitching torso on the ground. My tone was flat, without a trace of emotion. I gave you a chance. Even when given a chance, you were useless. Now you're left without hands or feet. Do you still want to come with us? The gold chain guy on the ground had passed out from pain. Of course he couldn't answer me. I didn't care either. I raised my head. My gaze slowly swept over the shivering survivors. Who else wants to end up with no hands or feet? You can step forward now, as long as you can prove you really have no hands or feet. I guarantee I'll take you with us. Deathly silence. The survivors who a moment ago still looked at me expectantly and arrogantly, now were all as pale as a sheet, shaking like leaves. They finally understood. In this broken world, former status and so-called connections meant nothing before absolute power, not even worth a fart. Please don't kill us. A middle-aged man in a suit collapsed to his knees and pleaded in utter humility. Bro, I've got money. I've got a few million in cash in the safe in my basement. It's all yours, yes. I'm the owner of the jewelry shop on the 1st floor. Another guy, like grabbing a lifeline, chimed in. I'll go unlock it for you. You can take any gold bars or jewelry you want, as long as you take us along. Watching them still using their old way of thinking, hoping to buy their lives. I was honestly speechless. Don't you guys check the internet? Haven't you heard monsters drop coins? If the system only dropped gear and materials, for convenience sake, gold or other currencies could maybe still be exchanged, but sadly, killing monsters gives you coins directly. All the currencies and precious metals that used to be valuable in human society are absolutely worthless in this game, have completely lost their value. To the system, only coins matter. Bro, you can't just leave us to die. He was the one who provoked you just now. We're not with him. Someone begged desperately. Don't blame me for lumping you all together. I put my dagger back at my belt, my eyes icy cold. When he was running his mouth earlier, none of you stood up to object. Some of you were even thinking of riding his coattails. Since you chose to act like idiots, you get no respect from me either. Lao Wu, grab him. Let's go, I'm done talking. I turned and walked straight toward the fire escape. Joe Kai with his backpack signaled the mother who'd barely survived, and they hurried after me, leaving the survivors alone in blood and stench, consumed by utter despair. Much later, someone suggested maybe they should try killing monsters themselves. But that was no longer our concern. Leaving the mall and returning to campus, it was already getting dark. Passing by the outskirts of the dorm area, I saw that the guys and girls who usually stuck together were actually mixed up for once, taking advantage of the fading light. They were methodically clearing out lone goblins. Clearly, Su Yutong hadn't been idle. She used my reputation and Han Yu to negotiate some sort of deal, and started organizing a joint effort to recapture the wetlands. This southeastern area, the level 2 elite monsters and boss monsters, were almost all lured over by the weird ritual array at the library, and drawn away. All that's left are the weaklings, which obviously can't withstand an organized survivor counterattack. But on the other hand, the stronger the monsters gathered at the library, the harder it will be to truly restore order to this area. The greater the difficulty, Su Yutong and I split up. Before leaving, she sneakily kissed me again. She said she'd bring formula over later. I didn't dodge. It's a kind of memory too. Back at Building 2, Joe Kai spent a while checking the elevator, with a crisp ding sound. The dedicated elevator that had stopped running miraculously opened its doors. Boss got it done. Joe Kai patted the dust off his hands. Senior electrician taking action. Exclusive line power supply. Safe access straight to the 14th floor. Nice work. I didn't hesitate to give him a compliment. That's the power of this system. Joe Kai doesn't even know much about electrical work, but he still managed to fix the elevator. Everyone took the elevator straight to the luxurious conference center on the 14th floor. Zhao Gang, Cheng Shi and Lang Zhenyan had been waiting for a while. During their free time in the afternoon, Zhao Gang teamed up with Building 2's original residents, grinding for EXP downstairs, while Cheng Shi and Lang Zhenyan partnered up as a pair. That actually wasn't right. When I'm not around, Zhao Gang should have been with Cheng Shi and Liang Zhenyan to build more team chemistry. But this was also right. They're not a completely unified group, which actually makes me feel more at ease. I briefly introduced the woman I brought back. From now on, she'd be our team's dedicated support staff. She doesn't need to fight monsters for now. Her job is to do our laundry, cook, and clean. Find her 2 fever reducer pills. I recall someone had some earlier. I have them right here. Zhao Gan quickly found 2 ibuprofen. Thank you so much, everyone. The woman was moved to tears, bawling repeatedly. Zhao Gang and the others had absolutely no doubts about me bringing someone back. Actually, they seemed happy about it, because every time Joe Kai and I finished killing monsters, we'd be covered in disgusting green blood and flesh. No one ever dealt with the old clothes, so we could only change into fresh ones. Now that we have dedicated support staff, it really is a big boost to our quality of life. After wrapping up the base's daily affairs, I walked alone to the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the campus drowned in darkness in the distance. I took out my phone. Third brother, I'm heading out now. Third brother, boss. I'm always ready. Night fell like ink. Silently, I crept into the shadowy side of the library building. The plaza ahead was full of goblins, not as nervous and alert as during the day. Instead, because they were hungry, they looked a little distracted. From the system warehouse, I grabbed the exorcism box tool I earned earlier. Used it right away. Consumable item, exorcism box.
Effect. Greatly reduces your chances of being discovered by monsters.
Effect radius is 0.5 meters centered on the user. Lasting for 30 minutes. A faint greenish smoke surrounded me, and the system's warning alert also popped up very seriously. Warning, the exorcism box does not make you completely invisible. Monsters might still see or hear you. Detection rules apply. If the player makes a loud noise or enters a monster's direct line of sight, that'll trigger the monster's alert state. Lasts for 3 seconds. If, during those 3 seconds, the same monster hears you again and sees the exorcism box, the effect will vanish. You only get 1 chance to block line of sight or mute noise. I quickly figured out how the tool works. I looked up at the tall exterior wall of the library and locked in on a thick metal drain pipe with my current stats. Even without any climbing experience, I could easily climb up now. First, I climbed the streetlight, then jumped, grabbing the pipe perfectly with my fingers. Swish, swish. My body moved lightly up into the darkness. No obstacles all the way, and I climbed up to the 4th floor in one go. In the faint moonlight, I peeked inside and saw on the ground a bunch of goblins sprawling out, snoring in their sleep. Level 2 goblins. Taking a deep breath, I carefully exerted my strength, slipped in through the window, then rolled to break my fall, making almost no sound. Perfect. Infiltration successful. Did not trigger Berserker Creed ending. I moved stealthily, creeping up to an opening between the bookshelves. The library's second to fourth floors are open ring-shaped, lined with large bookshelves, with tables and chairs in the center for students to read. Standing in the fourth floor corridor, I could look straight down into the main hall on the first floor, just by looking over the glass railing. The situation on the fourth floor didn't look great. There were still over a dozen awake level 2 goblin patrols wandering around. From this incredible vantage point, I finally got a look at the full layout of that massive formation. All across the first floor area's ground was thick, dark red blood, drawn into some kind of evil, twisted rune pattern. Staring at those runes, that weird feeling of familiarity inside me surged up again. An idea crossed my mind, and I pulled out the goblin costume's grand pattern from my system storage, then compared them closely. But the markings didn't match. It's not equipment, since this sense of resonance isn't from a goblin-exclusive item. It only points to one thing in the end: bloodthirst. Feed me! I closed my eyes, feeling the resonance between my skill and the formation inside me. That skill, which overdrafts blood, going berserk for massive stat gains, was the same origin as that blood-saturated sacrificial array below, all from the same source. So, is this the ritual used to make sacrifices to the gods? I'd better get a close look. I pulled out a simple bait bomb, honest made this afternoon. I took a deep breath, then powered up my arm, and tossed the bait bomb perfectly across the slick hallway tiles, right to the far side of the fourth floor. Crack, crack. The rapid sound of firecrackers exploded, instantly drawing several monsters' attention. The goblins in the hallway, and those sleeping, jumped up half awake, rushing toward the sound like mad. While the hallway was clear for a few moments, I shot over like an arrow, slipped into the nearest bathroom without hesitation, jumped onto the sink and climbed above the stalls, grabbed the aluminum blinds of the vent above with both hands, and unleashed my strength, and unleashed my strength, and unleashed my strength. With a snap, I broke it apart. Then I grabbed the edge with one hand, pulled myself into the pitch-black ventilation duct. The duct was extremely narrow and stuffy. I contacted Lao-san, used faint tapping on the iron pipe to locate each other. After crawling for 2 minutes, I eventually met up with Lao-san. "Boss, you're incredible. Honestly, I don't even know what to say." Lao-san's lowered voice sounded almost tearful, like he just survived a disaster. I was about to tell him to follow me, when my eyes caught something through the dim light in the duct. I sharply noticed there was actually a dark silhouette crouched behind Lao-san. That figure slowly crawled up. It was a girl with long hair. Lao-san noticed my stare. His voice immediately became uneasy and awkward. "Boss, his name is Su Fei. He's a friend from my club. When those monsters rioted in the library, it was actually him who brought me into the ventilation duct. That's how we barely escaped." Lao-san swallowed hard. With a touch of pleading, he said, "Boss, is it possible for you to take him with us?" At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. My deep gaze fixed on Lao-san in the darkness. I stared for a full 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds felt as long as a century. I never could have dreamed that in such a deadly environment, risking my life, going solo into a monster-filled library, just to save Lao-san, Lao-san would actually pull something like this, forcing me to take on an unknown burden. This is way scarier than moral blackmail. This is life blackmail. If I refuse outright and things blow up, if these two lose it and make noise, then no one gets out. We all died together. Stabilizing the situation is the smart move. I withdrew my gaze. My tone was so plain it betrayed no emotion. "No problem. Stick close to me." "Thank you. Thank you, Chun Feng." Su Fei thanked me softly. Inside, I had already made a ruthless decision. After getting through this crisis,
Lao-san,
we'll never set foot in my core team again. I don't keep idiots who can't read the situation, and even less those who take the leader's place by acting on their own. Let's go. I turned to lead the way. Lao-san sighed in relief. He hurriedly told the girl to follow. The 3 of us crawled back along the duct. Right when we passed a suspended section above the hall, a faint metallic fatigue sound echoed. A joint in the duct suddenly broke, sinking half an inch. Damn, they cut corners. A goblin patrolling below immediately stopped in its tracks. It looked up. The three of us instantly froze.
Luckily,
These two had decent nerves. They bit their lips hard and didn't scream. After several seconds, the monster lost interest and walked away. We retreated without incident back to the restroom on the fourth floor. I was the first to jump down from the vent. According to my initial plan, once Lao San joined me, I was going to use the window and water pipes to help him quickly and safely get back down. But now, looking at Lao San and the girl, my top priority wasn't saving them, but investigating that formation. I could feel the formation was somehow beckoning him, calling him, wanting him to touch it himself. Later, we'll take the stairs down to the first floor. Then I'll lead the way and sprint out the library's side door. Whether you can keep up depends on you. If you fall behind, I'm not helping. Using the exorcism incense as cover, we managed to make it down to the second floor without too much trouble. Right at that moment, the highly tense Lao San slipped. Several blood-marked goblins in the first floor atrium suddenly looked up. Their eyes instantly locked onto the stairway at the second floor. Lao San went limp in terror. At the critical moment, I quickly stuck out my foot, accurately kicking the still rolling soda can, then pulled the other two down with me. Clatter, ding, ding, dang, dang. The soda can was kicked away. It tumbled through the stair gaps and landed directly in a far corner on the first floor. I couldn't see what was happening downstairs. Anyway, it was a gamble. After the 3 seconds of alertness passed, the magic box's effect barely held on, which meant they hadn't been discovered. A perfect infiltration after all. Don't make another sound, let's move, I warned them. The three of us finally made it to the edge of the first floor. It was less than 10 meters away from the terrifying blood-red ritual. Just under 10 meters away, the thick smell of blood, and that call deep from within, made the blood inside me start racing uncontrollably. I had Lao San and the other one hide behind a support pillar, while I boldly moved forward 2 steps, squatted down and touched the perimeter of the ritual with my fingertips. A dark red bloodline. Detected same source life chart information. Triggered hidden quest. Scarlet Arrival. A level hidden quest. Scarlet Arrival Stage 1 quest objective. Deliver blood from 100 different humans. Total 100L. Current progress 0 out of 100L. Quest reward HP max permanently 20. Quest penalty. Series quest rewards can be stacked. Rewards will stop after completion. 100 different creatures, 100 liters of blood. Looking at the quest panel, I already thought of the evil route, blood bank. If this was a fantasy or ancient world, this quest would be hard to solve. But in modern society, find a large blood bank anywhere. Forget 100 liters. You could get 1,000 easily. You could get even 1,000 liters. Ready to run. Once I ran, I suddenly stood up, drew my short sword, and raced toward the side door. Bloodlust unleashed. As my blood surged inside me, my stats instantly spiked. I kicked the heavy tempered glass door, shattering it to pieces. Glass shards flew everywhere like a rainstorm. With the other two almost out of breath, I suddenly stopped, looked back, across nearly 100 meters of night, and hordes of ordinary monsters. In the center of the huge scarlet ritual, a unique goblin stood there quietly, looking at me surrounded by tons of blood-marked goblins. It wasn't growling, nor did it chase. That goblin was the same one Lao San had photographed initially. In that instant, my gaze across the vast night locked tightly with the boss in a strange way. A few minutes later, outside dorm building 2, I stopped walking, panting heavily, with an utterly calm tone. This is as far as I'll take you. Laoa is waiting in the dorm for you. Lao Da and Lao San were breathing hard, watching me turn to leave. Got anxious. Where are you going? Are you not staying in the dorm anymore? Should we follow you? I didn't even turn my head, just walked away. Geez, don't you get it? Sufei quickly grabbed Lao San's sleeve. With that gentle, but always well-meaning tone, he said, Chun Feng, he's now a top player, who can fight his way in and out among the monsters. He built his own team. Captured building 2.
he has his own squad base now.
How could he care about us who just drag him down? Ordinary classmates. Didn't you notice all the way? He didn't even give us a real look. Why bother tagging along? Lao San looked at my determined back, opened his mouth, but could only sigh helplessly. Meanwhile, back in the luxury suite on the 14th floor of Building 2, I collapsed onto the soft leather sofa. The weakness from lifting my skill washed over me like a tide. The mother we rescued was very sharp, brought over a cup of warm water. Her surname is Wang, so everyone called her Aunt Wang. Zhao Gang and others came over as well. While resting, I told the squad about leveling my sword mastery to LV4 and unlocking an extra stat. I sensed the update with my teammates. Chang Shi immediately gulped down his coins. I pulled Zhou Kai aside and briefly explained Lao San's girl escort and acting first before telling us. Zhou Kai said he understood, got it. Lao San really did a lousy thing there. From what I know about him, he probably got convinced by that girl. That girl's probably a piece of work too. Good thing you didn't bring them back, or they'd mess up our place sooner or later. There's one more thing. I rubbed my temples. Tomorrow, when you have time, check where there's a large blood bank near University Town. I accepted a quest. Needs lots of blood packs. Leave it to me. After getting everything settled, I took a luxurious hot shower. Now, with Aunt Wang organizing for them, support comfort greatly improved. After the shower, I lay down on the big sofa bed, recapping today's battle in my mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. My phone on the nightstand started vibrating. A call from a short number that looked like a virtual line. I frowned. At a time like this, still getting marketing calls? So dedicated. I hadn't even clicked to confirm. The call connected itself. Is this Chun Feng? A slightly official-sounding man's voice came from the phone. I'm Lu Jian, staff officer at the S Sector Command. Here's your notification. According to the Special War Regulations, the military is urgently requisitioning you. You must join tomorrow's area operation. I frowned again. Still lying on the sofa. Didn't even move. Why me? Why do I have to participate? Chun Feng, this is humanity's critical moment. As a college student and a citizen with strong combat capability, cooperating with the military is your duty and obligation. This is for the greater good. The staff officer on the line started speaking in official jargon. I didn't waste breath with people who didn't get it. Tell your superior to talk to me. I couldn't even bother to listen. Cut him off directly.
Hung up.
What a joke. Talking about duty and greater good. Why don't you talk to the system about that? 2 minutes later, that virtual number called again. This time, the call didn't use any special privileges to connect right away. It waited for me to pick up. I answered the call. I stayed silent. Hello, Comrade Chun Feng. I'm a senior advisor from the F-City War Zone Special Operations Division. Lin Deang, you can call me Old Lin. The voice on the other end became calm and steady. A bit more polite too. Obviously, they quickly adjusted their communication strategy based on my personality, changed up how they approached me. Just get to the point. I was still being concise. Old Lin wasn't irritated by my attitude. He directly laid the cards on the table. Student Chun Feng. That was our person just now. Sorry for being abrupt. Now let me update you on our operation plan. First round of operations. Our goal is to establish the very first full-scale official stronghold at the S-18 Stadium and several high-rise buildings nearby. Create a large official base there. Right now, the emergency troops we've mobilized can only cover the stadium and immediate surroundings, so we need some civilian experts to help out. Help us with several strategic point operations. We hope you can assist us in rescuing a professor in the Winyuan community near your school. He's a top expert in agriculture and animal husbandry in China. Professor Li from the Agricultural College U might have taken his classes before. I felt a little surprised. Wenyuan community. Isn't that where Zhou Kai used to live? As for Professor Li, I'd heard of him long ago. Our university's agricultural college is among the best nationally. If the military plans to set up a large survivor base, then an agriculture expert is indeed a key figure for solving the long-term food issue. How did you find me? And why are you so sure I have the ability to rescue them? I asked. If the military plans to establish a major survivor base, then an agricultural expert is indeed crucial for food security, a strategic level task. How did you locate me? And why do you think I can rescue them? I asked. Old Ling's tone was respectful. This evening, you led 2 people out of the University City Library in a big fight. The footage is already getting a lot of attention online. Based on our AI combat modeling, your strength and agility at that time were both around 20. To put it simply, your individual combat power right now is probably among the best in the world. You should be able to take on any elite head-on, so we believe. You can complete this expert rescue mission perfectly. I see. I'm not surprised they know about my stats. So my strength would get noticed sooner or later. 2 key questions. First, what's the reward? Second, is the rescue mission all up to me tomorrow? Or will you be sending others to work with me? No point beating around the bush. I just went straight to the point. Old Ling quickly replied. As for the reward, the authorities will provide 80 gold coins after you complete the rescue. Deliver the person to the assigned location. We'll handle the pickup. Professor, as for the second point, if you accept the mission, you can now confirm you'll be in full charge. If you don't want to, then we'll activate the backup plan and contact other survivor teams 200 gold coins. I immediately raised the price by more than double. I'll lead the operation myself, as long as Professor Lee stays safe until we get there. I guarantee a successful mission. Deal 200 gold coins. You pay on the spot after I bring him out. Old Ling agreed right away. Didn't even pretend to need approval. Hearing him agree so quickly, I cursed it in my head. Damn, I asked for too little. The military, if they use heavy weapons to sweep through monsters in bulk, a lot of loot share will be taken. But the drop rate should still be there. With that kind of insane volume, the amount of gold coins and basic orbs the army has to be absolutely massive. 200 coins is a fortune for an individual. But to the army right now, it's probably just pocket change. But since I named the price myself, I'll stick to strict business integrity that they value. No credibility, no standing. A person can be ruthless, but never break their word. The military, if they use heavy weapons for mass monster sweeps, a lot of contribution will be gobbled up. But good drops should still appear, with those insane monster numbers. The army's supply of gold coins and low-grade orbs is surely off the charts. 200 coins is a fortune for anyone individually. But right now for the military, it's probably small change. But since I quoted the price myself, of course I'll maintain solid business credibility. No credibility, no standing. A person can be ruthless, but never break their word. People or teams who don't keep their word will eventually lose their ability to make deals. Professor Lee's contact info and his exact apartment number will be sent to your phone shortly. Old Ling said seriously. Comrade Chun Feng, the army hopes to build a long-term partnership with powerful survivors like you. Got it, I thought for a second, and decided to return the favor. Also to showcase my own value, as a gesture of good faith for our cooperation. Here are 2 tips, free of charge. First, once your basic skills reach level 4, you'll unlock an extra passive stat. For Strength LV4, your HP cap increases by 10, and your defense increases by 2. Second, there's a boss in my school library that can command elite goblins, and also draw magic arrays. Not sure what the purpose of those arrays is yet. Later, you can add my teammate Joe Kai. He'll send you pictures and videos. Old Lin on the other end paused for 2 seconds, then responded with admiration. Got it, Comrade Chun Feng. These 2 pieces of intel are extremely valuable. The Warzone Intelligence Division will assess the value of your intelligence. There will be generous rewards. Satisfied, I hung up. Then I opened our small group chat, just 5 core members, and updated everyone on tomorrow's plan, and tagged Joe Kai. Hey, old 5. Got a mission from the military. Heading to your old neighborhood Wenyuan community tomorrow to rescue Professor Lee from the Agriculture College. You coordinate with the military and confirm the location. Joe Kai, copy that. Joe Kai, holy crap. Boss, you're awesome. Even the army wants to work with you now. Joe Kai, What a great mission. I really want to go back. Boss, you don't know the security team there thought they were tough. Kicked us out. But today, 2 blood-striped goblins wiped them out. Enough with the excitement. Get some sleep. Tomorrow we need to finish early, before 10 a.m. if possible. Try to avoid what happens at 10 tomorrow, when the monsters level up again.